So when you read how the show ends, what was your reaction to the finale?
I cried a lot.
You did?
Yeah, I was a wreck.
Did you feel, as a fan of the show, satisfied by how it wraps up?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I felt like it's so much happens and so much is answered that it was like, bittersweet, so beautiful.
Lies are the glue that holds society together.
I kind of wanted another page.
Yeah?
You know, like
he said, I want another season, actually. I want more pages.
And I was like, the end. I was like, is this really it? I was like, okay.
Do you think fans will be left satisfied?
I feel like because I've been a fan of different shows, like even if it's a good ending, it's hard to be satisfied because it's just hard to say goodbye, right? And so I think, and there's never a perfect ending for anything. So I think hopefully it'll provide some sense of closure and just help them mourn the show, because I think it's like mourning for all of us, you know.
The things that you were able to do with your characters this season, but also the way that the show ended.
Oh, I mean, we're also sad that the show is over. The show's been very fun to do. It's a gratifying thing as an actor to get to play a great character arc. Speaking for myself, there's definitely that this season.
Really pleased with what this season has to offer. It's going to answer so many fan questions. I am telling you, watch every bit, savor every bit, because it's the finale.
You never know when reading the scripts how it's going to turn out, because making movies and television is such a collaborative art form. It's really no one person. The director or showrunner has like the most sort of control over how things go, but if a show is good, it is because of everyone. So you never know how it's going to turn out. I can say, though, that when I saw the final episode, it sent me into a state of
I'm going to go fucking ballistic.
Happiness and sadness.
It was like having a root canal and passing a kidney stone at the same fucking time.
You feel a lot of things.
I wasn't surprised. Steve had already told us that how it was going to end. So when I got the pages, I was just kind of hoping that it was a joke. I was kind of hoping that he was like, psych, here are the actual pages.
Best season ever!
Like most people, whenever I think of the Umbrella Academy, the first thought that pops into my mind is syphilis. Now I know that's fairly obvious to most of you, given we all tend to think of venereal diseases while remembering recently watched TV shows. It's a very common phenomenon, we all know this. But for the very few people who for some bizarre reason don't think of STDs while recalling TV shows, I'll explain why this is the case for me. Syphilis is a bacterial disease which can be transmitted by either vaginal, anal, or oral sex with an infected individual. The disease is clinically classified into 4 separate stages. You have primary, secondary, tertiary, and late-stage syphilis. Primary syphilis manifests about 10 to 90 days after exposure to the bacteria and is relatively tame, with only a few lesions, painless enlarged lymph nodes, and an ulcer called a canker developing within that time. And, in some cases, the symptoms will even subside in about 3 to 8 weeks without medical intervention. However, this does not mean that the disease is gone. The bacteria is still present in the bloodstream, and, without treatment, the disease can progress to secondary syphilis, which will manifest as a skin rash, more lesions, further lymph node enlargement, and wart-like lesions known as condylomata lata. Despite this, there is still hope. From this point, the disease may either develop into latent syphilis with fewer symptoms. The symptoms may still subside without treatment, with the disease still being present, of course, and the affected individual can seek treatment, or, if not, after about 3 to 10 years, the disease will progress even further and develop into tertiary syphilis. In this third stage, the infected individual will develop swellings known as goomers, which may ulcerate before the disease reaches its final stage in about 10 to 20 years. Late stage syphilis. In this final stage, the disease will cause inflammation of the blood vessels and damage to the central nervous system, which can lead to brain damage, movement disorders, and even the loss of vision. Trust me, this is going somewhere. Now, this model of infection and disease spread was adopted by the Umbrella Academy. You see, much like syphilis, the Umbrella Academy was transmitted from a bacterium commonly referred to as Netflix to unsuspecting individuals who, upon infection, were clinically designated as Borrelias.
Who is the cast member who coined the term Borrelias?
Justin! Following exposure, over the next 10 to 90 days, these Borrelias went on to spread the disease via word of mouth to other unsuspecting individuals who picked up the show in its first season and delightfully indulged in it, which led to the development of primary umbrellosis. The disease proved to be relatively tame at first, with only a couple of plot issues and nonsensical mechanics, but the character work, the humor, plot twists, world building, and creativity were good enough to keep most of these Brellies invested. As a result, the Brellies failed to seek treatment via dropping the show and decided to tune in for the second season. But remember, only the symptoms of syphilis subside in the first stage. The bacteria is still present, just like the plot issues and nonsensical mechanics which, without treatment, enable this disease to progress to secondary umbrellosis, in which the unanswered questions continued to pile up, the mechanics became even more ridiculous, and the plot became even weaker. Despite this, the characters were still nice and consistent from the first season. The humor was still funny, the creativity was still present, the plot twists were still engaging. And we did get a few answers to questions which we didn't even know to ask. So most of the Brellies still failed to seek treatment and decided to stick with the show for its third season, thus developing tertiary umbrellosis. At this point, the disease became too widespread to ignore. The piles of unanswered questions were doubling up with each episode. The story became held together by string cheese. The VFX was clearly worse in certain areas. The humor was not on par with the previous seasons, and even some of the characters had deteriorated. As a result of this, some of the Brellies decided to seek treatment and drop the show, but a large portion of the fan base was still largely invested and had already lost 3 years of their lives to this disease. So they decided to continue orally spreading this illness to more innocent people, until eventually all these infected Brellies gathered together to experience the final stage of this disease, late stage umbrellosis. There was no turning back after this. The Brellies collectively wept as they saw all the things they loved about the show get turned to rubble. The characters systematically assassinated, the world building had fully collapsed in on itself worse than a Kugel Blitz, the plot had been cleansed of any semblance of logic and reasoning, the attempts at humor weren't even bad enough to be laughable, the creativity had vanished, and the unanswered questions somehow tripled once they were given answers. Now I realize that it might be a bit hyperbolic to compare the ending of a TV show with a venereal disease, and I agree, because at least syphilis has the mercy to take away your vision by the late stage so you don't have to witness what the disease has turned you into, but in the case of umbrellosis, you're forced to witness the degradation of a show which you once liked, as well as experience the subsequent brain damage and movement disorder that's inflicted upon you following its conclusion. This is going to be my first in a series of videos where I'll talk about the progressive decline of the Umbrella Academy with each season. Each video will cover a specific aspect of the show, with this one focusing on the development of the characters across the 4 seasons. I've made 2 other videos before this covering the 7th season of My Hero Academia. They're not the only anime videos I intend to make. In fact, the next video series after this is probably going to be on an anime, so please don't unsubscribe if you're still invested in that type of content. There's just a slight deviation to review another show that I really wanted to talk about. I won't be covering the Umbrella Academy comics, partly because of how much deviation there is in the story. All my criticism is going to be based on the show. Now, with all the preamble, which I'm hoping you didn't skip, out of the way, let's talk about the characters of the Umbrella Academy, starting with the inaugural class. Timestamps are in the description.
There are some among us gifted with abilities far beyond the ordinary. I have adopted 6 such children.
After Decontale gets incinerated by the Mother of Dragons, he's reborn into a new universe in which he has 6 siblings, he's part gorilla, and he's learned to fully embrace the Targaryen customs that he was once so vehemently against. Dany would be proud. He goes by the name Luther now. When you first meet Luther, he's portrayed as a serious and perceptive individual who values his role as number 1, a position assigned to him by his father based on criteria that are never fully established. But I'm sure that's not going to be a running theme. He serves as a leader within his family, despite having a strained relationship with most of his siblings, an unspoken crush on his sister, and a deep sense of respect and dedication towards his father, a quality that the rest of his siblings don't seem to share. All these characteristics are exemplified by the actions that he takes over the course of the first season. He's able to pick up the small clues that his father leaves behind following his death, like the fact that he sounded on edge the last time that they talked on the phone, and the fact that his monocle was missing at the time of his death. And from the latter, he's able to deduce that whoever took it must have been someone close to him, as the monocle was worthless monetarily, but held personal value to his father. He's the one who gathers the family and takes the lead when it comes to preparing his father's memorial service. He's the one who pours his father's ashes, and he also gets into a fight with Diego after he tries to besmirch the image of his father by giving a scathing eulogy about how terrible of a man he was at his funeral. I guess being relentlessly loyal to your father is genetic among the Talis, regardless of which universe they are in. As the season progresses, he's able to reconnect with his siblings. He rekindles his love for Allison as he describes the mix of loneliness and beauty that came from living on the moon for 4 years with nothing but the thought of her keeping him company.
What's it like?
Quiet. Lonely. Alone. And when the sun came rolling over the horizon just right and the light hits it, everything would turn to white glass. Those few moments when my whole world was glowing, I felt like maybe I was meant to be there.
I wish I'd been there with you.
You were.
And he's able to bond with his brother Five over that shared feeling of loneliness that came from being alone on the moon for 4 years and being alone in a post-apocalyptic world for decades.
I think it was all those years alone. Solitude can do funny things to the mind.
Yeah, well, you were gone for such a long time. I only spent 4 years on the moon, but that was more than enough. It's the being alone that breaks you.
It seems as if things are heading in a more positive direction for him at this point, until his entire worldview gets completely shattered. When Luther discovers that none of the samples and reports that he had sent to his father from the moon over the last 4 years had ever been opened, Pogo tries to console him by telling him that his father had sent him to the moon to give him purpose after the accident that turned him into a gorilla man. But he immediately jumps to thinking that it happened because his father thought that he was no longer a good enough number one.
He never even looked at them. Why not?
After your accident, he wanted to give you purpose, Master Luther. He felt that this was the only way.
I wasn't a good enough number one. That's what it was. I couldn't cut it. So he sent me away?
No, that's not it.
It's at this point that we get to understand why Luther is the only one of his siblings that seemed to still respect his father, in spite of his terrible parenting. It's because his father gave him purpose. Reginald Hargreeves assigned Luther to be the team leader by naming him as number one as a child, and Luther has held that position with pride, even as an adult, as evidenced by his constant resurgence of this.
And last time checked, I'm still the leader of this family. I guess we should get this started. So I figured we could have a sort of memorial service in the courtyard at sundown. I'll say a few words. Just at Dad's favorite spot. Put that out. You know Dad didn't allow smoking in. Listen up. Still some important things that we need to discuss, all right? I know you don't like to do it, but I need you to talk to Dad.
He did this with the belief that his father must have named him that for a reason, that maybe there was a quality he saw in him that caused him to make that choice. When all of his siblings vacated the house, he stayed behind and continued to go on missions under the order of his father, believing there was a good reason for it, that his father must have turned them into a superhero team for a reason. When an accident occurs on one of those missions that causes Reginald to have to save him by using a serum that heals him, but also turns him into Pogo's distant cousin twice removed, he's not resentful towards his father for doing this because, obviously, it must have been the only way to save him, right? And lastly, when his father proposes to send him to the moon for an indefinite amount of time, with nothing but vague instructions on what he'll be doing there, Luther agrees to go, and he stays there because, obviously, something that will warrant him having to go to the moon for so long must be important. He must have had a good reason for this. Maybe it's even tied to the reason that he might have been murdered. All of Luther's respect and dedication to his father was founded on the unquestionable belief that everything that his father did had a purpose. It's what shaped him into the man he is today. So when Luther finds out that his dad had never opened any of the samples he sent to Earth, his entire view of him is shattered. And all of a sudden, the man who must have done everything with a calculated goal in mind in his eyes turns out to be a man who would make his own son throw his own life away for 4 years on a pointless mission to the moon so he wouldn't have to see the monster that he had turned him into, proving what Diego said about him at the funeral.
After everything he did to you, he had to ship you 1,000,000 miles away.
Diego, stop talking.
That's how much he couldn't stand the sight of you.
And if the moon trip was pointless, then what about everything else? Did he really have to stay behind and go on missions for his father? Was turning him into a gorilla relay the best way to save him? Was sacrificing his social life for the sake of training and obeying a man who didn't even have the courtesy to give you a real name really worth it? All these questions put Luther in a state of crisis, which causes him to reevaluate his entire life. He starts drinking, has sex for the first time, kisses Allison in the timeline that later gets erased, decides to stop hiding his body and party shirtless at a club, and even tries to force his brother to summon the ghost of his father so he can have a word with him.
Get him. Dad, do it now.
I told you already, all right? I can't. Please.
The final nail in the coffin is when Luther discovers that Pogo and Grace had helped his father enact his own suicide, a fact that he hid from them in order to lead them on a wild goose chase that would hopefully bring them back together as a team. With that betrayal, Luther has now had the cornerstone of his entire identity nearly destroyed by both his real father and his surrogate father. His disillusionment transforms him from a dutiful leader with deference for his father, determined to save the world, into a man consumed by bitterness and self-indulgence. At this point, Luther has, in a sense, fallen off the wagon of blind loyalty to his father, so it's appropriate that Klaus is the first one who tries to stop him from going off the deep end by refusing to show him the top 10 most destructive ways to be as carefree as him.
I want to be like you. I want to do whatever it is that you...
No, you don't. No, absolutely not.
Come on, Klaus, because You always seem so carefree, and I just need an ID.
You don't want that. You don't want that.
And also by going as far as stopping him from doing drugs at a party.
I never felt so alive! I'm so thirsty! Why'd you do that? I have no idea!
Diego tries to do the same, and he almost fails. It's only when Allison's potential danger from Harold Jenkins is brought up that Luther's lingering feelings for her drive him to crawl out from his pit of despair in order to save her.
Where's Allison now?
She decided to go after Harold Jenkins. Alone.
You should have led with that.
Jesus. He's immediately able to find a new purpose through his desire to save Allison from Harold and, later on, his other sister, Vanya, which also reignites his desire to actually save the world by capturing his sister to prevent her from destroying it. This series of events, however, ultimately leads to Pogo's death and the destruction of the world. By the time he's escaping the end of the world, his sense of self has been radically altered. Even though his obligation to his father is greatly diminished, his bonds with his siblings have strengthened through it. The brother that he largely saw as nothing more than an unreliable addict is the one who stops him from going off the deep end. The brother who he thought harbored nothing more than resentment for their father and jealousy that he wasn't the number one, accepts him as his leader, and ultimately convinces him to save the world for the sake of his sister. He's able to find camaraderie with Five over their experiences with loneliness, a man who he previously thought only saw himself as better than the rest of his siblings, and is even able to share a touching moment with Allison, in which he's able to indirectly communicate his love to her.
Your mom says, I miss you every day that I'm not with you. I know that I let you down. But I would do anything for you. You make me want to wake up each day. And you're in my dreams every night. You're the most important person in the world to me. That's what your mom says.
If I were to summarize his arc by the end of the first season, I would say he's a man, a gorilla man if you will, who becomes disillusioned after his sense of self gets shaken, following a discovery that he makes about his father, and subsequently tries to find new meaning to his life through his relationship with his siblings. Aside from the plot issues, which I'll address in the plot video, it's a well-executed arc. In the second season, Luther mainly seems to just repeat the same arc that he went through in the first season, with a few differences. When he arrives in 1962, Luther tries to convince his dad that he is his son from the future, but he doesn't believe him, and moreover, he condemns him for believing that he would ever raise a son as disappointing as him.
I have a deep dislike of children. I do not have them, nor do I intend to have them, but if for some reason I did, I would expect more from them than a scruffy face, poor hygiene, and your grotesque simian proportions. Take yourself and the stench of failure that encircles you and get out of my house.
So he just gets a job as a fighter. When Five finally arrives and asks for his help in saving the world, he's once again disillusioned by the prospect of trying that again, especially after failing so hard the first time.
The world ends again in 10 days. I have no idea how to stop it.
I don't give a shit.
However, he gets the opportunity to apologize to Vanya for putting her in a cage and for how terribly they treated her. And when he finds out that Allison is married now, he gets himself fired, which makes him seek out Five and eventually reunite with his siblings and band together to save the world from Vanya's next apocalypse. He does stand up to his father for the first time, though briefly, by showing him his gorilla body, which unfortunately seems like it's supposed to be a comedic scene based on the background music.
Look at what you did to me! Look at it!
But Allison does recognize this and congratulates him for it, which is nice.
Congratulations.
For what?
I think that's the first time you've ever stood up to Dad.
Once again, after Reginald rebukes him, he goes down a destructive path that leads him to his siblings, who give him a greater purpose than anything he could have expected from his father. It's when you get to the third season that you start to see certain changes being made to Luther's character. When he sees Sloane for the first time, he's immediately infatuated with her and starts to introduce himself to her in the middle of an argument between their families.
Hi. I'm Luther.
Which seems a bit dumb to do at the time, but I'm sure that's not going to become a running theme with him. Additionally, Luther makes no attempts to look for Pogo in this new universe, despite him essentially acting as his second father, and never getting to say goodbye to him before his gruesome death. You think it can enough to at least try and check he was alive? Later on, Luther gets kidnapped by the Sparrows. He's impressed by how efficient the Sparrows are as both a superhero team and a family, as it's basically all he's ever wanted for him and the Umbrellas. He has a nice conversation with Sloane, in which they bond over the shared feeling of being trapped in their respective houses as a result of an obligation to his father in Luther's case, and due to an obligation to her family in Sloane's case. They're obviously meant to be parallel versions of each other. She's impressed by the fact that a monkey was able to go to the moon, and it's clear from their discussion that they both like each other. Later, Sloane floats him to her room and sleeps with him. And I have a couple of questions about this. Does he have a gorilla penis? Is this bestiality? What would a child between them look like? Would it be something like the Niles Calder's kid from Doom Patrol? I'm asking the important questions here. Also, it seems at this point that Deacon has grown tired of the Lannister customs of dating your sister and moved on to the less common practice of dating the enemy, I suppose. Throughout this season, Luther acts a lot more giddy in his interactions with people.
You know, now that you mention it, I am feeling a little bit peckish, actually.
Are we playing a game?
Which is a bit different from the way he's been portrayed in the past. But it starts when he meets Sloane and mostly stays within the context of his relationship with her. So you can excuse it as maybe Luther just being in love, and that just so happens to be the way that he acts in that state, even though he didn't act like that when he was pursuing Allison. But I guess that's what dating people outside of your family tree will do to you. Speaking of Allison, her and Luther finally have a conversation regarding the unresolved feelings for one another and the nature of their current relationships. It pretty much goes how you'd expect. She's angry at him for falling for Sloane so quickly. He questions whether she'd even be with him if Claire and Ray were still around. She sexually assaults him. It's all a very standard brother-sister conversation, really. In all seriousness, though, what Allison did here was obviously horrible, and I'll address it more when talking about her character. As for what it means for Luther, it clearly signifies the death of any potential romantic relationship that they might have in the future, and the confirmation that any lingering feelings that he still had for Allison are gone. Jaime Lannister could learn a thing or two from this man. Also, the actor's performance is really good in that scene. The events with Allison make Luther question the nature of his relationship with his family, telling Sloane that the only thing that they share in common is childhood trauma and he's not sure if that's enough to keep them together anymore, which all tracks based on how he relates with his siblings. He does switch teams and joins the Sparrows temporarily after this, but there's not much gained from that considering he's forced to rejoin the Umbrella shortly after as the world comes to an end. Anyway, Luther and Sloane decide to get married as the world ends, and Luther asks Viktor to be his best man. This might be a nitpick, but I feel like Luther's best man should have been Diego instead, considering him and Viktor don't really have a strong relationship outside of, I rightfully locked you in a jail cell after you almost killed our sister, and I idolized the guy who treated you miserably for your entire life, and I apologize for that. Beyond that, they don't really converse much unless Viktor is trying to end the world for the umpteenth time. Viktor's always had a stronger relationship with Allison than any of his siblings, so him being the best man at her wedding would be way more suitable. Additionally, Diego being Luther's best man and finally rising to the occasion after accepting him as their leader in the first season would have been a good way to wrap up their rivalry and show how far they've come. Heck, part of Diego's arc in Season 2 was centered around the idea of him not wanting them to be divided by numbers anymore and unite as a team, Team Zero, when confronting their father.
No more number 1, number 2 bullshit. From now on, it's Team Zero.
Team Zero?
Team Zero.
You could have had a scene where Luther finally asks him if he wants to be his number 2 at his wedding, and have him joyfully accept it, showing he's grown past his insecurity of how the numbers relate to his position in the family and his jealousy towards Luther, and how he'll no longer let an arbitrary number given to him by a man he's resented his whole life define his relationship with his brother, because the number is now meaningless to him, completing that part of his arc. But nah, Viktor is his best man, I guess. And the first mission that Luther gives him as best man is to try and talk to Allison so she's not alone when the world ends, which is a nice sentiment, even though she certainly doesn't deserve it. After the wedding, the Reginald from this new timeline talks to Luther in an effort to convince him to try and stop the apocalypse, but he declines, and we get another big moment where Luther stands up to his alternate father for a second time, puts his foot down, and refuses to do something that he's requesting him to do.
I lived my whole life for you. Everything you ever wanted me to do, I did. And I won't anymore.
He's fully grown past his obligation to his father and replaced it with an obligation to his siblings and Sloane. Reginald then apologizes to Luther for all the harm the other version of him inflicted on him. He asks for his forgiveness and calls him son for the first time, something Luther certainly never expected to hear from his father. I think it's somewhat poetic that only once Luther has fully let go of his need for fatherly approval and his blind obedience to him, is able to finally receive the love and apology he so desperately craved from him. Unfortunately for him, his father really needs this apocalypse to be stopped, so he kills him in an effort to unite the rest of his siblings. The actor's facial expressions throughout all of this is pretty good, by the way. Luckily, thanks to Klaus, Luther's able to come back to life and finally ask his father after all these years why he sent him to the moon and wasted his life, a question that has defined both who he used to be as well as who he has now become, and Reginald says he sent him there to get the most precious thing in the universe. He doesn't say what it is, but tells the siblings that they'll understand soon enough. It's obviously an unsatisfactory answer, which Luther probably doesn't even believe, but for now, that's not important. Luther uses his last few moments as goes to say goodbye to Sloane and tell her that he'll always love her before fading away. Then Reginald resets the universe and Luther appears with his gorilla parts and superpowers gone and begins to look for Sloane, wrapping up the third season for him. I'm sure we'll get a lot more scenes with him and Sloane, considering how much time was spent on their relationship this season, right? Again, his development this season is pretty minimal and can be summarized as him finding love in someone who's in a similar position as him, finally letting go of the lingering feelings for his sister, and once again, failing to find adequate answers and closure following a confrontation with an alternate version of his father. If you haven't noticed, Luther's getting a lot simpler as a person with each passing season, but I'm sure that's not going to become a running theme with this character. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons as the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with Luther's character. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Luther would have gone through in the 4th season of this show if it did exist, so we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. What happens with Luther in this Phantom Season can easily be summarized in one sentence. Luther frees Ben from prison, he fights naked at the CIA, and then he kills himself to save the world. Thank God that never happened, because that sounds really, really stupid. We get confirmation early on that Sloane is alive.
I know Sloane and I would have killed out of this. Share.
But we never see her throughout the season because according to Steve Blackman, they couldn't make it work logistically. Now, I don't know if that means that the actress wasn't available, or if it means that they couldn't do it with the episode reduction from 10 to 6 for the final season. But according to him, his plan was to have her lose her memories and have Luther try to make her fall for him again. Essentially, he's just repeating the 3rd season, so maybe it's a gift that they couldn't make it work logistically. Additionally, Luther's a stripper, he's made no attempts to look for Pogo, and he has been living in the rotting mansion that they lived in as kids. It's nice to know that the man who was able to safely navigate and run a base on the moon for 4 years and lived with his father, the eccentric billionaire and industrialist, for several years, didn't have or acquire any skills from those experiences that would allow him to get a more respectable or even a higher earning job. Nope. He's just been stripping for the last 6 years and couldn't even get a job as a bartender like Viktor. As for his living space, apparently, Luther is either so bad at his finances, so bad at his job, or so underpaid that he couldn't accumulate enough money to get a small habitable abode for the last 6 years. Yep, that makes sense. I mean, where the heck is Sloane? Has she been living here too? Does she have a job? And if so, does it not pay enough to pay for better accommodation? Is she okay with you exposing yourself to old ladies every week? Who bloody knows? After Luther gets Ben out of prison, he reunites with his family for the first time in 6 years apparently, and later on, they all get their powers back. When Luther is asked whether he wants his powers back, he decides to just go with whatever the team will decide.
Come on, big guy. I know you want it.
Wait. I mean, that's a tough one.
Your life is fantastic.
I don't know about fantastic, but I'm managing. I'll do whatever the group decides, all right? How's that?
What the? Why? What happened to this man? He's gone from being the leader of his family to becoming a passive, go-with-the-crowd guy who can't just decide to get his powers back and use them to get a better job in a house. Why? The marigold turns Luther back into a gorilla. Talk about how stupid all of this is in my video on the plot. As for Luther, he's no longer a character by the beginning of this season. He's a toy that the writers play with and humiliate to try and extract comedy out of for some reason. Some of the human version of him ends up being dumber than his gorilla self. He does so many dumb things this season that it's hard to believe that he's the same person. He vigorously tries to rip open a piñata with his bare hands at a children's birthday party, which leads to him ruining the cake. He tells Ben to check in with his parole office after he's already violated the conditions of his parole, and he shows up to the CIA wearing a G-string for some reason. What's funny is that the only somewhat cool moment that Luther gets this season is a homage to the Winter Soldier elevator scene, and it happens off-screen. Why? Just why? We also get a scene of Luther brutally killing someone, followed by him and Diego celebrating in the middle of the fight. Which is just tonally bizarre. I know Luther's killed people before based on the fact that we saw him and Ben murder a bunch of guys as children, but we've never actually seen him do it as an adult on screen up until this point. Even if they want to keep it casual, why have him celebrate killing a bunch of people who weren't even that much of a threat to him? And then have him celebrate their deaths in the aftermath. They didn't even use guns, which was stupid by the way, and again, will be covered in my plot video. Before he goes to the CIA for his episodic humiliation ritual, Luther meets with Abigael Hargreeves in this new universe, who thanks him for taking care of her on the moon.
My little space boy. I finally get a chance to properly thank you for watching over me on the moon.
To which he responds with,
It was nothing.
I hate this line so much because of how much heavy lifting it does to throw Luther's history out the window. It's quite impressive, really. The line seems innocuous at first until you remember anything that was established about Luther's relationship with the moon. I'll reiterate it in case someone's forgotten. All of Luther's obedience to his father was founded on the misguided hope that everything his father did was to serve a greater purpose. Him adopting them, making them train tirelessly, and giving them tattoos, well, that must have just been done to make sure they're prepared for a coming major threat in the future. His refusal to show them any degree of affection after the death of their brother, Ben, well, that must have just been done in order to make them stronger as a team and not to coddle them so that they would be better heroes in the future, and this wouldn't have to happen again. His neglect of Vanya when they were younger, well, that must have just been done in order to keep her safe because she didn't have any powers, and he didn't want her to get hurt. And his decision to send him to the moon and then to send back the samples to Earth with no clear reason as to why must have had a really important purpose, right? So when Luther finds out in episodes 6 and 7 of the first season that his dad had never opened any of the samples that he sent to Earth, this realization changes his character almost completely, from someone who has respect for his father, is eager to bring back the umbrellas and stop the apocalypse, to someone who now has a deep resentment for Reginald, couldn't care less whether the world ends, and just wants to fulfill his hedonistic desires after maintaining a stoic and obedient personality for so many years. His realization that his father sending him to the moon for 4 years was pointless might just be the single most important event relating to his character. Based on all of that, when Luther finds out that his entire mission to the moon actually had a purpose, and not only that, but that the purpose of the mission was to keep safe the most important person to his father, a person that his own father described as
The most precious thing in the universe.
I expect him to have a much more profound reaction than
It was nothing.
I'm not asking for him to break down crying at the realization that those 4 years weren't pointless, and that his father wasn't lying about that, but even just a brief moment of self-reflection. Maybe a look of shock on his face while he stammers and struggles to put together a sentence as he contemplates what exactly that means for him, considering he's reshaped his entire personality for that initial realization. What does this mean for him, and does it change the previously shattered image he had of his father? You could even maintain the line, but instead of him smiling, just have a look of surprise and confusion on his face as he says it was nothing, because it's not nothing to him. It's everything. Luther's story finally comes to its logical end through him committing suicide to save the world thanks to some of the most horrendous plot points ever displayed on television. As he dies, he makes no attempts to find Sloan, and of course there's no moment of reprieve from his episodic humiliation ritual, which continues, with him suggesting that his siblings share their best memories with each other in order to distract them from their impending deaths. He's then swiftly shot down and reminded of how much of a bumbling moron with stupid ideas he is, a caricature of his former self.
Maybe we should go around the circle and, share our favorite moments together.
Barf, let's not do that.
That's a really bad idea.
Yeah, it's terrible.
That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, that call.
I truly do love the new Luther. I'm not even going to go into that. It was a good idea and it was shot down just to get one last dig in at Luther and maintain the show's cynical attitude to the end. As he gets swallowed up by the cleanse, Luther tries to distract Klaus from the pain, which is nice.
It stings.
Yeah. I know, right, buddy? Hold on, okay?
And says he's gonna miss his family, which happened to be his last words. The last shot we get of Luther is a flashback of him dancing with Allison from the first season, signifying just how much of a pointless and forgettable character Sloan has amounted to. And so, Luther's arc concludes. I said at the beginning that the main thing that defined Luther's character was his desire for purpose, which he eventually was able to find through his family. Well, Luther watches that purpose slowly die as he himself succumbs to a demise that he has no choice but to willfully accept. His entire character this season is explained simply by his choice of career, a stripper. He dies having been stripped of his clothes, his personality, his intelligence, his powers, his wife, his dignity, and most of all, his purpose. Who he is has amounted to nothing more than a dumb and funny joke to point and laugh at before moving on to something else, so it's fitting that by the end, he's reduced to nothing more than a golden flower, transformed from something so complex into something so simple that can only be admired for a brief moment before moving on to the next thing. A thing with no capacity to seek out its own purpose. A truly awful death. Thankfully, this phantom season never existed. The last time we saw Diego, he was rescuing animals in the jungle with his cousin, a prestigious and well-known explorer who goes by the name Dora. He's grown a lot since then. He's taller, he has 6 other siblings, he has the ability to carve whatever he throws in any direction he wants, and for some reason, he's now 3-dimensional. When Diego is introduced to us, he seems to be a man who frequents as a vigilante, is estranged from his siblings, has a romantic history with a detective he occasionally interacts with, and bears a deep hatred for his father, but nearly unconditional love for a robot named Grace that he considers to be his mother. This love stems from Grace showing more affection to them as children than their father did. She was going to give the children actual names that didn't just signify their value to their father, a fact that Diego values enough to bring it up as a point of contention during their father's funeral.
My name is number 2. You know why? Because our father couldn't be bothered to give us actual names. He had Mom do it.
Moreover, Grace helped Diego overcome a speech impediment he had as a child, something his father probably didn't even know he had.
Remember, Diego, just picture the word in your mind.
Don't move.
You did it! I'm so proud of you!
Diego shows just how much he's willing to sacrifice for Grace when he takes Reginald's monocle from her and preemptively tries to manipulate Luther into forgetting about the missing monocle by showing him Reginald's autopsy report, all in order to avoid suspicion over Grace's potential involvement in their father's death.
The autopsy report.
Dad's death was normal. Just a boring old heart failure.
There is no mystery here. Nothing to avenge, nothing to solve, nothing like that.
Another one of Diego's defining traits in the first season, aside from his refusal to use his powers to win any fight he engages in, is the rivalry he has with his brother Luther. Diego seems to find Luther intolerable for 2 primary reasons: his devout loyalty to his father, and what he views as a superiority complex that Luther has over being number 1 and him being number 2.
You know, you of all people should be on my side here, number 1.
He thinks one of us killed Dad.
You do? How could you think that?
Great job, Luther. Way to lead.
His dislike for Luther, just like his love for his mother, stems from his hatred for his father. Diego resents Reginald for how he raised him to the extent that he fails to allow his family to sugarcoat what kind of man he was at his funeral.
He leaves behind a complicated legacy.
He was a monster. He was a bad person and a worse father. The world's better off without him.
Consequently, he hates the fact that Luther is still loyal to him, even though he has a lot more reason to hate him than he does. Number 1 is supposed to lead the family, so as he sees it, the fact that the leader of this family is still obedient to a man who treated them like garbage their entire lives is an insult to that position that he seems to believe he would be better suited for. The final characteristic that distinguishes Diego from the rest of his siblings is his desire to be a hero. At the time we're introduced to him, Diego's a vigilante who occasionally assists the police with investigations. He's the only one of his siblings who still does any superhero work, and the reason for this, funny enough, also stems from his father. At this point, it becomes patently clear why Diego is who he is. He chooses to still do superhero work, something his father relentlessly trained him for as a child. He loves Grace and considers her to be his mother, in large part due to the failure of his father to provide him with any affection. Despite hating the fact that his father never gave him a real name, he still chooses to address Luther as number 1.
You know, you of all people should be on my side here, number 1.
A name assigned to him by Reginald, and it lets his dislike for Luther of his admiration for their father ruin their relationship and lead to them breaking their dead brother's statue. Sadly, despite his attempts to separate himself from him, Diego has grown into a man completely defined by his relationship to his father, just like his brother Luther. In that sense, you could extrapolate and say that he might hate Luther because he partially hates himself. His arc in the first season mainly revolves around his relationship with Patch, his mother, and his siblings. Patch is a detective who I'm sure we all vividly remember that used to be romantically involved with Diego before they broke up for unspecified reasons. Long story short, he inserts himself into her investigation and she helps Diego track down Klaus after he's been kidnapped by Hazel and Chacha, which leads to her being killed by Chacha. After this, Diego hunts down Chacha for revenge, which leads to one of the dumbest confrontations in the first season. After another fight in which Diego refuses to use his powers, he chooses to spare Chacha's life because Patch believed in people and always saw the good in them, and he thinks he wouldn't be honoring her memory by killing Chacha.
What do you like about her? She believed in people. She always saw the good inside.
I'm sure she'll be proud to know that you're killing Hazel and Chacha as a way to honor her memory.
Let's go over this. She believed in people and always saw the good inside them. Seeing the good inside people only works if someone shows aspects in their character that indicate that they're willing to change for the better, like apologizing for their actions, trying to help the person that they've wronged, or accepting the punishment that will eventually come for their previous actions. What character traits has Diego seen in Chacha at this point that indicate that there's any good inside her at all, that he needs to believe in her for the sake of Patch? She hasn't shown any regret over killing Patch, she hasn't confessed to her murder, she doesn't feel any remorse over all the people that she's hurt, or the partner she's betrayed. She's tortured, killed, and tried to kill so many people to get where she is right now, and the only reason she is here is to try and complete a job that she was given in the hopes that that will allow her to go back to the commission and continue her job of killing people because she enjoys it. Belief in people is earned, and good has to be seen first before it's nurtured. There's just nothing to believe in when it comes to Chacha, and there's no good that's been seen either from Diego or the audience's perspective. She's just a person who does bad things and enjoys doing those bad things. That's the first problem I have with this. The second problem is the fact that Patch was absolutely willing to kill Hazel and Chacha. She walked in there with a gun. What do you think she was planning to do if they shot at her? She's a detective, for goodness sakes. She's probably killed bad people before. She would absolutely be okay with Diego killing someone who held his brother hostage and tortured him. Tried to kill his brother Five several times and tortured a man to death to get information about Five's possible location. She would probably be endorsing Chacha's murder if she saw the number of people that Klaus saw that were all tortured and killed in sometimes brutal fashion by Hazel and Chacha. Lastly, Diego's never going after Chacha to honor Patch's memory. He was motivated by revenge. Chacha shot Patch in the back while she was trying to save his brother, and she doesn't care about that at all. If he fails to kill her and they save the world, that means that Patch's killer will walk away scot-free. Her friends at the police department will forever mourn her loss and feel guilty over never having solved the case of who her killer was, while her family will never get the closure of knowing that their daughter's killer is dead or behind bars. By choosing not to kill her, Diego guarantees that justice is never served. How exactly is that honoring her memory? In summary, the scene is stupid, and Diego killing Chacha would in no way dishonor Patch's memory. As for his mother, Diego grows increasingly suspicious of her involvement in the death of their father due to the weird gaps in her memory that she seems to have. This eventually leads to him having to effectively deactivate her to avoid any further issues. It's an excellent scene as Diego has to kill the only person who's loved him since childhood, and the detail of his stammer coming back as he slowly slices open her forearm and her still helping him speak his final words to her is quite nice.
It's gonna be okay.
Just picture the word in your mind.
It's gonna be okay. Mom.
The fact that he has to relive her death once she's fixed and chooses to die in their collapsing house is also pretty sad. When it comes to his siblings this season, just like Luther, Diego is able to bond with them. The main thing that's gained from this is the fact that he helps Klaus get sober in a timeline that never happens, and that after endless bickering, when it comes down to it, Diego defers to Luther as their number one, and accepts him as such when deciding on how they're going to deal with Vanya.
Alright, so what's the plan? Look, you want to be number one, fine. But you're gonna have to get us on the same page, because right now, we're all over the place.
The latter is a bit sudden and underdeveloped, as we never really see what causes Diego to accept his brother as their leader. He tries to save the world with them, but Vanya destroys it, and he's transported back in time to the 1960s. Diego's role in the first season is mainly plot-driven, as his need to seek out justice causes him to insert himself in an ongoing investigation about Hazel and Chacha and help his brother Five track down Harold Jenkins. Regardless, he's another well-rounded character by the end of the first season, just like his brother. And I'm sure nothing about that will change with the coming seasons, right? The second season of the show primarily deals with Diego's heroic nature, his pursuit of what he considers to be justice, and his quest for a high purpose. When Diego lands in Dallas, Texas, on September 1st, 1963, he attempts to kill Lee Harvey Oswald in order to stop the future assassination of JFK, but is quickly arrested and placed in a mental institution once he explains that reasoning to his captors. At this institution, he meets a woman named Lila, one of the worst human beings on this show, but we'll discuss that later. Diego and Lila eventually team up, escape the asylum, join Five, and Diego uses the information they gather to try and stop JFK's assassination. Later on, Diego discovers that Lila is working for the Commission and has been using him to try and gather information about Five, so he breaks up with her, and she naturally knocks him out and forces him to take a job at the Commission. During his short tenure at the Commission, Diego discovers that once again, Vanya will end the world, so he uses a briefcase to go back, gather his siblings, and go rescue their sister. Despite his short time at the Commission, it's clear that Diego enjoyed being in a position as important as maintaining the integrity of the timeline, as evidenced by the fact that he brags about this to Five.
Who do you think it was that figured out that Vanya was the one that caused this doomsday and stopped it? Me. I figured it all out on the infinite switch.
You were on the infinite switch.
Hell yeah!
His desire to be perceived as a hero, as someone important, manifests through this, as well as his need to save JFK, and wanted to be known as the man who saved JFK. This does give us some more insight into Diego. He's virtuous, if not slightly self-righteous, in the good deeds that he wishes to perform, and his morality is greatly tied to a simplistic view of what he considers to be right and wrong actions, without considering the broader repercussions of those actions to the timeline. Additionally, Diego gets a chance to meet the real-life version of the woman Grace is modeled after. Sadly, he's aware that despite their similarities, that is not his mother, so he says it was nice to meet her and moves on to looking for his father. Unlike Luther, who makes an effort at confronting his father over his traumatic past, Diego confronts him over what he'll do in the future. He makes an attempt at separating himself from his father this season, breaking down the divisions established between him and his siblings through abolishing their numbered naming system. When the siblings are invited to have a meeting with the past version of their father, Diego proposes that they abandon their numbers and address him as a united front that he calls Team Zero.
We go in there as a united front. No more number 1, number 2 bullshit. From now on, it's Team Zero.
Team Zero?
Team Zero.
Unfortunately, this doesn't go as planned. None of them have each other's backs and the conversation devolves into anarchy. When Diego brings up the fact that Reginald is going to be at the grassy knoll during JFK's assassination, he thinks he finally has the upper hand against his father, until Reginald breaks him down completely. He begins by taunting him.
Suppose you've solved it. You've single-handedly unearthed my nefarious plot. Is that what you want to hear?
Tragically, that's exactly what he wants to hear. He desperately wants the satisfaction of knowing he saved the president, became a hero, and bested a man he's resented his entire life in the process. But unfortunately, that's not what he's going to get. Reginald continues by saying,
You fancy yourself a do-gooder, the last good man who will save us from our descent into corruption and conspiracy.
something that Diego considers to be true, as he sees himself as the only one in his surroundings that cares enough about saving an innocent man's life. His brother Five won't do it, the police won't let him, the guards at the asylum won't believe him, so it has to be him. He has to be the one person sane and good enough to stop the assassination. Reginald proceeds by telling him,
This is a fantastic delusion. Sad reality is that you're a desperate man, tragically unaware of his own insignificance, desperately clinging to his own ineffectual reason. A man in over his head.
Reginald has succinctly cut through to the core of Diego's character. He's broken him down by establishing that his desire to save people, his entire career as a vigilante, and his perception of himself are all just meaningless endeavors that carry far less value than he thinks. The sad thing is, there's kernels of truth to what Reginald says. Diego is in over his head. He feels that all the attempts he makes to save JFK, and has no consideration for what effect doing that will have on the timeline. As a vigilante, all Diego managed to do was insert himself in cases that he was not required on, which eventually led to the death of his former love interest. Diego doesn't just want to save JFK, he also wants the recognition and adoration that comes with that. And if that's the case, is he really doing good because it's what heroes do? Or is he just doing it because he wants to be the guy who saved JFK? And consequently, can he really call himself a hero if these are his motives? Even though he doesn't realize it, the type of man Diego currently is, and the actions that he is currently undertaking, have all been defined by his relationship to his father, and so that same man can also choose to obliterate his entire identity. And he just witnessed that. All that Diego can do after this is slowly sit back down in his chair and revert to his stuttering, as the verbal thrashing he receives from his father causes him to regress to the speech impediment that he suffered from as a child. His father has fully broken him down. Team Zero is unfortunately ineffectual, and unsurprisingly, Diego is disappointed with his siblings for not having each other's backs when addressing their father.
So much for having my back in there. Team Zero my ass.
Diego does eventually manage to save the world from Vanya, mainly due to Ben's help, but is unable to stop Kennedy's assassination, proving once again what his father said about him.
Sad reality is that you're a desperate man, tragically unaware of his own insignificance. A man in over his head.
This eventually leads to a fight between the siblings in the commission, in which we learn that Diego can also carve bullets in addition to knives. I'm sure he'll use this ability plenty of times in the future, right?
Wrong.
Once the fight is over, Diego and his siblings are able to use the commission's resources to presumably go back to their own timeline without the apocalypse. All in all, Diego's character is still pretty strong and complex by the end of this season, and we get to delve a bit more into the nature of him as a hero. It is a shame that we don't get much of Diego contemplating any of the things his father said about him, and the fact that he failed to accomplish the one goal that he set out to accomplish in order to brand himself as a hero this season. Like, how exactly do any of those events affect him beyond just being sad? But I'm sure we'll get a much, much deeper exploration of all that this next season, right?
Wrong.
I think the best way to describe what happens to Diego this season would be through a joke. So, if Diego was attached to another object by an inclined plane wrapped helically around an axis, what would he be? Screwed! He'd be screwed, and that's what he is this season. I definitely did not steal that joke from the Big Bang Theory. Anyway, on with the screwing. Thanks to the events in the past, Diego and his siblings arrive in an alternate timeline in which their father has adopted a different group of siblings known as the Sparrows. A fight quickly ensues between them, in which Diego once again refuses to use his abilities in a logical capacity, and the Umbrellas flee to a hotel called Hotel Obsidian after they lose. I think it's a small detriment to Diego's character that doesn't try to find out if the detective Patch is still alive in this new reality at any point in this season. You think he'd at least try to look for a woman he loved that died due to her involvement in a crime involving his own family, something he felt really guilty for? This would also be in line with his hero complex, so it's odd that it doesn't cross his mind. At the Hotel Obsidian, a demon wrapped in human flesh that calls itself Lila shows up, She claims that she's been raising Diego's child for the past 11 years, and that she's been involved with many men since they broke up. She then leaves him with the boy and tells him to raise him as his father. Diego reluctantly agrees. He grows to like the child, and eventually he even manages to re-establish his romantic relationship with Lila. However, all of this is built on a lie, as later on, Lila reveals that the child isn't even his, and that she just borrowed him from a friend of hers for a week. All of this is cruel and insane, and I'll cover the insanity around Lila's response to all of this in her own section. But for now, I'll just talk about Diego's response. One of the first things he tells her is that Stanley deserves better than this, showing both how good of a person he is, as well as how much his experience with Stanley has influenced him. He really does like the kid, to the extent that he consoled him even after he accidentally killed his brother Klaus. He is so distraught by Lila's revelation that his speech impediment comes back as he tries to insult her.
Ah! Damn it!
That's only happened twice, when he was killing his mother and when he was broken down by his father. So it's apparent that what Lila did to him was deeply upsetting. The kid eventually dies by Kugel Blitz, and things get even weirder when Lila reveals that she's actually pregnant and this whole scheme was concocted to get into contact with Diego again and see if he would make a good father. Again, all of this is insane, but we'll cover that later. Diego takes some time to contemplate things, but eventually his heroic nature kicks in when Lila finds him brainstorming ways of saving the world instead of preparing for his brother's wedding for the sake of having a future with his kids. He decides to forgive her, despite the compounding reasons why he shouldn't, and they attend the wedding together. He really is just a man bound to a demon. I guess Patch told him to see the good in people, and he decided to take that to the grave, even with those who don't deserve it. At the wedding, Lila forces Diego to introduce her to this universe's Reginald Hargreeves. The two of them get along, which makes sense, considering they both love to emotionally torment Diego, and Reginald tells Diego that he would have made a superb father. Even though it's not technically from his father, the sentiment makes him happy. Look at the final moment of Diego's heroism this season, when he locks Lila in a closet to keep her and the baby safe, while he fights a collection of ridiculous plot points. The season ends with a universal reset, and Diego loses his powers just like everyone else. Unfortunately, most of Diego's development this season was bogged down to being forced to take care of someone else's child for most of his runtime. All you really get is more evidence that Diego is in fact a good person with heroic traits that go beyond his need for validation when dealing with the worst of situations. Aside from that, this season mainly just consisted of him being lied to and constantly berated by Lila. But I'm sure that's all going to change next season, right? No. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons, as the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with Diego's character. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Diego would have gone through the 4th season of the show if it did exist. So we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. Once more, despite 6 years having passed, we get no mention of Diego ever searching for Detective Patch. You know, that love interest of his that died saving his brother. Diego just never mentions her existence again after the 1st season, which is really weird. He also never bothers to search for Stanley despite the relationship he built with him. Although this might be explainable, you see in this new reality, Diego works as a package deliverer. He's still together with Lila, and the two of them have 3 kids together. Additionally, Diego has gained a stupendous amount of weight after 6 years. I know this because of all the subtle clues that this season gives me in order to inform me of that.
You can't even run up a flight of stairs without getting a coronary.
I'm the best goddamn shape of my life.
Your fat belly.
Let's be discreet. Did you find her or the dry cleaner guy? Don't do anything on your own. Let's just wait for the team.
Like a glove.
Sure, like OJ's glove.
You do realize you're waddling, yeah?
You know, it's possible that these fat molecules comprising most of Diego's body have now seeped into his brain to the point of applying pressure on his hippocampus and making him completely forget his key long-term memories. This would also explain how he's still together with Lila after 6 years. He must just routinely forget how she treats him. Of course, that would all be nonsense if it was suddenly revealed that, I don't know, Diego wasn't actually fat at all. But I'm sure this Phantom Season will never do something that stupid, right?
Wrong.
Mirroring Luther, Diego's main role this season is to be constantly berated and insulted by his wife. Aside from that, his story this season revolves around the idea that he's tired and bored of his sedentary lifestyle, of having an ordinary job, and taking care of 3 kids. Despite this, when he's presented with the opportunity to get his powers back, he foolishly declines for no good reason, but ultimately ends up getting his powers back anyway. Once that happens, his sense of excitement is restored. He reunites with his siblings to go on a quest to locate a woman named Jennifer. As all this is happening, Diego grows suspicious that Lila is cheating on him, but when confronted about it, she explains that she's just been having meetings with 5. Well, at least she's not cheating with 5, because that would be insane, right? Lila does eventually admit to Diego that she would like to take a break from the relationship since she's apparently grown tired of seeing him moping around the house, complaining about being fat and miserable. I'll highlight the hypocrisy of this demon when I get to her. This is a bit of a nitpick, but at one point, Viktor makes a joke about them not being the A-team.
This is why you do recon, assholes. Recon? Why are you saying recon? We're not the A-team.
It would have been nice if Diego chimed in by saying something like, we don't need to be the A-team because we're Team Zero, as a nice callback to Season 2. But a callback would require remembering past events, and that's something this Phantom season is clearly not concerned with. Along their quest, Diego and Luther are allowed to visit the CIA headquarters thanks to Five, something that Diego has apparently wanted to do for a very long time. It's interesting that he never mentioned even trying to apply for a job in the first season, and that his younger-looking brother, with no superpowers, was still able to get a high-ranking job there before him in this new reality, but alright, that all makes sense. It's all coherent. During this visit, Luther and Diego get into a fight with the workers there, who they discover are apparently keepers. In the middle of this fight, Diego's shirt comes off, and we're finally able to witness the obese monstrosity that the characters have been subtly hinting at this entire time.
He stays a stranger. What?
First of all, kudos to the actor for being able to maintain such a good physique for this scene. Apparently, it was a daunting task that he was able to achieve thanks to using Henry Cavill's trainer, and he did it in a short period of time.
Blackman was like, David, do you want to go De Niro with this? We can either put you in a fat suit or you can get fat. And I was like, man, I'd love to get fat, you know? And I was already really heavy coming into the season because I knew he was going to start heavy. I had about 3.5 months.
Oh, wow, dude.
To get super jacked.
While you were shooting?
While I was shooting.
How'd you manage all that,
Well,
bro?
I hired this phenomenal nutritionist named Aaron, who was Henry Cavill's nutritionist for Superman.
Secondly, what the heck is this? What is up with all the fat Diego comments when the man is clearly jacked? Are you blind? What is wrong with you people? Apparently, the original idea was to have Diego in a fat suit and then have him ripped once he gets his powers back, but that was scrapped, and they didn't even bother to retroactively remove all the scenes with the fat jokes.
There were a lot of jokes at Diego's expense about his physique in the first half of the season, and then you're quite fit in the fight scene, so could you explain to me the timeline of how that happened?
Steve said, look, you can either gain up to you, we can either make like a fat suit, you gain a lot of weight, and then I said, well, what if inducing the marigold reverts him back to like normal state? And he said, great. And so that was better, you know, because I was like, I don't really want, because I know you were gonna do the prosthetic thing, and I was like, I don't want to get all prosthetic on my like big body and stuff. So I was like, I'll just do that, and yeah, worked out, I think.
Unfortunately, even that idea was a mess, because they still make fun of him for being fat after he gets his powers back. And why the heck would getting his powers back make Diego ripped? His muscular build was a result of his training, not the marigold. It's like saying, I don't know, Luther's gorilla body would come back if he suddenly got his powers back. Oh wait. Another thing that's ironically funny about the fat jokes is how much they highlight the writer's hypocrisy. Allison was clearly gaining weight since season 4 on account of the actress being pregnant, but that was just never made fun of, let alone even mentioned by the characters. Yet somehow, when Diego gains some belly weight that's not even clearly visible through his regular clothing, suddenly every single character can see it. Either have the fat jokes, make sure they don't break continuity and keep them consistent among the characters, or don't have them at all. After the Jennifer quest concludes, the NTR quest begins. Lila cheats on Diego with 5 after spending 7 years lost with him, and when Diego finds this out, he asks the only question that he considers important.
Do you love him? You love him.
Even after all this spiteful demon has put him through, he's still willing to open the door to try to make things right with her. I don't know if that borders on sainthood or character assassination, quite frankly, but regardless, it doesn't matter because she's interrupted by the news before she gets to answer. Another nitpick is the fact that this would have been a great moment to bring back Diego's stutter as we watch him struggle to ask Lila this question. The news leads to them finding out the location of Ben and Jennifer, who they try to separate, but before that, Five and Diego decide that the most important thing they need to do before trying to stop the world from ending is to fight over the fact that they're both in love with Lila, truly a fate worse than death. The guy who was willing to save JFK from getting assassinated regardless of the consequences to the timeline and was actively thinking of ways to save the world, even after the Kugel Blitz had already swallowed up most of it. The guy who his own brother mockingly said was like Batman if you aimed lower, has now devolved into a guy who lets his feelings get in the way of him saving the world, because that's the priority now, I guess. Just like Luther, Diego's story comes to its logical conclusion with him having to sacrifice himself for the sake of saving the world. As he gets consumed by the cleanse, he says to Lila,
You were right. I see you. I finally see you.
Yeah, I see that woman for the demon she is as well, Diego. Don't worry. Jokes aside, that statement is ridiculous and Diego has nothing to apologize to Lila for. That'll become more apparent why in the Lila segment. His final words are,
No more legs than eggs, eh?
which is a dumb joke about Luther's stripper job. The final shot to get of Diego is a flashback of him running across the grassy knoll to try and tackle a man who he thought was his father in a failed attempt to stop the JFK assassination. And I think that's a fitting thing to end on. That flashback captures everything about what Diego has turned into by the end pretty well. I said before that the main thing that separates Diego from his siblings is the fact that he actually wants to be a hero, some of that evidenced by the fact that he's a vigilante at the time we meet him. When Diego talked to his father told him that he was a delusional man with an overinflated sense of self-importance, a man in over his head. At the time, I hoped he was wrong, but based on his actions, it would appear that his father was right about him all along. Diego fails to seek justice for the death of Detective Patch, he fails to save the world from Vanya, he fails to stop the assassination of JFK, his primary goal that season. He fails to make Lila happy despite the reprehensible actions he forgives her for, and ultimately, at his end, all he can do is stand there and watch himself fail to save his siblings and stop the end of the world. His final shot epitomizes who he is by the end, a man running to achieve a task that will inevitably just lead to the revelation of his next failure. He dies as a hero, whose greatest benefit that he could provide to the world was his death. His final form is representative of how his father described him, a golden flower, not much larger or smaller than any of the 7 other flowers that surround it, not that much brighter or duller than any of the flowers it's surrounded by, and not much farther apart from the rest of the flowers that surround it. Despite his efforts, he is merely an entity that, to most people, is nearly indistinguishable from the other entities it's surrounded by, regardless of how different he tries to look. Something tragically unaware of his own insignificance, a truly awful death. Thankfully, this phantom season never existed. If you ask the fans of this show what their favorite character was, most of them would likely say Allison. And I'd strongly agree. I'd say Allison is probably the best written character in the show, and one of the best written female characters in all of fiction. The reason I know this is because I heard a rumor from someone that told me this. But that same person also told me that sexual assault wasn't really a big deal, so I'm a bit conflicted. I don't want to spread untrue rumors, so I'll have to take a look at what Allison does over the course of the show to be able to determine what kind of person she is. I'm sure that by the end of this, just like the fans, I'll be able to see how much of an amazing person she is. Allison starts off as an actress, going through a divorce with her husband, Patrick, who I'm sure we all vividly remember his name. She has a daughter named Claire, a superpower that allows her to make anyone do anything she wants by initially uttering the phrase, "I heard a rumor," followed by what she wants them to do, and 6 siblings who she hasn't seen in a very long time. When her father dies, Allison is able to reunite with her siblings in order to prepare for the funeral, and the shenanigans ensue soon after. Allison's development in the first season is conveyed through 3 major relationships: her relationship with her brother Luther, her relationship with her daughter, and her relationship with her sister Vanya. Since childhood, Allison and Luther have had a romantic interest in one another, but those feelings have largely remained unaddressed until now. Once they reunite as adults, it's patently clear that those feelings are still present. Allison tells Luther about the stories she used to tell Claire regarding him being on the moon. She says she wished she had been there with him, when he pours his heart out and explains what it was like for him up there. And if that wasn't enough, she tells Luther that he's the kindest man she's ever met, and that she's compared every man she's ever met to him, which takes place in a dance that culminates with the two of them kissing in a timeline that later gets erased. In that timeline, when Allison says to Luther that he's the only person that knows her, that knows who she is, and still likes her anyway, it's apparent that her love for him is also tied to the comfort she finds in the fact that he's the only person she's had the closest relationship with since childhood and has never rumored. The fact that she tells Luther she's partially grateful to Reginald for enabling them to meet is a testament to how much she wants to be with someone that loves her for who she is, without having to force them to, like she's done in the past. Which is a bit ironic considering future events. This brings us to Claire. It's through her that we get to understand exactly why Allison has a negative association with her powers. Apparently, Allison rumored Claire to sleep, an act that her husband Peter, who I'm sure we all remember, witnessed, and that led to him seeking a divorce in which he obtained full custody of Claire. Allison resents that, and it's implied that she hasn't used her powers since that incident. Much like her brother Klaus, Allison's abilities led to her becoming an addict. The ability that she once used as a child to justifiably stop criminals slowly became a habitual tool that she would use to make friends and get ahead in her career, and that tool eventually turned into a crutch that she used to achieve everything in her life, from mundane tasks like making her child eat broccoli or making her stop crying to bigger things, like the strong implication that she may have rumored Paul into loving her.
I heard a rumor wanted to be my
friend.
I heard a rumor that you like.
I heard a rumor you left me
I heard a rumor
alone.
that you stopped crying. I heard a rumor that I get it in one. I heard a rumor that you think I'm perfect for this. I heard a rumor that you love me.
Her entire life is nothing more than a carefully constructed facade, built upon the practice of bending the people around her to her will in order to provide her with whatever and whoever she needs, and using that to live a perfect life that she has done nothing to earn. A fact that's mirrored by her very choice of career, an actress. She pretends to be something she isn't. That perfect life crumbles when her husband catches her getting a next fix. And even though she could easily rectify that using those same powers that got her into this mess, she instead uses this as a moment of self-reflection. She vows to never use her abilities again in the hopes of finally constructing something real and earned in her life. Something that she can look at with as much adoration as she does Luther. Lastly, we have Vanya. Allison and Vanya's relationship gets off to a rocky start as Allison initially views Vanya as a child, still blaming her father for her own mistakes, citing the expose book that she wrote in the family as evidence of that. However, as the season progresses, Allison recognizes how isolated Vanya was from the rest of them as a child and chooses to bond with her, form another loving relationship that isn't reliant on rumors. Despite this, over the course of their relationship, Allison grows increasingly suspicious of Vanya's boyfriend, Leonard Peabody, who she believes is too perfect and must be hiding something from her. Years of living a life founded on manipulation have also given her an eye for spotting other deceptive people. She's eventually proven right. Just like her, the boyfriend's entire identity was fabricated and his real name was Harold Jenkins, a man with a completely different history. When Allison confronts Vanya with this fact, Vanya doesn't believe her. The confrontation leads to Allison unlocking a memory she had kept buried in the recesses of her mind. When they were children, Allison rumored Vanya into believing she was just an ordinary person with no powers under the instruction of her father. Struck by this, Vanya's powers incidentally activate, and for the first time since vowing to stop, Allison tries to once again rumor her sister to avoid getting hurt by her. Unfortunately, before she's able to complete her sentence, Vanya slices her neck and leaves her bleeding out on the floor. She's later rescued by her siblings, and the neck is sewn back shut, but she temporarily loses her ability to speak. Allison has been trying hard to avoid using her abilities in the efforts of building something genuine for herself, even going as far as refusing to use them to force a cop to provide her with information that might lead to her sister's whereabouts. Nevertheless, it's somewhat poetic that her journey concludes with her being stripped of the voice she has used to bend so many people to her will, at one of the only times she would have been justified in using it. And this is carried out by one of the earliest victims to her power. After she's rendered mute, there's a neat scene in which Allison requests to use Luther's voice to communicate with her daughter over the phone as she writes down what she wants him to say to her. It's a good way of highlighting where she's at with the development so far. Firstly, she's been forced into a position of helplessness, vulnerability, and frustration, where there's nothing she can do to expedite the process. She has to write down whatever she wants to say, and she can't rumor her way out of that. Secondly, she's somewhat been placed in the position of her victims, in that she's unable to fully express her true desires in the exact way that she wants, and is completely reliant on the will of another person. At the end of the day, Luther could tell Claire whatever he wants to, positive or negative, say it's what Allison communicated, and she'd be powerless to stop that. Thirdly, it shows her the good that can come from building a relationship that's not founded on her rumors. When she drops her notepad and is struggling to pick it up, Luther is able to convey Allison's love to Claire by expressing his own love for her. The one genuine relationship that she's maintained since childhood is what enables her to achieve this. Lastly, it shows just how much she's lost through the abuse of her abilities. She's miles away and unable to communicate with her own daughter as a result of destroying the trust of both her and her husband, Preston, who I'm sure you all vividly remember. She's also experiencing the unintended consequences of naively using her abilities on her sister as a child. The season ends with Allison being the one to calm down her sister, not with a lie, not with a rumor, but with a distraction. Unfortunately, Vanya still ends up destroying the world, and Allison and her siblings escape to the 1960s to avoid their destruction. Even with that, Allison's arc is complete. It dealt with how her addiction to rumor slowly led to the erosion of most of the honest relationships she had over the years, and the eventual destruction of the loving relationship she had with her daughter. Allison learns her lesson. She briefly experiences the pain of her victims and determines what kind of person she wants to be through strengthening her relationships with both Vanya and Luther. She's definitely learned her lesson, right? And will certainly never abuse her abilities again. This is called subtle foreshadowing. A large part of the second season is the continuation of what Allison learned from the end of the first season. When she lands in 1961 Dallas, Texas, Allison is still mute and unluckily has to deal with the racial discrimination at the time. Luckily, she's able to get a job at a salon as well as a loving husband named Raymond Chestnut. Her voice comes back after a year, and in that time, she's grown to think of her abilities as a secondary tool in stressful situations rather than a primary one. With the help of Raymond, Allison and her friends at the salon plan to stage a sit-in at an all-white restaurant as a form of protesting racial discrimination in the hopes of garnering enough press to attract the attention of JFK. Something I found funny is that when Allison starts the sit-in, she claims that she can read 7 languages.
Can't you read, girl? 7 languages.
And at no point in the entire show do we ever see her utilize that skill. What a waste. Anyway, Some complications arise with this plan, which lead to Allison using her abilities in order to stop a police officer from beating Raymond. This leads to her confessing everything about who she is to him. Allison momentarily slips back into old habits when she goes a bit too far with her pals and makes a waiter scold his own hand with hot tea. However, unlike the previous times, she recognizes that and doesn't make that mistake again. Allison manages to reunite with Luther and the rest of her siblings at one point, and it's clear when she meets Luther that there's still some tension between them, but things are complicated with her marriage, so once again, nothing is pursued. She also manages to reconcile things with Vanya. By the end of the season, she gets a chance to go back to the future and reunite with Claire. She tries to bring Raymond with her, but he declines. They have a tearful goodbye, and she joins her siblings to presumably go back to the original timeline minus the apocalypse. First off, I'll commend the actress. She says she did a lot of research into discrimination at the time. It's good to know that she put that much effort into learning about what her character would go through at the time and trying to incorporate that into how she portrayed Allison. Aside from that, Allison is still pretty consistent about learning the responsibility and dependence that can come from using her powers. A fact that I'm positive will remain in the third season. This is called subtle foreshadowing. The third season mainly deals with Allison's hate, sadness, and ruthlessness. Specifically, how far she's willing to go to get what she wants. As stated before, Allison and her siblings arrive in an alternate timeline in which their mothers died before they were ever born, and their father adopted a different group of siblings that he named the Sparrows. As a result, Claire doesn't exist, and Parker isn't around either. In Allison's eyes, most of her sacrifices have amounted to nothing but despair. Her choice not to continue abusing her powers anymore only led to her losing custody of Claire, and now, her choice to leave Raymond in the 1960s in the hopes of reuniting with Claire in the future has only led to her losing them, both. The only strong relationships she has left are her friendship with Vanya and the unresolved feelings with Luther. Consequently, Allison begins drinking heavily, as she grows to despise the people around her. She misdirects her anger at the people who she views as partially responsible for her losing her daughter, which leads to her jeopardizing her remaining relationships. She blames Five for his addiction to apocalypses. She tries to rumor Sloan into revealing the location of a briefcase that might enable her to go back to Claire's timeline, and she even tries to rumor herself into being happy, but sadly, it doesn't work. I do like that scene, but something that occurred to me is, later on, why doesn't Allison let Lila copy her powers and try to rumor her into being happy? She rumored her to stop breathing in their previous fight, so Allison being unable to make herself happy must just be because she personally can't use her abilities on her own body, not because her powers don't work on her. Why not at least try this loophole? Aside from that, the main takeaway from this is obviously that Allison's vulnerable state is causing her to slowly regress and begin to abuse her powers once more. At one point, Allison has a discussion with Diego about how much she's lost so far. In their conversation, Allison talks about still having some PTSD from the racism she felt in the 1960s, something she says she specifically talks to Diego about because she believes he's one of the only siblings that will understand her mentality. Diego's solution to her problem, apparently, is to take her to a bar filled with people that were meant to assume all racist, and antagonize them enough to start a fight and beat them up. And based on the way it's portrayed, I just take this scene as more evidence of Allison slipping into making more and more dubious ethical choices. After some time, Luther finally talks to Allison about how she's doing. She talks about how much she's lost and how she can't stand to lose more. They hug, and Allison goes in for a kiss, but Luther has moved on at this point, so he pulls away to go see Sloan. They argue over this. Allison berates him for blowing her off, for someone he's only recently met, while Luther questions if she would even be with him right now if she had Raymond and Claire back. She says they are not here, but Luther retorts by saying he doesn't want to act as her distraction anymore. Things then take a dark turn when Allison says she can make him her distraction if she wants to. He says that's not funny, but Allison finds that extremely funny apparently, so she rumors him into staying there and kissing her. As she does this, she sees how much he's suffering and stops. But the damage is already done. She sexually assaulted her own brother. It's at this point that we get to see the extent to which Allison has sunk into her depression. She has completely regressed, gone against everything she's learned regarding the responsibility that comes with the use of her power, and committed an act comparable to, if not worse, than what led to her losing custody of her daughter. She has now destroyed the closest genuine relationship she had since childhood by tainting it with an awful rumor. The only relationship she has left worth salvaging at this point is her friendship with Viktor. But even with that, from this point on, Allison is a bad person. Even the actors confirm this.
I really enjoyed season 3 of Allison because she, in her own way, got to kind of be the villain of the Umbrella.
You know, I think trauma comes to the surface in many different ways. And I think what we are looking at and the Allison that is in front of us in season 3 is an Allison that is being affected by the past year that she's had.
Ah, yes. I too assault people and I'm hurting. Allison shows no self-contemplation or remorse in the aftermath of what she does to Luther. All she thinks about is Claire and Raymond. Allison later finds out that Harlan's the one who killed their parents in this new timeline, and due to a series of misguided logical deductions that I'll cover in my plot video, she blames him for her daughter no longer existing in this timeline. She also blames Viktor for keeping that fact a secret from her and sheltering him after he found out. Allison retaliates by murdering Harlan and delivering his body to the Sparrows, who have wanted him dead since he killed 2 of their siblings. She has now graduated from assault to murder, and subsequently destroyed the last good friendship that she had established from the first season. She is a full-on villain at this point. Allison seals the final nail in the coffin of their friendship when she blames Viktor for destroying the world twice now and destroying her life in the process. She tells him that they should have left him in the basement, after which Viktor smacks her. In this conversation, Allison's eyes glow yellow, and she manages to rumor Viktor into shutting up without using the phrase, "I heard a rumor." Apparently due to her interference with the process of Viktor taking back his marigold from Harlan. Another unfortunate thing that happens in this scene is that Allison gestures Luther to sit down when he tries to break up the fight between her and Viktor, even though she has no ground to stand on at this point. So far, the only consequences she's gotten for her actions are a power boost and exerting her superiority over the man she assaulted. Not great, but I'm sure those consequences will be coming soon, right? Right?
Wrong.
Following this, Allison talks with Lila. She says she feels nothing over killing Harlan and is overall nihilistic. Lila tells her to get a focal point, something concrete she can focus on regardless of the timeline changes. She says Claire is gone, and Lila tells her to find another one. Claire's memory is the only thing that Allison has left right now. She was the most important person in her life, and she'll do anything to get her back. This line of reasoning leads her to Reginald. As the world ends, she makes a deal with him, in which she agrees to convince the siblings to participate in his plan to try and stop the apocalypse in exchange for something. This causes her to issue fake apologies to Luther and Viktor in an effort to get them on her side. Given her mental state, I don't know why she doesn't just room all of them to do whatever the heck she wants, but alright. Anyway, Reginald eventually kills Luther to unite the family, something that Allison did not agree to, but is able to overlook for the sake of maintaining their deal. When Reginald is about to kill her siblings, she kills him to stop the process, but ultimately chooses to enact his plan and reset the universe. Allison then wakes up in a universe in which Claire is alive and Raymond is her husband. That was the nature of the deal with her father. I think it's fairly obvious that Allison is an irredeemable monster by the end of this season. She's committed assault and murder, she's destroyed all her pre-established relationships, she's lied to and manipulated her siblings, she made a heavily self-serving deal with her father that led to the deaths of 2 of her siblings and the near death of the rest of them, and she gambled all their lives on the slim chance that one of the most untrustworthy men she's ever met will live up to the deal that she made with him. All these reprehensible acts were done with the goal of either hurting the people that she believes cost her a life with her daughter, or enabling her to see her daughter again. She is past the point of no return.
Allison was a villain in season 3, so I think...
Why was she a villain?
Because she destroyed all of our lives.
She destroyed the universe.
Come on, dude. You didn't see it season 3?
I would say the writers have done a pretty good job in turning her into a villain, and I'm certain, I am absolutely certain that she'll get her comeuppance next season, because that's what you do with villains, right?
You serious?
Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons as the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with Allison's character. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Allison would have gone through if a 4th season of this show ever did exist. So, we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. 6 years have passed. Claire's grown up. Raymond has left Allison for unspecified reasons. She probably assaulted him too. Allison's a small-time actress with no powers who shares an abode with Klaus and hasn't interacted with the rest of her siblings since they got to this new reality. She eventually does reunite with them, and it's about as lackluster as you'd expect for the Phantom Season. No explanations are given, no excuses are provided, and no apologies are handed out. The closest we get to that is Viktor saying that he understands why Allison did what she did, but that they're no longer friends.
You did what you did. I get it. You got Claire and Ray. And things worked out fine for me too. Like, I'm happy. But we're not friends.
That's fine. But there needs to be a scene where Allison gets sat down and reprimanded for all the horrific things that she did to her siblings. Again, she basically lied to all of them, manipulated them, assaulted one of them, got some of them killed temporarily, and forced them into a reality that she wanted, and yet all she's gotten so far is a "we're not friends anymore" comment after ostracizing herself from the family for 6 years. It's just not enough. I need more. If you're wondering what happened to Raymond's actor and why he wasn't in this season, despite being part of Allison's entire motivation to backstab her siblings, then keep wondering, cause I have no idea. This is a subplot with Klaus and Allison where they argue with the symbiotic nature of their relationship, and that she might be using his failure to feel better about her life, while he uses her home as a shelter to avoid having to actually live his life in fear of death. It's all superficial, but there's a couple of things that happen with this that really frustrate me. First off, after the argument, Allison yells and asks her siblings,
You know what, actually, while we're here, does anybody else have some shit that they want to get off their chest? Because now's the time.
and they all just shyly look at her with nothing to say. So I'll say something for them. Hey Allison, how about the sexual assault, or the lying, or the manipulation, or the getting the two of us killed, or the almost getting all of them killed, or the actual murder of a guy? She literally says,
I'm done being the bad guy in this family.
You serious?
Are you joking? You're not, though. She has no right to say any of this and has no ground to stand on. She is a horrible human being who continues to be a bad guy. She hasn't even apologized. Secondly, her daughter, Claire, is the one who analyzes and gives Allison insight into her relationship with Klaus. I don't like this trope. In my eyes, parents should not be the ones who have a lot to learn about life and relationships from their children. It ought to be vice versa. A child should not be the one making you understand the nuances of the relationship you have with your adult sibling. I find that bizarre. Even the way Claire explains it is so unnatural.
Why do you keep trying to save someone who can literally save himself?
When did you get so smart?
Seems like you need to address your inability to set healthy boundaries.
It's just too analytical. Kids our age don't talk like this at all. Lastly, Allison at one point has to save her brother after he's essentially been kidnapped and held hostage. In the process of saving him, we learn that Allison has acquired some new tricks. She now has super strength, electricity fluctuation, psychokinesis, in addition to mind control. Somehow. Well, I guess it's good to know that a nice person like her ends up being rewarded with all these amazing gifts. What's funny about this scene is that Allison has no idea who this guy is or what he's done. From her perspective, she just blows down the door of this establishment, taking out a guard, and breaks into the place, after which another guy hits her in the head in an effort to defend himself from a dangerous intruder. When her daughter tries to attack him, he defends himself against her, and then Allison tortures him via gentle mutilation and threatens to kill him in the hopes that this guy knows where her brother is. She sure is lucky that the one person she severely tortures just so happens to be the only person who tortured her brother and knows exactly where he is, huh? What if it is just some random guy? When Allison meets the Reginald Hargreeves of this new timeline and he brings up the idea of killing either Ben or Jennifer in order to stop the cleanse, she has the gall to tell him,
You do realize that you're talking about human beings and not lab rats, correct?
This is coming from the assaulter, murderer, life gambler, and backstabber extraordinaire, by the way. The apple doesn't fall that far from the tree, Allison. After all her horrendous actions, Allison's story comes to its illogical end when she's forced to commit suicide in order to save the universe.
Suicide is badass!
Her final words to Viktor are,
I'm sorry you left Canada for this.
and her final words in general are,
Maybe we'll see each other again.
the final shot we get of Allison is a flashback of her dancing with Luther in the day that never was, the timeline that was erased, and quite frankly, that's a great show of who she is by the end. A phony. Allison is dancing in an non-existent timeline with background lights that aren't actually there, and seeing Luther in a form that he doesn't currently hold. Everything about that flashback is fake, and that's who she is by the end. By the time we wrap up the Phantom season, Allison is in a position where she's morally grandstanding to her father, condemning him for planning to do something she herself did with no regret or remorse. She acts as if she's paid her dues for the harm that she's inflicted upon her family, even though she neither acknowledges nor apologizes for any of her deeds. She is pretending as if she's in any position to lecture her brother for anything he has done, and she's rewarded with an abundance of power for all of this. The marigold flower she turns into is emblematic of exactly what she became. A pretty flower that, if you watch long enough, will wilt away to reveal its origin. An ugly, black-brown, prickly seed. She has simply regressed into what she once was. An actress, playing a character completely dissimilar to who she really is, while ignoring her past actions, even though they keep coming up. In the end, the rumor was true.
I heard a rumor that I get it in one I heard a rumor that you think I'm perfect for
A truly awful death. Thankfully, this Phantom season never existed. We finally get confirmation that the white oak stake cannot in fact kill an original hybrid, as Klaus regenerates after his death and appears in a new reality. Luckily, he's still immortal, still funny, and still has a bad relationship with his father, but he's also a drug addict with 6 siblings and the ability to conjure and communicate with the dead without needing witches. We first meet Klaus coming out of a rehabilitation center, and it's clear that despite this, he still has a drug problem based on the fact that he immediately purchases drugs after coming out of the center. The death of his father, Reginald Hargreeves, affords him the chance to meet the siblings at the funeral. From the interactions, it's clear that his siblings view him as an unreliable, reckless burden with a chronic drug addiction, and he doesn't exactly give them any reason to doubt that. Luther catches him stealing their dad's possessions, he's perpetually drinking and smoking, and he can't even sober up enough to conjure up his father's spirit, which leads to him spilling his ashes. A neat detail about the funeral is that the last shot we get there is that of Klaus, followed by Ben's statue. We later get the backstory in Ben's funeral. The last shot we see there is also of Klaus and Ben. Just like his siblings, Klaus views his father as a bad person, mainly due to the way he trained him as a child. Since Klaus's abilities to communicate with and conjure the dead, his father would lock him in a mausoleum for hours on end to help him master this ability, stating,
"You must become the master of your own life, number 4, or it will become the master of you."
This led to Klaus being scarred and living in constant fear of the spirits he would see, so he decided to turn to drugs as a way to quell that fear. The drugs would numb his powers, which allowed him to no longer see the ghosts. This ultimately developed into a drug addiction that he had no reason to stop, as it mitigated his suffering with no lasting consequences. The only ghost he's able to see and verbally interact with is his brother, Ben, who he conjured at a young age and thus isn't affected by the drug use. His past also led to him using humor as a coping mechanism, in some cases to avoid dealing with his pain.
Strangling to get the blood flowing, am I right? You spent the last 10 hours beating me senseless, and you've learned absolutely nothing. You assholes kidnapped the wrong guy.
Despite this, Klaus finds a good reason to overcome his addiction. At one point, he's accidentally transported to Vietnam in 1968 in the middle of the war. There, he meets Dave, a soldier, who he ends up serving and falling in love with. A neat detail is that when Klaus is trying to come up with a fake identity to impersonate Five's father, while coming up with a fake backstory for his mother, he says that they met at the disco.
What's our cover story?
What are you talking about?
I mean, was I really young when I had you? Like 16? Like young and terribly misguided? Your mother, that slut, whoever she was, we met at the disco.
When he goes back in time, Dave and Klaus also end up kissing at the disco. Unfortunately, after spending a year with him, Dave is killed in combat, and Klaus returns to the present filled with hatred, sadness, and regret. He never even got to say goodbye to Dave. As a result of this, Klaus wants to try and conjure Dave's spirit in order to communicate with him one last time, but to do that, he has to be sober. So, in a timeline that is later erased, Klaus decides to face his fear of the dead and try to overcome his drug addiction, an act motivated by love. In the actual timeline, Klaus still attempts to get sober but doesn't have Diego to help him, so instead, when Luther finds out the truth about the moon mission and he begins drinking and begging his brother to show him how to be like him, he's forced to help Luther not go down the same road that he went down while he himself is going through withdrawal symptoms.
I want to do whatever it is that you...
No, you don't. No, absolutely not.
You always seem so carefree, and I just need an ID. I want to be number 4.
Trust me. You don't want that. You don't want that.
The juxtaposition of having a recovering addict being forced to help someone who's symbolically fallen off the wagon from turning into them is quite nice. Klaus is confirmed to be immortal for the first time when he dies and talks to his father in the afterlife, who tells him that he apparently killed himself in order to bring the family back together. Klaus conveys this fact to the family, and he's confirmed to now be sober. Sadly, he doesn't get the time to conjure David as he gets roped into helping his siblings save the world from being destroyed by Vanya. His journey to sobriety pays off as he manages to conjure Ben's spirit, who kills all the people shooting at their siblings and ends up saving their lives. The season ends with the world being destroyed in spite of their efforts and Klaus and his sibling getting transported to the past to escape the destruction. Klaus's arc was obviously about facing your fears and overcoming addiction. It's executed really well, and I'd say that execution continues well into the next season. Klaus and Ghost Ben land in Dallas, Texas on February 11th, 1960. Naturally, over the next 3 years, Klaus uses the connection he makes with the wealthy woman in his powers to start a massive cult, seemingly based on songs and artists from the future. Ben confirms that Klaus has still been sober for those 3 years, but alas, his sobriety is tested when he interacts with Dave again. He tries to convince the past version of Dave to not enlist in the Vietnam War, but he's unsuccessful. Dave punches him, and Klaus defaults to drinking again after 3 years of sobriety. Ben does attempt to get him back on the wagon by using the responsibility he has to his newfound cult as a driving force, which is partially successful, as Klaus admits to the cult that he's a fraud, but they're too dedicated to him at that point, so they just interpret his words as an expression of self-doubt and use it to further their beliefs.
I'm a fraud. I've been lying to all of you from the start, and I'm a complete and total fraud.
I'm a fraud too.
But your scriptures say, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. You guys don't want to follow me. I can't lead you anywhere. I'm not a guru. I'm not a messiah. I'm a fraud.
I too am a fraud.
I am a fraud.
I too am a fraud. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
Ben eventually tells Klaus that most of his life as a ghost has just been spent watching him make the same mistakes repeatedly. So when Ben asks Klaus to allow him to possess his body so that he can talk to a girl at his commune, he accepts. That's probably the best thing he's ever done for him. When Vanya gets her powers and memories back, she begins to cause waves of destruction that Luther, Allison, and Diego are powerless to stop. In the chaos, Klaus is able to once again conjure Ben. He, with his newfound powers of possession, is able to possess his sister, talk to her, and put an end to the destruction. Sadly, Ben's spirit is destroyed in the process, and as he passes on, he tells Vanya to tell Klaus that he was too scared to go into the light, and it wasn't him that made him stay. After this, we learn that Klaus was able to conjure Ben's spirit as a child and keep him next to him by claiming that he could pass on at whatever time he chose to, even though he had no actual knowledge of that.
I need to go back.
What? No, why? You just got here.
I know, but there's a light, and they told me to walk into it.
Don't worry about it. You can go whenever you want.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 1000%. Trust me, Benarino. It's not going anywhere. I'm the expert on the dead, remember?
This is something that Klaus has probably felt extremely guilty for doing, and might have even factored into his addiction, given that Ben acts as a consistent reminder of his mistakes, both literally, through him repeatedly reminding Klaus that he's making the wrong decisions, and figuratively, since this is the manifestation of one of Klaus's biggest and self-serving lies. Ben also cleans up Klaus's mistakes. While in his body, he relinquishes Klaus's claim over the cult, and leaves it to the new leadership so it doesn't evolve into chaos, and he manages to forcibly take Klaus to Five's meeting location in the hopes of getting him back to the future. Even though he's devastated by the death of the closest person he's ever held dear, Klaus is probably glad that he was able to provide his brother with a brief moment of joy through physical sensation one last time. Just as he's done before, Ben goes out cleaning up Klaus's biggest mistake by absolving him of all the guilt he's felt for lying to his brother.
But did he say anything about me?
He wanted me to tell you that he was too scared to go to the light. It wasn't you that made him stay.
Oh, that little shitheel. All these years, and I thought it was my fault that he didn't take his ticket to heaven.
Notably, Klaus doesn't default to drinking after Ben's death like he normally would. He instead lies on his bed and likely contemplates what life is going to be like without him. Later on, when Klaus is falling while fighting the members of the Commission, he's able to summon 2 spirits to capture him, marking the first time we've seen him conjure a spirit in the real world besides Ben. Him and his siblings then manage to get a briefcase and presumably go back to their own timeline without the apocalypse. The second season mainly dealt with Ben trying to get Klaus to step up and take responsibility for his actions, and even though Klaus makes a failed attempt at this, and Ben has to ultimately mop up his mistakes, with Ben's death, Klaus is left in a position where he no longer has anyone to remind him that what he's doing is wrong, and he has no one to fix his mistakes for him. It's a good progression for his character, which I think is improved even further with the 3rd season. So, due to the 1960s shenanigans, Klaus and his siblings land in an alternate timeline in which their father adopted a different group of siblings and named them the Sparrows. The 2 groups fight, the Umbrellas lose, and Klaus directs them to a hotel where they can stay called the Hotel Obsidian. Later on, Klaus takes Five to accompany him on a journey to find his birth mother in this new timeline, as he's curious about his past. His curiosity leads to him and Five discovering that their mothers died before they were ever born in this timeline, and thus another apocalypse called a Kugel Blitz is imminent. After getting unsatisfactory answers on his mother's side, Klaus decides to approach the Reginald Hargreeves of this new timeline to find out more about him. It's then that he discovers that this Reginald is being subdued through a consistent administration of drugs from the Sparrows.
Gotta move on.
Klaus shows him how to fake taking the pills he's been given.
Damn pills! I can help you with that. All you have to do is just pop to the side, such as this. Yeah. Ta-da! Old necessary rehab trick.
And this Reginald responds by saying,
I didn't care for you when last we met, but I must admit you're growing on me.
he's already gotten more than he was looking for from this Reginald, validation, and that makes him happy. Soon after, Klaus dies by harpoon in the hands of a child and is once again transported to the afterlife. It's after this encounter that Klaus fully realizes that he's immortal. He finds his mother in the afterlife, who tells him that he's died and come back to life 56 times. She also says she's at peace and that she wants him to find a purpose. When Klaus comes back to life, he goes back to meet Reginald, who naturally kills him, puts him in his trunk, and drives off with his body. When Klaus regains consciousness, his father requests that he undergo reanimation training in order to further his abilities, saying,
It's a skill like any other. You simply need the right coach.
which is a line I quite like. Klaus reluctantly agrees, and they begin the training. By the end of it, he's able to come back to life almost immediately after he dies. He's mastered reanimation, so the next step is communicating with the dead. Reginald takes him to a cemetery to enable him to conquer his fear of ghosts, and is eventually successful. Death has always been something unique to Klaus. It's tied to his addiction, his relationships, his powers, and his fears. Klaus has now essentially conquered death, the thing that he feared so much for most of his life that drew a rift between him and his father, drove him to addiction, and knew to disabilities is now nothing more than a tool to him. It's through death that he's able to meet his dead mother after failing to find her in life. It's through multiple deaths that he's able to strengthen his relationship with his alternate father, and it's by facing death that he's able to fully master his abilities. He's grown tremendously through his interactions with Reginald. It's amazing to see, and it's not even done yet. After Reginald helps him, even though he's not obligated to do so, Klaus pays him back by helping him appeal to his siblings so they can agree to listen to his plan and try to stop the apocalypse. He coaches Reginald on how to deal with the kids in a more polite and friendly manner so they might be more willing to help him. The parallel between Reginald coaching him to master his abilities and him coaching Reginald on how to talk to his siblings is immaculate. Conversation is also a skill like any other, and it appears the right coach for Reginald was Klaus. As Klaus tries to convince his siblings to trust his father, he ends up marrying Sloane and Luther to one another. He explains to the Ben of this timeline the difference between their Ben and him in order to help him get along better with his family. And he talks to Five, who tells him that old dogs like him and his father don't really change. Five is unfortunately proven right, as when the remaining part of the hotel is being swallowed up by the Pogo Blitz. Reginald tells Klaus that he's done a fine job of bringing him back into the family fold, but he's more trouble than he's worth, so he pushes him back and closes the door to oblivion behind him. He then says, "Sorry, Klaus." Luckily, this is not the end of Klaus. He has mastered death, so he has no need to fear it anymore. He kills himself by jumping onto the horn of the mounted buffalo head in the room in order to escape into the afterlife before the Kugel Blitz consumes him, proving once again that death is just a tool to him now. In the afterlife, Klaus is reunited with his brother, Luther, and it's apparent that he even has a clear understanding of the afterlife when he tells Luther,
Come on. I had to die like 1,000,000 times before figuring that one out. Oh. This is someone's idea of heaven?
he manages to come back to life and bring Luther's spirit with him. Luther's spirit ends up moving on in the battle when Klaus gets injured and can no longer hold on to his spirit, and he gives a tearful goodbye to Sloane as he disappears. An interesting detail about this is that Klaus officiated Sloane and Luther's wedding, and during a wedding, one of the things that's typically said in the vows is, "Till death do us part." Klaus, who has mastered death at this point, is the one who links their lives together, and it's that same master that ends up doing them part, which is pretty neat. Season 3 is probably the strongest season for Klaus's character, and for me, it's what solidified him as the best character in the show. It picks up right from where Season 2 left off, with the idea that Ben has always wanted Klaus to step up, instead of constantly repeating his mistakes. Klaus doesn't relapse this entire season despite no longer having Ben, having the Ben of this reality reject him, finding out his mother died, and having to face his fears and talk to the dead. He confronts his past through his interactions with both his mother and his alternate father, and through those interactions gains a deeper understanding of himself and complete mastering of his abilities. He's now conquered both death and addiction, in addition to regret, the three spirits that have haunted him since childhood. As a child, his father told him that he must become the master of his own life, or it will become the master of him. He's mastered his life through his death, and at least for now, has not allowed his addiction to dictate the choices he makes. He's a fully realized man, and in all honesty, the show could have ended here, and his arc would be complete. Unfortunately, the Phantom season haunts even his character. A Funny juxtaposition is that this Klaus dies by stabbing himself in the back with a white horn after getting betrayed by someone he had grown close to, while Original's Klaus dies by getting stabbed in the front with a white oak stake by a person close to him. But they're both essentially choosing to kill themselves in those moments. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons as the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with Klaus's character. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Klaus would have gone through if a 4th season of the show ever did exist. So we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. 6 years have passed. Klaus has no powers. He's living with Allison and Claire, and later states that he's been sober for 3 years.
Klaus,
Yes?
you have been sober for 3 years?
The last statement indicates that he had a relapse at some point, which makes sense, given he was betrayed by someone he had grown close enough to consider a mentor, and ended up having to start his life in a new reality with presumably nothing but the clothes on his back. Klaus is also now a germaphobe who takes caution in every task and decision that he makes. He wears gloves and a mask. He's slow when crossing the street and talks about possible contamination from touching various surfaces. The loss of his powers has made him fearful of his surroundings, and the death that was once a tool for him has now reverted to being something he fears, but not because of the addiction and spirits this time, but because of its inevitability, unpredictability, and finality. He's now on the other end of what his father told him. His life has become the master of him. He enslaves himself and refuses to partake in any experiences with even the slightest risk of danger, as a result of gaining a fear of death through the loss of his immortality. Later on, when presented with an opportunity to regain his powers, Klaus declines.
Does anyone here actually want their power back?
No, sirree, Bob. For the first time in my life, I'm sober. And happy, but most importantly, 100% poltergeist-free.
For a long time now, his abilities have been linked to his addiction, and even though he conquered the fear that was associated with his powers that led him to the addiction, it's been 6 years and he doesn't want to give in to the temptation that can come with knowing that he could fall off the wagon again with no real consequences thanks to his immortality. He appreciates the fact that his mortality forces him to be sober because otherwise he could ruin his life and die. Klaus having to force himself to resist his urges is pretty consistent with the first season when he had to make Diego tie him to a chair as he went through withdrawal, which is nice. And the fact that Klaus has gone from a man who bought drugs immediately after coming out of rehab to a man who rejects the literal golden opportunity to become immortal and maintain his addiction without any significant consequences to his health is a testament to how far he's come as a character. Unfortunately, Klaus gets shot and begins to bleed out later on, and Allison is forced to give him the marigold to stop him from dying. When he comes to, Klaus is pissed off about this, as the fear of death was the biggest factor keeping him sober for so long, and now that fear is gone, and there are essentially no guardrails to stop him from going off the deep end. I understand all that, but at the same time I feel like Klaus should be a lot more understanding of the fact that his sister wasn't just going to let him die while having the tools to prevent that. He says,
But this is what you wanted, right?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this. Our little parasitic relationship, the eternal screw-up and his holy savior. As long as I'm around, you don't have to look directly at your empty pit of a life.
Again, I feel like the whole "was I supposed to let you die" thing isn't hammered home enough in this conversation. Anyway, Klaus and Allison break up, and Klaus falls so far off the wagon that he finds himself in the afterlife. He levitates now for some reason that's never explained, and he's made into a sex slave for people who wanted to have sex with dead people. If this was a crime in the real world, I'd probably call this something like paranormal prostitution. It is also turned into just a regular slave for people who wanted to communicate with dead people. This eventually leads to him getting buried alive and later rescued by Allison and Claire. One thing that's weird is that the sequence of him getting buried alive and rescued for some reason is played up with so much tension.
Thunderbolt!
Even though he literally can't die. Klaus's story comes to its logical end, with the man who's mastered death having to kill himself to save the universe. His last words to his family are,
I love you guys. But you are all assholes.
And the last image we see of him is a flashback of him leading his former cult. I think the worst thing about Klaus this season is that unlike the other characters, his character wasn't destroyed, his history wasn't completely forgotten, and he wasn't taken in some bizarre direction, at least until the finale. They have him go on an interesting arc that makes sense with what's been established, which is him dealing with the fragility of human life and the inevitability of death for the first time. Being frozen in a state of finally being put in a position where he has to make something of his now short life or risk dying a forgotten man, while at the same time fearing that death so much that it prevents him from ever trying to do anything more with the limited time that he has on this earth. And then when that fear is forcibly taken from him, he relapses completely, and then that's it. There's no resolution to this. He just kills himself. I thought we were heading to a resolution where Klaus finally disconnects the link between his powers and his addiction, because he realizes that neither of those things have any power over him anymore. That he's controlled one vice and his doing so has controlled the other. That even an immortal like him can choose to find meaning in life through his family by taking care of Allison and Claire. Kind of like his brother Luther. Because even though they've considered him to be a carefree, careless and reliable person with not much use to society, he's had a massive impact on all of their lives. He's the one that first finds out that their father killed himself and relays that information to his family. He's the one that helps the alternate version of his father to regain his faculties after being drugged for so long. He's the one who stops Luther from falling into a pit of substance abuse and turning into him. He's the one who softens up his alternate father, which allows Diego to hear the most positive thing he's ever heard from any version of his father. He's the one that stays with Allison after she justifiably ostracized herself from her entire family. He's the one that enables Five to find a book that leads him to realizing that they've created a grandfather paradox. He's the one that allows Ghost Ben to feel things for the first time since his death and helps Darth Ben connect with his family. He's the one that stays conscious long enough to allow Ghost Ben to possess Vanya and save the world. And he's the one that marries Sloane and Luther. I thought we were going somewhere with this, but I guess not. He just dies. There's no resolution to what he goes through. And that's just sad for a character as well developed as him. I guess his final form is just symbolic of what he became. A golden flower. Something that started out as a hard seed, developed into something fragile that can easily be stepped on and destroyed, and will eventually wilt and return to that same hard seed. Klaus is always in a constant cycle of getting in and out of his addiction, while growing and learning from that in the process, but by the end, he died right before he could fully overcome it. He died with the fragility of a flower that was on the cusp of becoming a seed. A truly awful death. Thankfully, this phantom season never happened. Ever since he left Ricky, Dickie and Dawn, Nicky's life hasn't been the same. He still has twin siblings, but there's 6 of them now instead of 3. He has time travel and teleportation powers, as well as a complicated relationship with his former employer. At Reginald's funeral, we learned that 5 apparently disappeared when he was 13 and hasn't been seen since his disappearance. His disappearance, coupled with Ben's death, is a large reason as to why most of the siblings left the house at such an early age. Later on, we discovered that when 5 was 13, he had seemingly mastered teleportation, an ability which he referred to as spatial jumping or blinking, and subsequently he wanted his father to begin training him on how to time travel. Reginald refused, believing that 5 wasn't ready yet, but 5 decided to ignore him and attempt jumping into the future anyway. After making a few short jumps, 5 found himself trapped in a post-apocalyptic world with no ability to escape, since his powers wouldn't allow that for some reason. When 5 reappears at the funeral, he explains this to his siblings and says that he's aged significantly since the last time they saw him and is now 58 years old. Unfortunately, due to time travel shenanigans, his body has reverted to physically being 13 years old. He is therefore a 58-year-old man trapped inside a child's body, kind of like young Sheldon. A neat detail is that when Vanya talks to Pogo about 5, Pogo says,
I always used to leave the lights on for him. So every night I'd make a little snack and make sure all the lights were on.
Oh, I remember your snacks. I'm pretty sure I stepped in half those peanut butter and marshmallow sandwiches.
When 5 comes back, the first thing he prepares himself is a peanut butter and marshmallow sandwich. Following his arrival, 5 explains to Vanya that the post-apocalyptic future he saw happens 8 days from now, and he's trying to stop it by attempting to find the owner of a prosthetic eye he has that might lead him to the cause of the end of the world. I have several issues with that reasoning, but I'll leave those for the plot video. Along the way, we also come to learn that 5 was not alone in his post-apocalyptic endeavors. He had a mannequin named Dolores that he would regularly have imaginary conversations with to keep him company. After several years alone, a woman called the Handler eventually showed up and recruited 5 into an agency that is tasked with the preservation of the time continuum known as the Commission, which you will come to understand as the source of a lot of my misery. 5 was offered 5 years of service, which is kind of funny, in exchange for being able to go back to his own timeline at the moment of his disappearance. After working for the Commission for some time, he broke the contract and went back to 2019 in order to try and stop the world from ending with the one clue he had. As a result, multiple agents from the Commission have been trying to hunt him down, the most recent being Hazel Chacha. When Luther asks him if he had a code when carrying out the killings the Commission assigned him for the sake of preserving the timeline, 5 says,
You didn't kill just anybody.
No code. We took out anyone who messed with the timeline.
It's murder.
Jesus, Luther, grow up. There's no such thing as good guys or bad guys. There's just people going about their lives. When the world ends, all those people die. Time changes everything.
First of all, the statement time changes everything immediately being followed by Klaus coming back from an experience that leads to him reevaluating his entire life is quite nice. Secondly, I don't agree with Five's reasoning, but that statement coupled with his history does give us a lot more insight into his character. We're able to conclude that Five is extremely resilient and resourceful based on the fact that he was able to survive in a post-apocalyptic future for decades without going completely insane, losing a limb, or suffering from malnutrition. He's incredibly intelligent, as his time travel abilities seem to require a large amount of complex calculations to carry out, and he was able to understand and apply those calculations well enough to not only attempt time travel as a child, but also to time travel back to 2019. Additionally, years of isolation and being forced to fend for himself have made him very self-reliant. Even though it would make his job much easier, instead of trying to tell his siblings about the apocalypse and get them to help him stop it, his immediate instinct is to go about his plan of trying to hunt down the owner of the eye alone. He only ropes in his siblings once the threat of the commission and his own physical limitations become impossible to overcome. Five is also rather stubborn, as he chooses to not heed his father's advice and practices time travel before he's ready. His years alone might have also made him slightly delusional, as he treats Dolores like a real person and entertains regular conversations with the mannequin. Furthermore, Five has become jaded, blunt, and pragmatic. The countless innocent people he's killed for the commission bear no weight on his soul, since to him, all of that was done in service of much more important, broader goals, like escaping a post-apocalyptic world, the preservation of the time continuum, and getting back to a timeline where he can stop the apocalypse from occurring. He justifies his actions further through his belief that there is no such thing as good or bad people, and when Diego angrily tells him that Patch died because Hazel and Chacha were looking for him, all he says is that
As soon as Diego's friend got in their way. Oh, fair game.
decades of development with no social interaction followed by years of being turned into the perfect killing machine have skewed his morality so much that he only sees the world in the form of objectives to achieve and obstacles in the way of that. And Patch was just another obstacle on the commission's road to him. Lastly, Five is a bit supercilious, a word I did not have to Google. He takes pride in his commission work, his sacrifices, his intelligence, his age, and his sense of survival, in part because he believes those things make him better than the people around him.
I need you to come back to the academy. All right, it's important.
It's important. You have no concept of what's important.
Well, you ought to, Five.
Believe me, you wouldn't understand.
Try me. And last I checked, I'm still the leader of this family.
Well, last I checked, I'm 28 years older than you.
You think you're better than us? You always have. Even when we were kids.
Think, and I'm better than you, number one. I know I am. I've done unimaginable things, things you couldn't even comprehend.
Right.
Kudos to Aidan Gallagher, by the way. Despite how young he is, he's one of the best actors in the show, and he's able to portray Five perfectly. But if Five doesn't believe in good or bad people and is okay with people dying if it serves an important purpose, then why isn't he okay with the world ending? The handler tells him that the apocalypse is meant to be and she can stop it, and the commission's job is to preserve the time stream. What bigger purpose could there be than that? He might be destroying the time continuum by trying to stop the apocalypse, so why does he do it? It's because of his family.
I've done unimaginable things, things you couldn't even comprehend.
Right.
Just to get back here and save you.
The handler offers him back a job at the commission with a promotion and a new body and says that the apocalypse is inevitable. Five accepts, and the one thing he asks for in return is for his family to be saved even with the coming apocalypse.
What about my family?
What about them?
I want them to survive. All of them.
When Five is at the commission, we get to see that he's also focused and an overachiever. He was apparently the best temporal assassin in the commission's history, and even as a new case manager, he asks for silence when doing his job and is able to figure out a complex solution to a task that anyone else would have struggled with. Five does end up betraying the handler because he doesn't trust that she'll keep her word, plus he finds a way to get Hazel and Chacha off his back, as well as get the name of the eye owner. When he gets back to his family, Five is able to unite them by telling them not to let their past with Reginald define them, and rather band together and to try and save the world.
The apocalypse is in 3 days. The only chance we have to save our world is, well, us. So if y'all don't get your sideshow acts together and get over yourselves, we're screwed. Who cares if Dad messed us up? Are we gonna let that define us? No.
That's the first time we get to see his leadership qualities. By the end of the season, Five unfortunately fails in his task. He's unable to stop the apocalypse, but he does manage to escape it using his time travel abilities to transport his siblings back in time. Five is essentially an obsessive, single-minded workaholic, driven by the prospect of stopping the apocalypse in order to save his family. His obsession with this could be likened to an addiction, which Klaus alludes to early on, but we'll get more on that later. Unlike his siblings, Five lands in Dallas, Texas on November 25th, 1963, where he witnesses his siblings fighting against soldiers. The fight ends with a bunch of nukes being dropped and destroying the entire planet, but before that, an old Hazel shows up with a briefcase and transports him 10 days early enough to stop the apocalypse once more. He's right back to square one. The plan is mostly the same as it was the last time for Five. Bring his siblings back together to try and stop the end of the world and find a way to go back to 2019 without the apocalypse. However, there's two events that happen along the way that help us understand even more about Five, his interaction with his yet-to-be father, and his final job for the Commission. Following the previous interactions with him, Reginald invites the siblings to a meeting to discuss who they are and what they want from him. At this meeting, most of the siblings haphazardly show their powers, explain their relation to him, and question his role in JFK's assassination and the coming apocalypse. After their discussion, Reginald pulls Five aside not to talk to him alone. It's then that we're able to see how different of a relationship Five has with his father compared to his siblings. You can tell right off the bat that Reginald respects Five and takes him more seriously than his siblings when he pulls him aside, because he's the only one that quickly summarizes who they are to him and gives them straight answers to his questions instead of just ignoring him, accusing him, fighting each other, or making a mess of things.
Who are you?
We're your children from the future. In 1989, you adopted us all and trained us to fight against the end of the world. Called us the Umbrella Academy.
What would possess me to adopt 7 ill-mannered malcontents?
We all have special abilities.
Call me old-fashioned, but I'm a stickler for a pesky little thing called evidence. Show me.
All right, quick rundown. Luther, super strength. Klaus can commune with the dead. Allison can rumor anyone to do anything.
Also, despite the fact that this is a meeting they were formally invited to, Five is the only one wearing a uniform and a tie. The private conversation they have is one of my favorite moments in the season because of how much is gained from it. I like that Five is unique to his siblings and that he's the one who apologizes to Reginald for giving him a hard time as a kid and doesn't seek any form of validation or acknowledgement for his future actions.
I'm sorry, too. I gave you such a hard time as a kid. I didn't know any better.
It makes sense in a bunch of different ways. He was still a kid at the time of his disappearance, so he didn't experience any of the subsequent years of torment the others did. And what he did already experience and would have experienced with his father, if he had stayed, probably pales in comparison to what he experienced in the post-apocalyptic world over the course of decades. He's also regretful because ultimately his failure to heed his father's advice is what led to him being trapped in the future. He's older than all of his siblings at this point, and he spent most of his developmental years alone in a post-apocalyptic world. So he doesn't want to spend maybe his only other meeting with his dad just fighting with him. Additionally, he's done terrible things at the behest of the Commission for so many years that it's turned him nearly apathetic to killing, pragmatic, and made him adopt a more callous, blunt personality, similar to Reginald. So he's probably able to empathize with his father's abrasiveness a lot more than the rest of his siblings. Another big thing about their discussion is that Five asks Reginald about time travel, and Reginald gives him the same analogy he gave him as a child.
What do you know about time travel?
In theory?
In practice.
I know it's akin to descending blindly into the depths of freezing waters and reappearing
as an acorn.
But he also tells him to try jumping seconds instead of years next time, saying a lot can change in a couple of seconds.
Start small. Seconds, not decades.
I need a bit more time for what I'm trying to accomplish.
So much can change in a matter of seconds.
It's nice because it was after a couple of seconds of using his powers too early that Five found himself in an irreversible situation that changed the course of his entire life. And ultimately, those same couple of seconds are what end up saving his life when he finally uses them correctly when it's almost too late. More so, Five finally being able to understand and heed his father's advice when he's much older and wiser harkens back to the time changes everything statement. Lastly, Five getting to learn time travel the right way from Reginald after his refusal to do so as a child is a good way to give him closure on the matter that has been haunting him for his entire life.
When I was stuck out there in the apocalypse, there wasn't a day that went by where I didn't hear his voice in my head.
What was he saying?
I told you so.
Altogether, it's a really good scene. The second incident this season that changes Five's perspective on things is his deal with the Handler. The Handler makes a deal with Five for him to kill the board of directors of the Commission in exchange for access to a briefcase that'll take him back to 2019 with no apocalypse there or in 1963. Five agrees to this deal and carries out the job by using an axe in combination with his blinking ability to slaughter almost all the members of the board. There's a Futurama joke in there somewhere with Age's head being in a jar, but I'll let you guys figure that one out. Once the task's complete, Five tells the Handler that he's done with all this killing, and just like he's done before, he justifies his slaughter by saying that he did it to save his family and the world.
What I did today, I did for my family. I did it to save the world.
Nevertheless, it's clear that unlike his previous killings, the murder of the board has taken a toll on him, which could be due to a number of reasons. Perhaps it's the sheer brutality of having to use an axe to viscerally kill his victims as opposed to the swift and clean approach he used to take as a sniper. Perhaps it's due to having to be so close to the victims at the time of their deaths and being forced to see the fear in their eyes and witness the aftermath of his barbaric acts as opposed to being miles away when he eliminated his targets. Perhaps it's as a result of being drenched in the blood of the people he's killed and having to see the monster that his job at the commission has turned him into. Perhaps it's because he was forced to kill his own bosses at a job where he was once highly respected and took pride in his work. Perhaps it's thanks to him seeing the cruel nature of the work he takes pride in and wondering what that says about him. Or perhaps it's because he knows that despite his reasons for doing it, this brutal act was ultimately done in service of the person who molded him into the killing machine he now looks at in shame, and that will go on to benefit her and enable her to make more people just like him. It will serve no greater purpose for the Commission or the preservation of the time continuum, and will primarily enrich a single evil individual. Whatever it is, it's the act that leads him to deciding that he no longer wants to be a man who can commit atrocities with such callousness. You could say it's his moon moment. The handler said once before that he was already a killer by the time she met him, and she just gave him a direction, and 5 doesn't want that to be true. Something that neat that I'm not sure if it was intentional or not is that after his massacre, 5's collar is soaked in blood, almost as if he spilled so much of it that he's become choked by the blood of his victims. It's a nice effect. From then on, 5's role in the season is mainly plot-focused. He finds out that he killed Lila's parents under their handler's orders, meets a past version of himself in an effort to acquire a briefcase, and he participates in a fight between his siblings and the Commission, in which he utilizes Reginald's advice to save their lives. By the end of it, he manages to get a Commission briefcase and transport him and his siblings to a non-apocalyptic 2019. The second season was mainly about 5 getting closure on his last interaction with his father, as well as questioning the nature of his job, and I believe the third season carries on with the latter idea. As said previously, the brothers landed in an alternate future, where Reginald adopted a different group of siblings called the Sparrow Academy. Despite this and the other changes in the timeline, like Allison's daughter not being alive, 5 is comfortable with the general state of the timeline, which makes sense given that his normal reality has been dead wastelands for the majority of his life, so he announces his retirement from messing with time.
There's no doomsday. There's no apocalypse. The sun is shining. Birds are doing whatever the hell birds do. That's all that matters. I'm officially retired.
His retirement lasts for only a few hours before he's pulled right back to his old job when he discovers that their mothers died before they were ever born, creating a grandfather paradox that will destroy the universe. I find it quite funny that the universe will literally destroy itself to keep 5 from having a moment of peace. Anyway, this time after a brief fight that 5 wins, he teams up with Lila to go to the Commission and try to stop the end of the world. They have some good banter along the way, and it's clear that there's a budding friendship beginning to develop between them. And nothing more. It's there that 5 meets the Founder, a future alternate version of himself that tells him not to try and save the world before dying. When 5 discusses this with Klaus, it's clear that he's horrified by his potential future. He says that he's cheated time before, but sadly, he might end up dying in a bureaucratic hellscape of his own design. It's a nice juxtaposition that you have 5 who can cheat time but not death, talking to Klaus who can cheat death but not time, since even with time travel and knowledge of the future, he couldn't stop Dave from enlisting in the war and altering past events. After finding out that Viktor concealed the truth of Harlan being responsible for the death of their parents, 5 takes his chance to warn Viktor. He tells Viktor not to make the calculation of saving 5 Harlans for every one Claire, as they will never be able to save enough people to compensate for the lives they've taken.
This is the price of being powerful. Sometimes we step on ants.
It's a nice way to consistently corroborate 5's hubris. He thought he could cheat death, and even now he still thinks that the end results of his actions are worth the blood that they paid in. He also tells him that he can't go rogue anymore, and that if he ever needs anything, he'll always be there for him. But if he lies to them again, he'll kill him himself. It's a bold threat that I'm certain he'd live up to, that also helps to show the lengths to which 5 will go in order to protect his family, even from themselves. It kind of reminds me of that line from Peacemaker.
I cherish peace with all my heart. I don't care how many men, women, and children I need to kill to get it.
5 decides to take his own advice. The fear of turning into the decrepit, miserable man that he saw at the Commission is enough to make him abandon his quest and refuse to join his father in attempting to stop the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the decision is taken out of his hands when Reginald forces them to participate in his plan through the murder of Luther. This plan ends with Reginald researching the universe and the family appearing in a new universe with no powers. 5's disillusionment to this former life is pervasive throughout the season, and the idea of him wanting to finally abandon his job even though the universe keeps dragging him back continues in the final season. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons as the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with 5's character. However, There was a script that was never adapted that details what Five would have gone through the 4th season of the show if it did exist. So we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. 6 years have passed. Five has no powers. He now works as an agent for the CIA and is investigating a group known as the Keepers. In spite of all his talk about how he doesn't want to end up dying in a bureaucratic hellscape of his own making, when provided with the chance to start over, Five still chooses to go work for another bureaucratic organization where once again he's told that he might end up running things someday.
Play your cards right. You'll be running this place someday.
Your enterprising spirit, well, it reminds me a great deal of myself. Things work out for you here. Could potentially make a fine successor, Five.
Might have changed his title, but he's a company man through and through. One interesting thing that's been conveyed by certain characters is the idea that Five is obsessed with apocalypses, that he needs them to happen to give his life meaning. Klaus says it.
Yeah, you are. You're addicted to a drug called the apocalypse.
You're wrong.
We're not the same. I've seen that look in the eye of someone who doesn't know who they are without their high.
The handler says it.
You belong here with us.
You made me a killer.
You were always a killer. I just pointed you in a direction.
And even Allison says it.
You know, you can't keep dragging us through hell because you have an itch only an apocalypse can scratch.
Five has always been able to shrug off that ridiculous notion by reassuring himself that he is indeed saving the world. So of course it's something that he needs to relentlessly pursue and obsess over, because otherwise everyone dies. Nonetheless, with his new career of choice, Five has no excuses. He chose to work at a job that's constantly going to put him in high stress and potentially dangerous situations because he needs a crisis to work on. His entire life has consisted of nothing but constant struggle for survival and contract killing. It's what has shaped his humor, his beliefs, and his presentation. He's a man relentlessly working in service of a larger goal, and he has no life outside of that, something that's exemplified by his choice of clothing. Five is always either wearing his umbrella uniform or his suit, trapped in a fluctuating state of working to save the world or working for an organization that presumably does acts in service of the world. He has no real name, just like he has no real life. All he has to identify himself by is a number signifying his rank in the family and his worth to the commission. So he serves those two roles to the best of his ability. It's a man desperately in search of the next crisis to resolve, the next apocalypse to stop. In this case, the apocalypse presents itself in the form of a kidnapped Viktor in a quest to find a girl named Jennifer. Five's powers are restored and he embarks on the next assignment. Now, this is where the train comes in. Over the course of this season, Five has been hanging out with Lila through the keeper meetings and the regular banter they have whenever they interact. Additionally, when Five gets his powers back, his blinking ability keeps taking him to a train station where he's able to access different timelines by hopping onto a train. He shows this to Lila, and when the details of the Jennifer incident are revealed and the cleanse begins, Lila suggests that they use the train to go to a different timeline to stop the Jennifer incident from happening. All of this is insane and will be discussed in the plot video. This leads to an eventual train wreck as Five and Lila get lost and are trapped in the subway, traveling between different timelines to try and find the original one. This lasts for about 7 years, and in those 7 years, Five and Lila develop feelings for one another and start a relationship since they have no idea if they're ever going to get back home. Now, the timing does make sense. They've basically been away for 7 years, they have good banter, and they have no idea if they'll ever get home. Despite this, it was a stupid idea. Why introduce this in the penultimate episode of the final season? You could have had them just being friends for those 7 years and the story would have been equally as emotionally impactful. Them becoming a couple just makes things unnecessarily weird for the sake of some extra drama that doesn't even matter because it remains unresolved by the end. You could have done anything else. Maybe shows Five having some PTSD over once again being stuck in an endless apocalypse away from this family with no certain hope of ever getting back. The fact that this also takes place in a single episode pretty much guarantees that it's going to be too fast and jarring for the audience. And if that's because of the reduction in the episode count from 10 to 6, then they should have just scrapped the idea entirely. You know, like they scrapped the idea of Diego actually being fat, but still kept in the jokes for some reason. There's also the meta element of Five's actor being 16 and Lila's being 32 at the introduction point of the show. So she basically had to kiss a guy that she's watched grown up as a cast member for about 3 years. The actors do seem to be okay with that though.
They have spent 7 years together, away from life, just them two. Like, I'm sorry, but you're going to feel incredibly connected with someone, no matter what.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I feel like, of course there's love there, but he did betray her. He did. He stopped her from going back to see her kids for 6 months.
Yeah.
Also, I had a secret stash of chocolate on set.
At the end of the day, they're professionals and they're both adults. I just think that's kind of weird. Apparently, the reason for this train wreck is because the writers wanted to give Five a love interest for the final season.
How did it come about? Was it sort of the genesis of your idea? Did the actors sort of speak to wanting that time together?
No, it wasn't the actors. It was really the writers in the room. We had talked about it. We thought they're actually much more similar. Lila and Five are so much more similar than they want to give each other credit for. They're constantly fighting and bickering, but they're the most alike. So the idea of spending 7 years together made sense that something would have happened. He's also not a 12-year-old. He's a 56-year-old man, you know,
Right.
and Aiden in real life was already now 19 or 20. And it seemed like it was worth trying. And I was there that day. I thought it paid off. The fans were going to have a lot of different opinions about it, but I really think it's sweet.
Do you love him?
Lila doesn't quite say she loves Five when Diego asks her, but it's clear Five is still harboring some strong feelings for her at the end. Where would you say they stand when they're torn apart at the end?
Purely my opinion, I think she loves Five. And I think she cares for Diego because he's the father of his children. But I think that relationship is over. And I think they survived 7 years in this sort of wasteland. And I think they've now come to love each other.
First of all, I have no idea why they would want this. There's nothing about Five's character that ever indicated to me that he would need a love interest at any point, but okay. If they wanted that so badly, then why not just have him find a reality where Dolores is real and fall in love with her? Or have her be a figment of his imagination like she was last time? If they couldn't have hired an actress for it because of budget cuts or something, then don't show her. You could have had him go crazy again, like he did in the first post-apocalyptic timeline, but this time we get to hear the voice of Dolores or even a new lady that he makes up in his head. It's also weird that they wanted to give him a love interest just so they could take it away from him. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you hate him? Also, I have a strong feeling that the reason they did the 6-year time jump was because in the show, Five is still physically 13 by the end of season 3. And since they really wanted to have a love interest that was already an adult, they needed to age him up. But if they aged him up to 18, then it would be too obvious that that was why they were doing it. So they just added an extra year to throw us off. I find that kind of funny. The inevitable pointless drama happens afterwards. Diego finds out about the cheating, he's upset. Five is upset that Lila chooses Diego and her family over him, even though he was once a pragmatist and a realist, so the choice should have been obvious to him. They even go as far as having Five and Diego fight in the middle of an apocalypse. Over Lila. That's right. The man who once said he'd kill his own sibling if their actions got in the way of saving the planet is now ignoring the apocalypse to fight over a girl he liked. Nice. All this ridiculousness concludes with Five talking to the Council of Reeds. I'm in the Council of Worlds. I'm in the Council of Ricks. I'm in the Council of Fives. And them telling him that the most efficient way to save the universe is by him and his family killing themselves. I think it's hilarious. The Five has now interacted with another version of himself 3 separate times, and all 3 times they've either tried to kill him, told him to risk killing himself through inaction, or just told him to kill himself outright.
One perfect timeline, and the moment we come into existence, boom, shattered to an infinite number of alternate timelines and an infinite loop of time as we try and save the world. How many times was it again? 145,412. All the different ways we made our universe go kaboom.
I also find it funny that the story of the man who was constantly trying to solve a crisis ends with him having to kill himself in order to stop a crisis on infinite Earths. That's just as stupid and nonsensical as the CW version. Trust me, I know. I watched that whole thing. Just like his siblings, Five's story comes to its logical end with him accepting his fate at the hands of the cleanse. There's a cruel irony in the man who's always bucked authority, fate, physical limitations, and time itself being forced to let himself die and finally succumb to all the forces he thought he could beat. He can't successfully argue with himself, he can't stop the timeline from shattering, he can't use time travel to fix this, and he doesn't even get the chance to grow back to his original body. All he can do at the end is die. As he dies, his final words are, "I kid you not."
Don't fight it. Let it take you. Just let it go.
Followed by,
That would be nice.
as a response to Allison saying they might see each other again. The final shot we get of him is a flashback of him reading a newspaper in the post-apocalyptic world that he trapped himself in. And honestly, it's a good shot to show how stagnated he is by the end. He is stuck in a future that he has no hope of escaping, and even when he does escape, he fails in his mission to prevent that future. Five said that part of the reason he wanted to retire is because he feared dying alone in a bureaucratic hellscape of his own making. So instead he dies Watching the family he's risked life and limb to save suffer to a fate that he's helpless to save them from. Instead of a bureaucratic hellscape, he dies in a jumbled, unappealing, chaotic mess of nonsensical gobbledygook. Still trapped in a suit, only this time the suit has no meaning. He doesn't work for the CIA or the Commission. It's just all he has left as he's reduced to nothing. Similar to Klaus, I thought the eventual goal would be for Five to find meaning beyond work and survival, to finally stop working for massive institutions and actually try to enjoy life by making up for lost time with the siblings, maybe finding enjoyment in the little pleasures of life through them. Maybe have a whole arc where he tries to get Klaus to stop being a hypochondriac in an effort to get him to help him try to be more like him, like with Luther in the first season, but I guess not. Five's final form is a representative of what he was, and still is, a golden flower, not too dissimilar from the 7 other flowers it's surrounded by. Most people probably wouldn't even be able to tell it apart from the rest. It's just a marigold flower doing its job, which is being pretty, getting pollinated, and generating seeds that would eventually develop into other marigold flowers. It's just the 5th flower in the bunch. In the end, Five was just doing his job, solving another crisis. Thankfully, this phantom season never happened. Ben has tentacles, so they call him Ben 10 for short. Yep, that's all I got. Honestly, there's not much to discuss when it comes to Ben, which is funny considering we deal with 2 different versions of him in the show. We'll call the first one Ghost Ben, and the inferior one Darth Ben. Ghost Ben is essentially Klaus's moral compass. As stated before, Ben died shortly after Five's disappearance on a mission that's frequently referred to as the Jennifer incident. Later on, we come to find out that it was Reginald who killed Ben and altered the siblings' memory so that they would think that he died because they failed as a team. This additional context makes Reginald's speech at Ben's funeral even more hilarious.
Despite years of training and weeks of preparation, you allowed number 6 to die on this mission.
It wasn't our fault.
Excuses? I will not hear them. The Umbrella Academy has failed one of their own.
At this funeral, Klaus conjured Ben and convinced him to stay with him by telling him he could pass on whatever time he chose to, even though he had no clue if that was true. One small thing I'll mention about this scene is that I think, just like with Klaus, there's a really interesting way that the show could have tried to express Allison's grief over Ben's death. For example, let's say that after everyone left the site of the funeral, Allison secretly came back later and tried to rumor Ben into coming back to life. I think that would have been really interesting. Just watching her as a child, kneeling on the ground covering Ben's coffin, grabbing the soil, or kneeling over Ben's body itself and sobbing as she whispers, "I heard a rumor that you were alive." Anyway, the scene is fine. I just thought that would be an interesting element that they could have added. Now, I'm just going to get the obvious fact out of the way early on. The details of the Jennifer incident were clearly something that wasn't planned out or conceived from the moment that was introduced. I mean, Blackman himself admits that. It was something they figured out in the 4th season and tried to work out. This obviously created the looming problem with the fact that Ghost Ben never bothers to tell Klaus or his siblings that the last thing that he remembers before dying was rescuing a young girl and seeing all their faces before blacking out. Something that would obviously prompt them to investigate the matter. Now, with that looming plot hole, let's talk about Klaus and Ben. Like I said before, Ghost Ben's role is mainly to reprimand Klaus and try to get him to change for the better, instead of making the same mistakes over and over again. He's always right over his shoulder, encouraging him whenever he tries to do something good, like stopping Luther from going off the deep end.
But you need to keep trying. Help Luther.
I didn't sign up to save you or him.
You're right, you didn't. But if you were in trouble, there is nothing in this world Luther wouldn't do to save your scrawny little junky ass.
And disparaging him whenever he would do something wrong, like selling his dad's journal for drug money.
Why not try starting your day with a glass of orange juice or some eggs?
Items from your father's office have gone missing. In particular, an ornate box with pearl inlay.
Really?
Any idea where it went?
No idea. Sorry.
Liar.
Drop dead.
Low blow.
Or belittling him for being a ghost and not wanting him around.
I want to be numb again.
Life isn't supposed to be easy. Life is hard. Bad things happen. Good people die.
Wow, playing the dead card again, huh? You need new material, bro.
You're better than that. And Dave, he knew it too.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank God.
He's basically the ethical cricket to Jack Horner in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. He is partially successful in his efforts, as by the end of the 1st season, Klaus is able to sober up enough to conjure him and enable him to save his family from being killed by temporal assassins from the Commission. As already stated, in the second season, he tries to get Klaus to take the next step after his sobriety, which is taking responsibility for his actions, like starting a cult that he attempts to abandon without a leader. Unfortunately, he is unsuccessful in this task, as Klaus falls off the wagon once more, and Ben has to possess him to make him let go of the cult while leaving behind a new leader so they don't devolve into chaos. Ben's death, however, does serve as a key motivating factor for Klaus's journey in the third season. Ben goes out saving the world by possessing Vanya, and as he does, he tells Vanya to tell Klaus that he was too scared to go into the light, and it wasn't him that made him stay. Freeing him of the guilt he's felt over that lie his entire life, he goes out, cleaning up Klaus's last big mess. It's in the third season that we're introduced to Darth Ben, an alternate version of Ben that is now part of the Sparrows. He's basically Ben, but 1,000 times worse and even more shallow as a character, which is funny considering that the character he's replacing was literally a ghost. He bounces around between a couple of things. We learn that he used to be number 1 but was demoted to number 2 for reasons that are never explained, so he harbors jealousy for the current number 1, which is Marcus, and is insecure over his rank. He ascends to number 1 after Marcus's death, but is short-lived and not much is explored regarding the weight of his new position, or the responsibility that he now has, or how he feels finally getting back to that position without earning it back. He's just kind of angry and, excuse my language, dickish throughout all of this. He joins the Umbrellas later on and is annoyed that they don't like him, so he talks to Klaus, who tells him that the difference between him and Ghostman is that Ghostman is a better actor. Sorry, I mean a better character. Sorry, I mean Ghostman was nice. This doesn't really change him at all. He gets one moment where he stalls a monster long enough for 5 to kill it, but he still remains a jerk thereafter. By the end of the season, he dies just like everyone else and is reborn into a new universe without powers. I don't find Darth Ben to be that interesting. He's just a compilation of angst, rage, insecurity, loud, blind opposition, and inner turmoil that's never fully elaborated on. His portrayal also doesn't help much. He tries to come across as threatening, powerful, and serious, but most of the time he just looks constipated and confused by the words coming out of his mouth.
What the hell did you just say? Shut your mouth. Why does everyone keep looking at me like that? Dead. What do you mean dead?
That's what we'd like to know.
Whatever game the Umbrellas are playing, you're gonna lose. You're gonna tap out and pass out. It's your choice. Hey, it's your life.
And he's more or less the same in the final season. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons, so the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with Ben's character, which aside from the Jennifer incident might actually be true in this case, honestly. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Ben would have gone through if the 4th season of this show ever did exist. So we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. Ben is apparently arrested for running a crypto scam that bankrupted 100,000 people, and he went to prison for 6 years for it. He calls himself a maverick like Elon.
Crypto exchange, Web 3.0, baby. Feds only went after me because I'm an outsider, fucking maverick like Elon.
I think he means like Logan Paul. He's the real maverick.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project that I believe is going to change the game. Crypto Zoo, we're going to launch our eggs at, I think, 0.1 ETH. So it's going to be
Way more affordable.
$300 to buy in.
That's right, Maverick merch.
When he comes out, he still acts like a prick. He gets his powers back and goes on a convoluted journey that ends with him fusing with a girl called Jennifer and turning into an all-consuming creature known as Benefer. Sorry, I mean Monstroilissasu. Sorry, I mean the cleanse. You see, kids, these are the dangers of having unprotected sex.
Don't have sex, because you will get pregnant and die.
The cleanse then kills his siblings, causes an apocalypse, and restores the proper timeline. Again, Darth Ben is mostly just cringy this season, especially when it comes to the scenes between him and Jennifer, which are plenty. They're supposed to come across as passionate lovers who are obsessed with each other, but the actors have almost zero chemistry and terrible acting, so it just looks like two people really trying to forcibly convince themselves that they like each other by saying the most descriptive things that they can think of.
I've never felt this way about anyone before.
I feel like breaking down this wall right now. Look. Obviously, we're meant to be together. Me with my tentacles, you the miracle squid girl. That has to be fate, right?
I'm acting. I'm acting.
The final shot to get of Darth Ben is a flashback of him in a Sparrow uniform that can't be bothered to remember the source of, and the final form he takes is illustrative of what his character has replaced. He is a marigold flower, a plant that began as a small unassuming seed, bursting with the potential to become something beautiful and have a large impact on its immediate environment. However, once that flower has bloomed, onlookers will stare at it in amazement of its beauty without remembering the rich seed that it once was. Even though he was mostly in the background, Ghost Ben's gentle nature, moral compass, and eventual death had a massive impact on Klaus and his siblings. Now, he has been replaced by a much louder and more confrontational version of himself, with a role so massive that it impacts the entire multiverse and cannibalizes his siblings. Darth Ben's final moments leave behind a stain so large that it almost makes us forget the much more quiet, humble, and compassionate character that he used to be. A truly awful death. Thankfully, this Phantom season never happened. We foresee Vanya as a violinist striving vehemently to become a veritable virtuoso as she vigorously performs in front of a not-so-vibrant audience that lacks the ferocious appetite for the vibrations emanating from her violin. Just as before, the show kicks off with Reginald's death, which forces Vanya to reunite with her siblings at the funeral after not seeing them for several years. At the funeral, it's clear that there is tension between Vanya and Diego. Evidently, Vanya wrote a tell-all book a while back, in which she revealed all the secrets of what it was like living as a member of the Umbrella Academy. Everything from her siblings' powers to their relationship with their father. Diego still harbors some resentment towards her for doing that.
What is she doing here? You don't belong here, not after what you did.
As the season continues, we get to learn more about Vanya's history. Allegedly, Vanya is the only one of her siblings who, despite being adopted by Reginald, did not develop any superpowers. As a result of that, she didn't go on missions, participate in training, or have many interactions with the rest of her siblings when they were younger. Reginald's primary goal at the time was to build them into an effective superhero team so they could combat a future threat, allegedly. And since she has no abilities, she was useless in his endeavors. Consequently, he just gave her a violin to play with and excluded her from her siblings most of the time. Vanya's treatment as a child caused her to develop into someone reserved, introverted, insecure, and timid. She lives alone and is not shown to have any friends she regularly engages with, and despite training as a violinist since childhood, she is still unable to attain first chair and is self-conscious about it.
It's those runs in the Stravinsky, and I've been hacking at them for weeks, and you just
make them look easy. How many years have you been stuck at third chair? You can put in your 10,000 hours, or you can go find something you're actually passionate about and stop slogging away at Stravinsky like a scared 13-year-old.
Additionally, she is not confrontational towards Allison when she calls out for blaming all her mistakes on her father, or to Diego in spite of his constant disparagement of her over the book. This all changes, however, when a student seeking to learn the violin knocks on Vanya's door. When Leonard Peabody enters her life, it's crystal clear that all Vanya wants from life is validation and inclusion. Leonard inserts himself into Vanya's life under the guise of someone seeking violin lessons, and after a couple of sessions together, the two of them develop feelings for one another and start a relationship. For most of her life, Vanya has always been in the shadow of her siblings. As a child, she was always the non-existent vestigial sibling to a family of famous and beloved superheroes, and even as an adult, not much has changed. Allison is a movie star, Luther has lived on the moon, Diego is a vigilante, and Klaus is, well, Klaus. All of her siblings have either lavish or exuberant lives, while all she has is a career as a second-rate violinist that hosts classes from time to time. Her entire motivation behind writing the book was to escape that shadow, and for once be in the limelight, but unfortunately, even that endeavor was short-lived, as the public's interest in her faded once the well of secrets of the Hargreeves family dried up. She tried to siphon off the allure of her siblings in an effort to build herself up, but in the end, she accepted her position as nothing more than a doorway to much more interesting people. Leonard, however, changes this. The progression of their relationship allows Vanya to build up the confidence to do things she never would have done before, like trying out for first chair, refuting Allison for insinuating that Leonard seemed shady, and even unbeknownst to her, unlocking her abilities. Leonard is the one person that has ever treated Vanya like she's special, and she's appreciative of that. Unfortunately,
love is so damn fickle.
Leonard Peabody is revealed to be Harold Jenkins, a man who's been obsessed with the Umbrella Academy since he was a child and stole their father's record of their abilities. He then used that information to integrate himself into Vanya's life, eliminate anyone he perceived as a threat to her success, and put Vanya in a situation where she'd be forced to unlock her powers so he could train her to use them against her family. The realization that even the closest person in her life was just manipulating her and using her as yet another doorway to access her family enrages Vanya. When Harold retaliates by calling her weak and ordinary, she murders him. Over time, we come to learn more about Vanya's secretive abilities. It seems that unlike her siblings, Vanya's powers are tied to her emotions. From her training with Harold, we're able to conclude that her brain is constantly taking in stimuli, and when she feels a strong emotion, The sounds around her converted into another form of energy, which she then releases. Based on both the explanation and portrayal, Vanya can seemingly isolate, generate, and amplify sounds. We later come to learn that as a child, Vanya killed 3 nannies for trying to make her eat a meal she didn't want to consume. Those murders, coupled with a frequent incidents of losing control of her abilities during training, led to Reginald utilizing Allison to rumor Vanya into believing that she was just an ordinary person with no superpowers. He then provided her with mood stabilizers that she would take on a daily basis in order to suppress her powers. Harold was able to unlock her abilities by secretly throwing away her stabilizers. One thing I find interesting is that the stabilizers suppress Vanya's powers by regulating her mood, so part of her docile personality could be attributed to her taking pills that keep her from ever getting too excited or angry. Before killing Harold, Allison meets with Vanya and recalls the rumor in her as a child. When she tells this to Vanya, Vanya gets angry, activating her abilities, and as Allison tries to let out a rumor to calm her down, Vanya slices her neck. Pogo informs Luther about Vanya's past, and he conveys that to the rest of the family, so when Vanya shows up to apologize for her actions and plead for her forgiveness, Luther knocks her out and locks her in the same cell that her father used to keep her restrained as a child. This ends up being a fruitless endeavor, however, as Vanya is able to generate enough sound from her own heartbeat to enable her escape, something that was subtly foreshadowed in the I Think We're Alone Now song by the last line. Her sadness, anger, trauma, and memories of being trapped in that room cause her powers to overwhelm her as she morphs into a walking wave of destruction. As she walks around the house, destroying every room she enters, she comes across Pogo, who she asks if he knew about her powers. He says he did and attempts to plead his case, but Vanya is being driven by nothing more than the painful memories of her childhood and her recent betrayals, so she lifts him up and throws him against a horn mounted on the wall, killing him. She then goes to give the concert performance that she was meant to lead, as a final act of revenge against the people she believed saw her as inferior to her peers as a violinist. The bitter rage that she feels as she performs in front of the vast crowd and the people who thought her mediocre emboldens her powers and cause her to transform into the physical manifestation of the white-hot hatred and contempt she has for the world that has excluded her for so long, the white violin. As she amplifies the sounds emanating from the violin more and more, her siblings are powerless to stop her. She begins to suck out the life from the people who have eclipsed all her accomplishments and inadvertently made her feel small and unimportant her entire life. She couldn't supersede them for long with her book. She couldn't amount to the incredulous feats as a violinist, but now, the near blinding light of her overwhelming power is enough to outshine them as she uses her skills at that simple violin to smother them in her success. Her destruction doesn't go on for too long as Allison is able to knock her out, but as she goes down, Vanya emits a powerful blast that destroys the moon and causes the debris to rain down on Earth and destroy the planet. Luckily, Five is able to use his time travel abilities to transport them to the past in order to escape the destruction. The first season was all about Vanya's desire for inclusion. All she wanted was to be accepted as a member of the family and to be treated with the same respect as the rest of them rather than being excluded from the family meetings and not being allowed to get an umbrella tattoo. When she fails to get the validation she craves, she tries instead to draw the attention away from her siblings and onto herself with her book, literally siphoning off their fame in an effort to boost her own and finally measure up to them. When even that fails, she unlocks powers so immense that it dwarfs the abilities of her siblings, yet in all her efforts, all she finds herself is trapped, vacillating between different forms of rejection. In the beginning, she's seemingly too powerless to ever equal her siblings, but by the end, she's actually too powerful to ever be around them. It's a neat concept that's pushed slightly forward in the next season. Vanya lands in Dallas, Texas on October 12, 1963, in front of a woman and her child. The woman's name is Sissy. Her son's name is Harlan, and she has a husband named Carl. Sissy takes in Vanya, who now apparently has amnesia and has subsequently forgotten all the events of the first season. Sissy and Carl agree to let Vanya help take care of Harlan as she searches for a new job and tries to remember her past. But as time passes, Sissy and Vanya develop feelings for each other and engage in an affair behind Carl's back. Along the way, Luther apologizes to Vanya for restraining her. Vanya reconnects with her siblings, a meme is born. Vanya accidentally transplants some marigold into Harlan's body while trying to resuscitate him after drowning, and Carl ends up finding out about the affair. He confronts Vanya about this and threatens to institutionalize Harlan unless Vanya leaves and never comes back. So Vanya retaliates by taking Sissy and Harlan and attempting to flee with them. As they're fleeing, Carl's brother, who's a police officer, arrests Vanya and hands her into the FBI. She's held for questioning and tortured in an effort to reveal any affiliations she has to the communists. assess whether she's a threat to the country. I like the little trick that the investigator uses to make us speak Russian.
How did you send those 3 troopers flying across the road?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Что ты делаешь с
Я не знаю.
This leads to her gaining back her memories and almost destroying the world again. But luckily, Diego is able to figure out her location ahead of time, and Ghost Ben is able to stop her. Vanya does end up killing Ben and a bunch of FBI agents in the process, so that's not great. Because of the marigold, Harlan gets powers which go out of control, so Vanya has to rescue him by removing the marigold inside him. When she asks her siblings to help her, she finally gets what she's wanted since childhood. They all band together to help her save Harlan. She's finally been accepted into the family fold, and all it took was blowing up one planet, threatening to blow it up again, and numerous other murders. Maybe Reginald was onto something with the mood stabilizers. Vanya manages to extract Harlan's marigold and calm him down, as well as find a way to get back to non-apocalyptic 2019 with the help of the Commission. She tries to convince Sissy to go with her, but Sissy decides not to, due to the fear of always being hunted by bad people because of her proximity to Vanya. They have a tearful goodbye, and Vanya leaves the past for 2019. I have very mixed feelings about what goes on in the farmland arc, but those will be addressed when I talk about Carl and Sissy later on. By the end of the second season, Vanya finally gets the acceptance she's always wanted from her family. She's able to fall in love with someone that doesn't use her as a doorway to anything, as she herself has no memories of who she is, and she's able to gleefully bond with her siblings without the constant reminder of the divisions of fame and power that exist between them and her. These new memories are enough to balance out the misery of her past experiences when she eventually remembers who she is, and the assurance that her siblings will no longer treat her differently enables her to finally be satisfied with her position in the family. Needless to say, a very different approach was taken with Vanya's character in the third season. I'm obviously referring to the awful haircut she got. I mean, look at this abomination. What were they thinking? Was the barber blind? Was she blind? What is this? Did she just go in there and ask for the Bully Maguire? Anyway, after landing in an alternate timeline and facing off against the Sparrows, Vanya goes into a barber shop and gets a haircut. Later on, she has a meeting with Marcus, in which she threatens that she'll beat him and embarrass him in the eyes of the public if he continues to come after their family.
But I don't think you're better than me, Marcus. I ended the world twice. You're just meat and spandex. And I bet you don't want the whole world watching when I prove that to you.
Afterwards, Vanya shows up and tells Klaus, Five, and Diego that she talked to Marcus. She looks like Zuko trying to hide a receding hairline. Okay, I'm done. Moreover, she says her name is Viktor now, and that's who she's always been. Evidently, this was the writer's attempt at trying to incorporate the real-life transition of Elliot Page into the show. There's obviously a lot of opinions on this. My take on this is that Blackman, the showrunner, basically had 3 choices here. 1, he could have chosen to recast Vanya with another actress for the sake of not wanting to change her character that drastically, and whether the online drama and scathing article that have eventually been written about him for firing an actor immediately after they came out as trans. 2, he could have continued to allow Elliot Page to play Vanya since the actor still looks the same, and just had them wear a wig, and whether the backlash that he would have eventually received for refusing to incorporate a trans character in his story. Or 3, he could have tried to incorporate the real-life actor's changes into the character, and whether the online drama and scathing articles would have eventually been written about him for altering his character's story for the sake of trying to force inclusivity. Personally, I probably have chosen option 1, recasting, as introducing a transgender storyline for a character that's never shown any signs of gender dysphoria in the past would likely come across as abrupt, even with the best of writing. Also, at this point, I haven't really seen anything unique and impressive with Vanya's portrayal. Compared to the rest of the characters, her character comes off as flat and apathetic most of the time, so I feel like replacing the actor with someone similar looking who has the same range needed for the character wouldn't be that much of a challenge. After seeing the whole show and specifically how Viktor is characterized in the Phantom season, I definitely would have gone with option 1. But that'll come later. Anyway, you get my point. Blackman was going to get flack regardless of which option he picked. He chose the third option, which is integration, so I'm just going to talk about that as it's presented. Although one thing I think is funny is that apparently it was Elliot Page that wanted to incorporate this into Vanya's character. And when Steve Blackman was informed of this, he sent a text message. Elliot wants to come out as trans on the show as Ivan. Oh my effing god, kill me now. This is because the scripts for the season had already been written, and now you'd have to rewrite them to accommodate the actor.
When the season was finished, before Elliot called me to tell me he was transitioning, and to his credit, he didn't say I had to do one or the other. He left it in my hands. He said, "I trust you. whatever you decide to do. Ultimately, I made the decision to make the transition. I thought I wanted to tell a story, a positive story about trans story, and I didn't want to make it the story, but I wanted to make it part of our world, and that's how it went. But I could have not done it, but it didn't feel right not to do it. I felt it was important to show this story in a positive light.
Also, Vanya seems to be a traditionally male name in Slavic cultures, so it's funny that they changed it to Viktor. Yeah, it's just kind of an interesting situation there. In any case, the siblings immediately accept the new identity and move back to discussing the meeting with Marcus. The scene was pretty surprising to me considering Vanya had never shown any issues with gender dysphoria in the past, but the show alleges she did, and that her experiences with Sissy made her realize it. It's clunky, but it's probably one of the better ways black men could have handled the situation if they're going with integration of the real-life actors' changes into the character. Luther does propose at one point to have a party to celebrate the transition, but is shot down by Diego.
Shouldn't we, I don't know, mark the occasion somehow?
Luther wants to throw you a big stupid party so you can feel loved. Do you feel loved?
Yeah.
I really like the hair.
It's false. No way. No. Pure fiction. It's false. No way. Not a chance. Wrong. You're wrong.
Although I don't think a party is needed, one thing they could have done to commemorate this that would have been incredibly meaningful to the characters, have the siblings take Viktor to a tattoo parlor to get the umbrella tattoo they all have. That would probably be the ultimate literal mark of acceptance that Viktor could get from his siblings. Anyway, Viktor says that Marcus will give them the briefcase that Five lost in their fight so they can go back to the commission and fix the timeline. There are two missed opportunities that I believe the show overlooks this season. First of all, I think it's a missed opportunity to not have Viktor check if Harold is alive. And if so, what kind of life he has in the new universe. I know he was a manipulative liar, an obsessed stalker, and a murderer, but he's still a vital part of Vanya's journey in the first season. And it's odd that he's just forgotten in the span of a few days after the apocalypse. Secondly, I believe it's a missed opportunity to not have Viktor play the violin at Luther and Sloane's wedding. It would have been a good way to come full circle and show the instrument that he wants to use to unleash his anguish onto the world and destroy everything in his sight is now being used to express joy, love, and to bring people together. One big thing the show does do in the third season is that they try to build up Viktor's confidence as a decision maker. Viktor, who's always been rather passive in the past, is now arranging meetings with the Sparrows #1, using his past to threaten Marcus and dictate the terms of the agreement, and is bragging about ending the wall to show his strength. More so, when old Harlan shows up and reveals that he still has powers and that he accidentally killed their mothers due to an emotional outburst he had over Sissy's death, Viktor conceals this from the rest of his family and tries to covertly protect him and get rid of the remaining marigold in his body. However, when Allison finds out about this, she kills Harlan and delivers his body to the Sparrows since they want him dead as revenge for killing their siblings. Harlan's murder drives an enormous rift between Viktor and Allison. The first sibling that Viktor developed a close relationship with from the first season has now turned on him and goes on to betray him even further, but refusing to take his apology and even giving him a fake apology after making a deal with Reginald behind his back. An interesting contrast is that in the first season, Vanya temporarily makes Allison lose access to her powers by turning her mute, while by the end of this season, Allison is the one who makes Viktor lose his powers through the deal that she makes with Reginald. Five later talks to Viktor and tells him not to make the calculation of saving 5 Harlans for every one Claire, as there will be no amount of lives they conceive that will make up for the amount of people they've killed. We'll come back to that statement in the 4th season. As for now, the 3rd season ends with Viktor having the opportunity to stop Allison from resetting the universe but refusing to do so because apparently he still trusts her, which is bogus nonsense that will be talked about in the plot video. Viktor and his family appear in a new universe with no powers, which marks the end of the season. As I said, Viktor mainly builds up his confidence this season. I mean, you'd have to be confident to go around with that haircut. He looks like Shadow Moon with hair. Not many people are going to get that reference. Anyway, this development of self-confidence is something that continues and gets a bit ridiculous in some cases with the final season. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons as the writers had run out of ideas for what to do with Viktor's character. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Viktor would have gone through if a 4th season of this show if it did exist. We'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. 6 years have passed. There's still no mention of Harold Jenkins, and Viktor now works as a bartender in Canada. This the confidence thing goes a little overboard. The show tries to imply that Viktor's a bit of a ladies' man.
Who?
Don't play dumb with me, Jerry. I know he's here. Where is he?
Amy, what's up?
You know what's up.
Call me when you grow up.
Well, that does it. Vic's officially blown through every woman in town.
No, that's not true. It's not true.
The scene is cringe and doesn't match his personality at all. He's an average-looking, pale, uncharismatic, skinny, soft-spoken guy with the hair of a balding Highland cow. Those aren't terrible attributes to have. They're just not qualities you'd expect from someone who's apparently a player. This is a ladies' man. This is not. I feel like this is the writers trying to heavily overcompensate for the fact that the character is trans by trying to put a strong emphasis on their masculinity, but it really wasn't necessary. The scene in the previous season I think was enough. Anyway, outside of Diego and Lila's birthday party, Viktor is kidnapped, his family finds him, and this leads to most of them getting their powers back and embarking on a mission to find a plot device. A woman named Jennifer. Something that's established this season that Viktor wants to confront his father for suppressing his powers and treating him as separate from the rest of his family's entire life. Viktor finally gets the chance to do so when the search for Jennifer leads them to this new universe's version of Reginald Hargreeves. When Reginald decides to kill Ben following the start of the cleanse, Viktor airs his grievances about how he raised him and the consequences of it, and says he's not going to allow him to hurt anyone else.
Why shouldn't I? All he does is hurt everybody else. Ben, Jennifer, me, all of us. This is your fault. My whole life, all I wanted was for you to see me, to make me a part of the team. You treated me like I was broken, and I believed you. You don't know shit. You're the failure. You're the reason this happened. And I am not gonna let you kill Ben. Not now. Not ever. Am I clear?
His impassionate speech doesn't really work well for me for two reasons. Firstly, he tries to look intimidating and threatening, but he just comes across as whiny and out of breath. The bad VFX around his powers doesn't help either. Secondly, in that speech of his, he says to Reginald that he's the reason all of this happened, and it just makes me think about Victor's character a bit. Yes, Victor's father is a huge reason as to why he is the way he is. But at the same time, like Allison said at one point in the first season, Victor has to start taking some responsibility for his actions. At this point, Victor's murdered 3 nannies as a child as a form of a tantrum. He brutally killed Harold Jenkins even though he had the power to easily knock him out. He killed these random guys on account of spite. He killed his robot mom and Pogo, the only people in his childhood that treated him with unconditional love and respect. He destroyed the entire planet through his decisions in 2 separate timelines. He killed multiple FBI agents, and he destroyed the remnants of his dead brother's spirit. Aside from Ben, he doesn't really show any degree of remorse, regret, or understanding the scope of how much blood he has on his hands. Even when 5 points it out to him in Season 3. He's going to handwave all of that away by just saying it's because of his father, and not because of his failure to control his own emotions at any point. The speech just rings very hollow because I haven't really seen Viktor realizing that he's ruined just as many lives as his father, if not more. Viktor does eventually manage to get the approval of his father later on, when Reginald tells him,
I can't speak to how the other Hargreeves saw you, but it was wrong of him to treat you the way he did. You deserve to wear the uniform just as much, if not more, than the others.
Even though this act does finally close the chapter of Viktor seeking to be fully included in his family, I'm not a fan of how it's handled. Reginald only says this after seeing him use his powers to blast away a bunch of attackers and separate 2 cars for his escape. The reason Reginald treated Vanya differently as a child was because her powers were uncontrollable, so he made her believe that she didn't have any powers, which led to Vanya having massive insecurities in her life. I think it would have been a more meaningful sentiment if Reginald said this after witnessing Viktor use his powers to execute something precise, like using the sound from the firing of the bullets to destroy the attackers' guns, showing he now has perfect control of his abilities. It would have also worked if Reginald said the line after seeing Viktor do something brave without having to use his powers, like using Trot as a decoy by running in the other direction or something, as he started the car to escape, which could have given Viktor some reassurance that it's not just the power that ended up giving him worth in the eyes of his alternate father, but rather his actions. Viktor's story comes to its logical end, with him being forced to kill himself in order to save the universe. As he dies, his final words are,
Just glad we're all together in the end.
And the final image you get of him is a flashback of him coming out as Viktor to his family. Viktor's life as well has been driven by a persistent desire to fully integrate into his family, so it's fitting that by the end of it, he chooses to kill himself and slowly assimilate into the single unrecognizable gelatinous blob that his family becomes. His final form is an abstract fulfillment of his primary desire, a marigold flower, growing in the midst of 7 other marigold flowers that surround it. equal to his siblings in almost every way. A truly awful death. Thankfully, his phantom season never happened. There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 which are an abomination to him. Haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that deviseth wicked purposes, feet that are swift in running to mischief, a false witness that uttereth lies, and he that soweth discord among his brethren. This is the earliest historical description I could find of Lila. I hate Lila. I hate her because she's one of the most consistent characters in the entire show. She starts off as a selfish liar, and she remains as such up until she dies. Now, I don't want to just spread rumors without any evidence, so I'll show you what I mean. Lila first appears in the 2nd season as one of the mental patients in Diego's psych ward. She seems manic, funny, charming, and a bit kooky, so of course she quickly forms a friendship with Diego. Eventually, Lila and Diego manage to escape the psych ward, join Five, and begin looking for their father in order to find out about his involvement in the JFK assassination and his possible ties to the coming apocalypse. Along the way, Diego and Lila's friendship turns into a romance as the two of them fall for each other. However, the facade is lifted when Five discovers that Lila is apparently the handler's daughter. Lila wants revenge on Five for murdering her parents when she was young and has been using her connection with Diego to get closer to him. Diego is obviously saddened by her betrayal, but doesn't get too much time to mourn as he finds out that Elliot, the man who had been providing them a home to stay in, as well as tools and information for their missions in 1963, has been murdered by the Swedes. Diego sets up a small funeral for Elliot, and as he's digging the grave, Lila shows up. He lambasts her for lying to him and asks her,
Do you know how hard it is to trust people when your whole childhood was bullshit manipulation?
Uh-huh.
Then why would you do that to me?
When Lila sees Elliot's body, she pours out a drink, and at first it seems like she's making a genuine toast to Elliot, which is nice. He's a good man that had no reason to help them, but he did it anyway. That's not the case though. Lila was just trying to get Diego to drink from the flask so that she could knock him out and take him to the commission. The fact that she couldn't even let him finish burying the body first before doing this is just sad and cruel. But maybe, just maybe, she finished burying it for him. I give her the benefit of the doubt on that. Afterwards, right after lying to and manipulating Diego, she forces him to join the commission because she still likes him. Note that throughout all of this, Lila never once says any variation of the words, "I'm sorry for lying to you." Diego ends up leaving the commission when he finds out the cause of the 1963 apocalypse and goes to stop it, and Lila admits to her that she loves Diego for the first time.
Are you really going to kill him? Of course not. I love him.
Later on, Lila finds out that Five killed her family under AJ's orders, and her mom immediately tries to manipulate her into thinking that Diego knew this and came to the commission to try and hide the evidence.
Five killed my family. And AJ Carmichael gave the order.
I wonder.
If that's what Diego was sneaking around here looking for. Trying to bury the evidence so you'd never find out.
It's a good moment for the handler to show how quick on her feet she can be. AJ's reaction is good, and the detail of her grabbing the knife the moment that Lila enters the room is nice. Down the line, Five tells Lila that the handler faked the kill order from AJ and came on the job in order to kidnap and recruit her because of her powers. The handler then kills Lila, but Five is able to reverse time so that she survives and the handler dies. Lila then uses a briefcase to teleport into Season 3. So, what's happened so far? Lila's lied to Diego about her entire identity, drugged him before he could finish burying someone he cared about, and forced him to take a job he had no prior interest in, and she has apologized for none of these acts. But I'm sure she'll do so in Season 3.
It's false.
At the Hotel Obsidian, Lila shows up. She claims that she's been raising Diego's child for the past 11 years, that she's been involved with many men since they broke up.
I've had Stan for 12 years. It's time for you to do your part.
She then leaves him with the boy and tells him to raise him as his father. Diego reluctantly agrees. He grows to like the child, and eventually he manages to re-establish his romantic relationship with Lila. However, would you imagine that once again, all of this is built on a lie? Later on, Lila reveals that the child isn't his, and that she just borrowed him from a friend of hers for a week.
No, not adopted. I borrowed him from my mate Trudy for a week. She went on holiday and he needed some fun, and I wanted to see what kind of dad you'd make. You know, stress test. Kick the tires.
Let's examine that claim, shall we? After Lila escaped to the briefcase at the end of Season 2, she went back to the commission, killed a bunch of people, and used the ISB to see the reality where her mother killed her before Five went back in time and saved everyone. Herb and Dot gave her a briefcase, and let her make a one-way trip to any timeline she wants, and she chose to go to West Berlin 1989, where she got her mother's stashed briefcase in the Berlin Wall. She met a girl, joined her band, and once she started missing Diego, she noticed an opportunity. While her friend was hanging out with the bassist for a week, she asked her friend's son, Stanley, if he wanted to go to America and terrorize an old friend of hers. He agreed to it, and that's when she showed up at the hotel and dropped Stanley off as Diego's child. There's so many problems with this. First of all, Lila is an absolute bloody hypocrite. She chastises Five and wants to kill him for murdering her parents on a job. Meanwhile, she goes around and kills everyone in her way that prevents her from accessing the ISB. Something that even Five points out.
I killed a lot of people over the years. It was all just a job, right? That was never personal.
I've killed. It's always personal.
That's why you're not cut out to be an assassin.
Secondly, even when Lila tells the truth, she can't help herself but lie. She told Diego that she agreed to buy Stan from her friend for a week as she goes on vacation. That's not what happened. She kidnapped Stanley without her friend's knowledge in order to mess with Diego for a few days because she missed him.
Where's your mom?
She left with the bass player.
Mm-hmm. When's she coming back?
A week.
Hey, what do you say you and I go to America and terrorize an old friend of mine? Could be fun.
Sure. I'm down.
I borrowed him from my mate Trudy for a week.
She cannot be trusted. She's selfish enough to kidnap a child and fabricate an entire narrative just so she can talk to Diego again without having to admit that. What if Stanley had died? Oh wait, he did! This is again infinitely worse given that just a few days ago Diego asked her,
Do you know how hard it is to trust people? When your whole childhood was bullshit manipulation.
It would only take a heartless person to remember that and still choose to lie to you for their own ends. Diego is so distraught by Lila's revelation that his speech impediment comes back as he tries to insult her.
You're... Ah! Damn it!
That's only happened twice, when he was killing his mother and when he was broken down by his father, so it's apparent that what Lila did to him was deeply upsetting. Things get even weirder when Lila reveals that she is actually pregnant, and this whole scheme was concocted to get in contact with Diego and see if he would make a good father.
I'm pregnant, Diego.
What?
Are you insane?
This woman is a pathological liar. She lies as easily as she breathes. She is not human. She's a manipulative demon that's wrapped itself in human flesh. She is the Black Widow that consummates with its mate before killing it. She cannot be trusted, and Diego should just wait for the baby to come and seek joint custody. Honestly, she should just take that baby as far away from her as possible, but Lila's selfishness would never allow that, so this is the next best option. That's not what he does, unfortunately. After contemplating things for a while, Diego foolishly decides to forgive Lila despite the compounding reasons why he shouldn't, and they attend Luther's wedding together. Another thing I'd like to note is that Lila is the one that pushes him to go to the wedding, even though he wants to stay behind and think of the ways that he can stop the apocalypse in order to have a future with his kids. This is only because she wants him there and has no regard for anything he wants.
I'm not going to that wedding.
Like hell you're not. You're my +1.
I'm not going to no stupid wedding at the end of the world when I'm supposed to be saving it, all right? We got a kid to take care of,
You
all
think
right?
I don't know that? I'm the one incubating that little
Then I don't get why you're not fighting harder for this.
Not all fights are worth fighting for, Diego. Odds are we don't survive this
I'll
one.
take those odds if it means I get to spend it with you and the baby.
I'm not gonna go on some doomed mission with your shaggy brother and senile father.
You have to listen up.
You can spend tonight fighting your bloody apocalypse or being with me.
Don't do it.
You can't have both.
At the wedding, Lila once again forces Diego to introduce her to this timeline's Reginald Hargreeves, even though he doesn't want to because she wants to meet him and once again has no consideration for any of his desires.
You're introducing me. Now.
No.
Come.
No, I'm not.
Go.
He's a puppet for her to move around in whatever direction she wants. If you're still not convinced, you know what? I'm just gonna highlight everything selfish that Lila does for the rest of the season and maybe that'll be enough. Instead of staying behind in order to ensure the safety of her child, like Diego suggests, she wants to go to Hotel Oblivion because according to her, that's just who she is.
Lila should stay back. I mean, since when do you make decisions for me?
I wasn't. I was just trying to make sure that...
Is this about the baby?
Of course it's about the baby. If we go in there and we succeed and things go back to normal, I want you here with our baby. Why can't I be right? Just once.
This is who I am. I'm a fighter, just like you.
Diego does take the sensible approach and locks up in the basement to keep the child safe, but she eventually breaks out at the wedding, where Klaus tries to go to Diego to convince him to listen to Reginald's plan and try to stop the apocalypse. the one thing Diego has recently been pondering over in order to secure a future for his children, Lila stops him because she doesn't want Diego to spend his last days looking for a way to save them. She just wants him all to herself.
Don't even think about going over there and filling his empty head with bad ideas.
What?
You may be unkillable, but I'll find a way to make sure that your time on this earthly plane is chock full of pain and suffering.
The one genuine moment she has is when she tells Diego that she's afraid of failing her child like her mother failed her.
What if I fail? Oh, baby, like my mom failed me.
But you know what? She doesn't have to worry about that, because she's already failed her child by dooming them to a life with Lila as their mother. She's also already worse than her mother. The handler lied with bigger goals in mind. She killed her parents and put the blame all on Five and AJ because she wanted to mold her into her own personal loyal super assassin like Five, thanks to her powers. Lila lies to avoid inconvenience. She kidnapped someone else's child and lied to Diego about it so she could see what kind of father he would make. That's insane! What is the plan if Diego turned out to be a bad father to Stanley? Was she just going to get an abortion or deprive a child of their father without ever telling Diego? What's the plan there?
It was easier with Stan, okay? You could have just said sod off and then I wouldn't have had to tell you about the baby.
The season ends with Lila and the siblings appearing in a new reality with no powers. Keep in mind that Lila is still yet to say any variation of the words, "I'm sorry for lying to you about my entire identity. I'm sorry for drugging you in the middle of your friend's burial. I'm sorry for trying to make you take a job at the commission. I'm sorry for lying to you again. Even though I know you have a sensitive history with liars. I'm sorry for making you get attached to a stranger's kid. I'm sorry for committing reckless child endangerment and causing a stranger's child to die. I'm sorry for getting pregnant because based on my actions I would be the worst person to have raised your child. Or I'm sorry for trying to get back together with you after all I've done because I really should have the self-awareness to know that I am a horrendous human being who has no right to ask anything of you that doesn't pertain to our child after what I've done to you." I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't like Lila very much. But maybe that'll change next season. Spoiler alert, it won't. Unfortunately, the Umbrella Academy ended after 3 seasons as the writers had run out of lies for Lila's character to tell. However, there was a script that was never adapted that details what Lila would have gone through the 4th season of the show if it did exist. So, we'll take a look at that and refer to this non-existent season as the Phantom Season. Despite 6 years having passed, we get no mention of Lila bothering to confirm whether the child she murdered is alive by checking the history books or any other public records. She also shows no remorse or awareness of the fact that she accidentally killed someone's child. Her and Allison would probably get along swimmingly. And of course, they do. Lila selfishly forces Allison to go into the birthday party and meet her siblings, saying that
Nobody wants me in there.
Nobody cares anymore. I don't.
Nobody cares anymore about what she did. Because of course, why would they care about the murder, backstabbing and manipulation? She did it, and Diego still took her back for some reason. What even are consequences in this universe? Luther and Diego are talking about fatherhood. Get some more juicy information on Lila. Apparently, one of Diego's children came about by Lila telling him that she couldn't get pregnant while breastfeeding.
You know, she told me she couldn't get pregnant while breastfeeding. You can.
There's extreme stupidity on Diego's part, and what do you know? Another manipulative lie from Lila. Who could have seen this coming? Now, Lila isn't happy in her relationship with Diego. I know this because of the small clues that the show provides me with.
Hell is wrong with you? I'm just trapped in this unending suburban hellscape. You stay, I'm gonna go!
No! You stay! I go!
Don't tell me what to do!
Why can't I just do something for myself right now?
Oh my god, you'd never do anything if I didn't tell you what to do! This isn't about you! Listen to me for watching your goddamn life!
One moment that I'd like to highlight is that when Klaus is ragging on his siblings by pointing out all their flaws, he says that Lila seems weirdly self-actualized.
Mommy issues, more daddy issues, obnoxious asshole issues. Then you seem kind of weirdly self-actualized as far as I can tell.
Let me help you there, Klaus. Mommy issues, daddy issues, parenting issues, relationship issues, hypocrisy issues, lying issues, kidnapping issues, murder issues, and most importantly, pissing me off issues. Lila eventually tells Diego that the guy he thought she was cheating on him with was Five, and that they'd been attending the Keepers meetings together. They argue over the state of their marriage. Lila says she's tired of her current life, and Diego says he is too, but someone has to show up in the relationship because it certainly isn't her.
I'm just trapped in this unending suburban hellscape.
Hey Lila, Maybe you should have thought about the whole tired of being a suburban mom thing when you were telling Diego that you can't get pregnant while breastfeeding. Down the line, when Diego meets with the Reginald Hargreeves of this new timeline, he goes into a machine designed to make him remember what happened on the day of the Jennifer incident. Before he goes into the machine, he tells Lila they shouldn't keep secrets and married, so she apologizes for lying about secretly attending the keepers' meetings, which is progress, but then she tells him she thinks they need a break.
You know, husband and wife shouldn't have any secrets, Lila.
I think that we need a break from each other. Time to reassess our marriage.
This is possibly the worst time she could have chosen to tell him this. They aren't even certain what the effects of the machine are going to be at this point, yet she decides that this will be the perfect time to ask for separation right before her husband is about to experience traumatic memory. This woman is nothing if not consistent in her conceitedness. After Diego wakes up from the machine, he has the most mind-numbing conversation with this demon. She says she's tired of seeing him mope around the house,
Complaining about your life, like your job, your in-laws, your fat belly.
because, haha guys, Diego's fat. Isn't that hilarious? And when Diego brings up the fact that she does the same thing and goes to the extent of leaving the house and attending meetings with a bunch of conspiracy theorists in order to escape her boredom, she says,
Look, I took my big bag of shit out of the house so no one else had to deal with it.
she then says,
This is our life, my love. If you're not in it, then what's the point?
kill me and kill me now. First of all, shockingly, she's lying about taking all her baggage out of the house. This woman takes every chance she can to undermine Diego anytime he says anything. She literally insulted his intelligence right before the conversation by telling Five he's like a sponge that can't handle any more water. I mean, look at this.
I don't suppose we can explain any of
He's like a sponge that can take no more water. Your fat belly. You can't even run up a flight of stairs without getting a coronary. Hell is wrong with you? Oh my god, you never do anything if I didn't tell you what to do!
Also, how could she possibly be coming after Diego for complaining about his boredom at home, but she can hear it and try to address it, when her way of handling her boredom is to sneak out of the house to go to meetings with strangers, putting her life on the line when she has 3 kids, and lying to her husband about this every single time he asks about this. Her excuse for wanting to leave Diego is literally just, I'm tired of hearing you complain about stuff, when honestly, it should be Diego asking for separation after Lila has shown, yet again, that she's a chronic liar who's almost completely self-absorbed and can't stand to just talk to somebody about her current issues like an adult instead of running away like a child. Even Klaus from the first season had more maturity than this. Honestly, he actually tried to fix some of his mistakes. The last line Lila says also just makes no sense.
This is our life, my love. If you're not in it, then what's the point?
She's the one who's leaving the house and lying about it, and she's the one who's asking for the separation, yet she has the audacity to ask him what their lives would mean if he's not in it. You're the one trying as hard as possible to not be in it. Next thing with Lila is the train wreck with Five. I've already covered most of that when talking about Five, so I won't repeat myself. All I'll say is just like Five, instead of that romance, you could have used this time to have Lila undergo a massive amount of self-reflection and realize what her life is truly like without Diego. Like she finally gets back to the high-octane life she's yearned for, a life of always being involved in fights, running for her life with no responsibilities or allegiances to anyone other than herself, only to realize how wrong she was not to appreciate the down-to-earth life she had. Maybe have her realize how much of a selfish, manipulative lie she's been, how much she constantly undermines her husband's physical and mental capabilities every chance she gets. I don't know. Anyway, once Five figures out that the only way to stop the apocalypse is to allow the cleanse to take them, Lila puts Claire and her family on the train in an effort to escape, and only steps out after Five convinces her to do so. The acting is really good, but again, the fact that the rest of the siblings begrudgingly accepted their fate, while her first instinct was to run away with her family and potentially doom the multiverse, suddenly says something about her character. As she dies, Diego apologizes to Lila for literally no reason.
You were right.
Don't.
I see you. I finally see you.
She grabs Five's hand and thanks the siblings for allowing her to be in their weird family. What's funny is that Lila is the last of the siblings to say anything at the end of the show, and her last words are, I kid you not, as a response to Klaus saying,
I love you guys, but you are all assholes.
The last image you get of her is a flashback of her drumming in Berlin before she concocts a plan to kidnap a child that ends up dying and killing someone due to her negligence. She's a terribly written character, and the reason I believe this is because her entire relationship with Diego mainly consists of her repeatedly lying to him manipulating him, insulting him, and wanting to be away from him. Yet in spite of this, she is never punished for any of her actions, and moreover, she almost never apologizes for them. The show even seems to think that she is right in her actions based on the fact that Diego apologizes to her with some stupid "I finally see you" line. I know I'm meant to see Lila as charming, sarcastic, witty, and a little deceptive at times, but no! She's mainly just an unapologetic, pathological, selfish liar, and her final form is illustrative of that. She is a human being masquerading as a marigold flower, an awful death to an awful character. Thankfully, this Phantom season never happened, but unfortunately, this character did. Initially, I really liked Reginald Hargreeves, not because he was a good person, but because he was a great father. In all seriousness though, I did like Reginald's character early on because of a couple of reasons. He had a commanding presence. Every time the man was on screen, it was like all the oxygen in the room would get sucked out and things would get very tense. Just fun to watch. Also, he was presented as a really intelligent person, so I thought there would be an interesting reason underlying the cruelty with which he treated his kids. Lastly, he was willing to take drastic measures with seemingly much bigger goals in mind that he believed were worth his extreme sacrifices. I find these traits really compelling, particularly in otherwise irredeemable characters like Endeavor, Chelsea Britannia, Tywin Lannister, and Abraham H. Parnassus from the Career Day SNL skit. Although these characters also happen to be terrible fathers, so maybe there's a different pattern that I'm not seeing there. Anyway, I still like Reginald by the end of the show, but it's for very superficial reasons that boil down to his commanding presence, and mainly the actor's portrayal of the character. All the other factors that drew me to his character are either never expounded on, or they are expounded on in ways that raise even more questions about his character and sometimes contradict his previous actions. Let me explain what I mean. From the first season, we find out that Reginald was extremely strict and cruel to his kids. He didn't name them, but instead assigned them numbers to presumably show their rank in the family. He showed no love towards them. He was rather harsh with their superhero training. He sent Luther to the moon for seemingly no reason, and he treated Vanya as a less important member of the family because she supposedly didn't have any powers. He treated the Umbrella Academy less like kids, more like his employees. Moreover, he created a robot woman named Grace and a sapient ape named Pogo for some reason. Later on, however, a couple of details are revealed that help shed some more light on his actions. When talking to Klaus in the afterlife, Reginald reveals that he killed himself in order to bring them back together as a family at the funeral and send them on a wild goose chase to investigate the secret cause of his death, which would hopefully bring them together as a superhero team once more and prepare them for a future threat. Reginald tells Klaus that the way he treated them as children was also in service to this goal, preparation for a bigger threat he somehow knew was coming.
Everything I did, everything I put you through, it was to prepare you, all of you, for something bigger than yourselves. You were never just kids. You were meant to save the world.
You knew all about this, about the apocalypse?
I knew that I had to bring you all back together one way or another. The fate of the world depended on it. The only way to get you all back together is something momentous.
You killed yourself?
Additionally, we find out that the reason he treated Vanya differently and separated her from the rest of the family was because he feared her to the extent that he made Allison rumor Vanya as a child to make her think she was ordinary, as he feared the uncontrollable nature of her abilities. Grace, on the other hand, was a robot nanny that he made in response to Vanya killing 3 human nannies as a child. We also get a flashback of him at one point being kind and loving to his dying wife, so we know that he does have the capacity to love his kids, but he just chose to treat them like that, apparently to prepare them for something. All of this was interesting and made Reginald seem like more than just a needlessly bad dad. We get even more on Reginald in the second season when we encounter a version of him from the past. We see that he's a great fighter, he's able to beat Diego in combat, and he worked with a scientist named Grace to train Pogo to be the first chimp to go into space. The rocket ship exploded, Pogo was injured, and Reginald gave him some kind of serum that healed him and also presumably gave him sapience. Grace was grateful to him for this, and the two of them raised Pogo together. Reginald even read him bedtime stories. We now know the origins of Pogo and the robot Grace from the first season, but it still raises the question of why was Reginald so empathetic and loving to Grace and Pogo, but he couldn't extend that same love to his own kids? He does mention to Luther that he doesn't like kids.
I have a deep dislike of children. I do not have them, nor do I intend to have them, but
a lot clearly changed between 1963 and 1989 since he chose to have them. Reginald also doesn't seem concerned about the coming apocalypse in 1963 when talking to Five about it, as he says,
world's end, Paleozoic, Jurassic, and so on.
can do something about this one.
Man's greatest flaw, the illusion of control.
Again, this invites questions of what transpired between 1963 and 1989 that made Reginald gain knowledge regarding a future apocalypse and care about that apocalypse enough to make and adopt children to stop it. The biggest revelation we get by the end of the season is that Reginald is an alien that didn't want JFK to be killed and worked to the Majestic 12 to provide the CIA with advanced technology that would allow them to get to the moon before the Soviets and secure his interest on the dark side of it. As usual, more questions develop. How old of an alien is he? Whose face is he wearing? What are his interests on the moon? And why can't he just protect them himself? Why didn't he want JFK to be assassinated? We get an answer to only one of these questions in the next season. In the third season, we get an answer to the moon question through an alternate version of Reginald that adopted the Sparrows instead of the Umbrellas. When Luther asks Reginald why he sent him to the moon, Reginald says that he sent him there to get the most precious thing in the universe. And through a flashback in the last few scenes of the finale, we're able to deduce that Reginald's interest in the moon was Abigael Hargreeves, Reginald's wife that we saw die in a flashback in the first season that had been cryogenically frozen and placed on the moon. Luther was sent there to keep her safe, and Reginald's deal with the Majestic 12 was meant to do the same. You can tell that Reginald exceedingly loves Abigail, as he was willing to go to extreme lengths to bring her back. He manipulates Klaus to help him get close to the Umbrella so he can recruit them into his plan to bring her back. His split from Pogo in this reality is brought about by him believing that the Sparrows are ready to go into oblivion and enact his plan, and Pogo believing that they're not. And he kills Luther to bring the family together by giving them a common enemy that leads them exactly where he wants to go to enact his plan to bring her back. Quick side note, the way Reginald uses death is rather funny. He used Ben's death to try and make the family a more effective team. He used his own death to bring the family together, and now he's using Luther's death to force the family to band together to stop the apocalypse. It really is just his final option. If all else fails, murder-suicide. There are two other things that are established about Reginald this season that raise even more questions about him. When training Klaus, Reginald says,
In any time now, I am simply far too brilliant a teacher to have left you so untutored. Conclusion, it was no accident. I made you children feel small, confused about your own powers, so that I could control you.
This is kind of confusing. So, in the first season, Reginald told Klaus that the reason he was harsh on them as kids was to make them ready for a future threat. But now this is the version of him claims that he was only harsh to them in order to make them feel small and confused about their powers. This would obviously make them very unprepared for incoming threats, so why would he do this? Either of the two statements could be true, but not both. So which one is the real truth? The other thing that's established is that Allison can't rumor Reginald. But human medication is still able to work on him. Is alien physiology immune to the effects of Marigold? Or is it just Allison's power specifically? And if so, then why? The questions just compound in the Phantom season. I'm not going to cover any of Reginald's actions in the Phantom season because most of them are either in service of the ongoing plot or relate more so to his wife than to him. All I'll say is that by the end of the show, he dies by the cleanse, and the majority of the questions I have about his character remain unanswered. Why was he cruel to his kids? Why is he such a good fighter? How did he know an apocalypse was coming? Was he training his kids for a coming threat, or was that just a ruse to keep them down? And if so, then why? What was the end goal? Why is he able to treat everyone except his kids with kindness and decency? Does he genuinely feel no love for them, or is he just suppressing it? And if so, then why? Why does he choose to wear the same face for the entire time he's on Earth, even though it might arouse suspicion given they've been around since 1918? Why don't Allison's powers work on him? Who is this man? All these are just the questions relating to him as a character. As you'll see in the plot video, there's so much more about his actions, it's just confusing and remains unexplained by the end. This is exactly why my liking of him is only superficial by the end. He still has presence, but even though it seemed like he had motivations behind what he did, most of those motivations are just left for the audience to figure out. It's annoying, and it just makes waste of a character that could have been way more entertaining if more thought had been put into the reasons behind his actions. Just like Reginald, Grace is a character that leaves me with more questions than answers by the end. There's 3 versions of Grace throughout the show: original Robot Grace, Human Grace, and Crazy Robot Grace. We'll start with original Robot Grace. In the first season, according to Vanya, Grace is a robot that was designed to be a caretaker and act as a protector of the kids. She was programmed to intervene if someone's life was ever in jeopardy. She basically acted as the unofficial mom of the Umbrellas and was the one who gave them all their names. Throughout the first season, Grace is highly suspected to be involved in Reginald's death due to the weird behavior she keeps exhibiting. She can't recall any specific details about her whereabouts on the night of Reginald's death. She keeps staring at the paintings on the walls. She doesn't react to any of the gunshot and firing noises when Hazel and Chacha invade the house, and she accidentally sews the thread through the palm of her hand when foreshadowing the end of the season. When the secret of Reginald's suicide is revealed, Pogo admits that on the night of Reginald's suicide, Grace's programming was adjusted so that she was incapable of administering first aid to Reginald as he killed himself. It's never clarified, but we're meant to infer that alteration in programming is what was responsible for her weird behavior. It's seemingly the robot's manifestation of a feeling of guilt. The reason I assume the robot feels guilt and is sentient is because in the day that never was, when walking with Diego, Grace admits to Diego that her and Pogo have been lying to them. Based on that, we can assume that she clearly has the capacity to go against whatever instructions or programming she was given about keeping the events of Reginald's death a secret. The question of when she became sentient, or whether she's always been sentient, is never really answered. I mean, Reginald didn't care about naming the kids, so he would never have issued her instructions to do so, meaning that she had to name the kids because they told her to do it, Pogo told her to do it, or she cared enough about them to do it. Based on the fact that Grace chose to help Diego get over his speech impediment, plus I doubt Reginald would ever leave control of Grace to anyone other than himself, I have to assume that she just cared enough about them to do it, which means she had empathy, a human emotion at the time. If that's the case, then it raises a few problems, because how did a creature that felt such immense guilt over its failure to intervene in its creator's death and the burden of keeping that secret to the extent that it caused it to malfunction also allow its creator to raise the children that it cared for with such cruelty without ever feeling guilt or malfunctioning? Anyway, when Vanya escapes her holding cell and starts blowing up the house, Robot Grace just stays there, stares at the umbrellas from the inside of the house as she waves them goodbye. Why the heck doesn't she leave the house when it's being destroyed? Does she have some kind of attachment to it? She seems to actually value the relationship with the kids, particularly Diego, and she has enough self-awareness to know how much her death would hurt him. So why does she choose to die? Does she feel guilt over her role in Vanya's childhood, and this is her form of penance? The only role was serving as Vanya's nanny after she had already killed 3 people, so if anything, she should be grateful that her presence stopped more people from dying. If she feels guilty for not interfering in Reginald's terrible treatment of Vanya as a child, then that just brings me back to my original question of how did a creature that felt such immense guilt over its failure to intervene in its creator's death and the burden of keeping that secret to the extent that it caused it to malfunction also allow its creator to raise the children it cared for with such cruelty without ever malfunctioning as a result of its guilt? Will any of these questions be answered? No. In the second season, we meet the source code for Robot Grace, Human Grace. As mentioned before, Human Grace was a scientist that Reginald collaborated with in an effort to send Pogo to the moon. When Pogo got injured, Reginald gave him a serum that healed him but also made him sapient. Reginald and Grace then raised Pogo together, and the two of them built a romantic relationship in the process. In spite of this, when Human Grace gets suspicious of Reginald's work, she confronts him on whether he's planning to kill the president. When he says he can't discuss some of the aspects of his work and asks her to trust him, she says she can't. They break up, and Reginald is clearly hurt by this. From that, we can assume that Reginald made Robot Grace in the image of Human Grace because he still holds her in high regard in the future. And then we have Crazy Grace. In the third season, the Sparrows seem to have their own version of Robot Grace, but unlike the Umbrellas, they aren't treated like their mother. After that, the following nonsense takes place relating to Grace. Marcus finds Grace carving signs into the ground as she says she's worshipping. She says the Kugelblitz is holy and beautiful, and that it's a miracle. She says she can't make out what it's saying and asks Marcus if he can. Marcus tries to touch it, says it's just noise, but Grace says it's a message from God and tells him to listen. Marcus continues to touch it and says he hears it, after which the Kugelblitz swallows him up. Grace then kneels down and continues worshipping the Kugelblitz. Okay. Later on, Crazy Grace brings the Kugelblitz cookies and has seemingly set up a picture and a candle for Marcus after he disappeared. She's made a shrine for him. Okay. When Darthben and the Crow take out one of Grace's eyes and put it inside the Kugelblitz to see what's on the other side, Grace says that God has a million eyes, each falling into themselves, which they somehow interpret as her talking about black holes collapsing in on one another. Okay. Afterwards, when the Sparrows and the Umbrellas start to imprison the Kugelblitz, Crazy Grace shows up in a nun costume with a flamethrower and says she didn't know they were trying to imprison God. She says, "The day of vengeance was in my heart, and my year of redemption hath come," before blasting the families. Okay. In their fight, 5 teleports Crazy Grace away from the area and snaps her neck. She then dies, which makes no sense by the way. Original Robot Grace had her neck snapped in the flashback with Vanya as a kid and was fine. Why the heck would this work on Crazy Grace? Regardless, all I have to say about all the nonsense that happens with Crazy Grace is I mean, what else is there to say? She sees the Kugelblitz and starts to worship it like a god for some reason that's never really explained. Then she dies. The end. Since I have no clue what any of this means, I'll consult the black man and let him explain it to me. Grace being machine, we think there's some kind of electromagnetic thing that is actually affecting her mind. She's hearing from the signal in that it's some sort of pattern in the chaos. She's hearing more than anyone else can hear, and she's starting to believe that it's actually speaking to her. It's some kind of deity, but it's also breaking down her programming at the same time every time she gets close to it. Pogo is Caesar's distant cousin. He was a chimp that was sent to space as part of a project conducted by Reginald Hargreeves and human Grace. However, along the way, the mission failed. Pogo was injured, and Reginald injected him with a serum that healed him but also gave him sapience. Reginald and Grace then proceeded to raise Pogo as their own. Just like Robot Grace, Pogo was involved in raising the kids, and because of this, they have great respect for him.
Is he just an animal to you too now, Diego, huh?
Enough! Your brother is missing, and this is how you rise to the occasion. Take your nonsense elsewhere.
Sorry, Pogo. Yeah, sorry, Pogo.
Additionally, because he made him who he is, Pogo is extremely loyal to Reginald. He's the only one that says something somewhat positive about him at his funeral.
Sir Reginald Hargreeves made me what I am today. For that alone, I shall forever be in his debt. He was my master and my friend, and I shall miss him very much.
And he's willing to conceal both the manner of Reginald's death and the secret of Vanya's powers from the Umbrellas under Reginald's instruction. When Vanya finds out about the latter, she kills Pogo. In the third season, we get to see an alternate, much cooler version of Pogo. In the alternate timeline, Pogo and Reginald fought over whether or not the Sparrows were ready to go into the Hotel Oblivion. Reginald thought they were, but Pogo disagreed, so they split up, and Pogo left the Sparrows some pills as a parting gift, which they used to keep Reginald subdued for the next few years. Pogo then became a tattoo artist, and I will say, the visual of a talking chimp tattoo artist riding a motorbike in a leather jacket and later on flying a jet is awesome, and something I thought I'd only see in a show like Doom Patrol. Anyway, Five eventually has a conversation with this Pogo, which leads to him becoming the boy with the sigil tattoo. One last thing I'll say about Pogo is the fact that none of the Umbrellas bothered to go out of their way and check if he was alive in any of the new realities they found themselves in season 3 and 4. It's just sad. Especially for Luther, considering he watched him die. Also, fun fact, the guy who does the motion capture for Pogo is also the same guy who plays Hub from the Commission. His name is Ken Howe. Abigael Hargreeves is Reginald Hargreeves' alien wife that dies and comes back to life. She whistles a specific tune for reasons that are never explained.
Someone can't take a hint.
She made Marigold and accidentally destroyed her entire planet as a result and then died soon after. When Reginald brings her back to life, she re-releases the Marigold now to trigger the end of the multiverse as revenge on Reginald for releasing it on Earth and as punishment for herself for creating it. All of this is stupid and will be covered more in depth in the plot video. The end. Plot device came out of a squid. Plot device was then raised in a fake town by Reginald Hargreeves to protect it from coming into contact with Marigold. In another timeline, Plot device made contact with Ben 10 and was killed, making the Jennifer incident. Plot device eventually comes into contact with Ben 10 and creates Monstro Elisassu, then destroys the multiverse, Finn. Harold Jenkins was born on the same day as the Umbrella Academy, so he idolized them and thought he'd eventually become just as special as they were one day. However, when he confronts his childhood hero Reginald Hargreeves about this, Reginald tells him that he has no power and he never will have it. As a result of this, he grows to hate Reginald and the Umbrella Academy. In addition to his hatred for the Umbrellas, Harold also hated his father as he was physically abusive towards him. His hatred led to him eventually killing his father by bludgeoning him in the head with a hammer, an act that landed him 12 years in prison. Once he got out of prison, Harold found Reginald's journal where he recorded all the Umbrella's abilities and used it to ingratiate himself into Vanya's life and train her to the point where he could use her to exact his personal revenge on the Umbrella Academy. This plan eventually backfires and leads to Vanya killing him. He was a kid who idolized the man that he came to resent after that man rejected him. He then chose to exact his revenge on that man several years later through hurting his family, but that plan ultimately led to his own demise. He's basically Syndrome from The Incredibles. There's not that much to say about the handler. She has some weird habits like peeking into people's stalls while they're doing their business. She's a conniving backstabber that will do whatever it takes to get what she wants. She starts off as a recruiter for the Commission, who recruits both Five and Lila and turns them both into extremely effective temporal assassins. Despite this, Five betrays her, and she attempts to capture him but fails, and is subsequently demoted by the Commission. She then chooses to betray the Commission by making a deal with Five that enables her to climb up the ladder and assume control of the organization. She uses those resources to try and kill Five and his siblings, and in the process, Lila finds out that she was the one who orchestrated the murder of her parents. When Lila confronts the Handler about this, the Handler betrays her as well and kills her, but the events are later reversed. Her actions eventually catch up to her though when she is finally killed by the last remaining Swede, who she tried to manipulate into thinking that Diego killed his brother. According to the Handler, Hazel and Chacha are some of the best temporal assassins in the Commission, second only to Five himself. They are also extremely incompetent, but that's a different video. Hazel and Chacha are initially hired to track down and eliminate Five if they escape to 19 to stop the apocalypse. They fail, abysmally, numerous times, in the most ridiculous ways, and along the way, Hazel falls in love with an old woman called Agnes. As he falls in love, he grows more and more disillusioned at the prospect of continuing to work for the Commission, claiming that he's tired of just moving from job to job with no place to call home. However, when he brings this up to Chacha, she doesn't share his sentiment. Chacha is kind of a sadist. She enjoys the torture, she enjoys the killing, and she enjoys the unpredictable nature of her job at the Commission. Their goals in life are diametrically opposed to one another, and their partnership is ultimately tested when Five sends each of them a fake message from the Commission telling them to kill each other. Neither of them end up killing each other though. Hazel doesn't kill Chacha because he's tired of the Commission trying to drive a wedge between them, and he just wants to leave the job, and Chacha doesn't kill him because she assumes that he values her as a partner and wants to hit the Commission thanks to a conversation they have. However, when Chacha finds out the whole reason that Hazel wants to quit the Commission was because he fell in love with an older lady, she's enraged by this and attempts to kill Agnes. The Handler helps them find some common ground when she shows up and she suggests that as long as they protect Vanya from her sibling, Hazel will get to quit and live a peaceful life with Agnes, and Chacha will be able to continue working at the Commission with a new partner. Hazel chooses to forego this deal, however, and enact his revenge on Chacha for trying to kill Agnes. He then shoots the Handler, grabs a briefcase and escapes into the second season. Chacha fails to protect Vanya and ends up dying in a fiery apocalypse. In the first few minutes of the second season, an old Hazel appears, claims that Agnes died of cancer but that they had a good, long 20 years together. Hazel is then sprayed with bullets and killed on a bench in a timeline that is eventually avoided. Aside from almost everything they do in the efforts to capture Five, Hazel and Chacha are fine characters. They were goofy and their conflict made them fun to watch. The conclusion of Hazel's story did feel a bit rushed and sudden though. It felt as if there was a lot more they could have done with that character. But okay. The Swedes are the next group of people hired by the Handler to capture Five. They rarely talk, even to each other, outside of their meeting with the Handler. They mainly communicate via grunts, facial expressions, and yells. In spite of this, the funeral scene that the remaining two Swedes have after one of them gets killed by the Handler, coupled with the background music, is a really good moment. All they do is yell and show facial expressions, and somehow it's effective at conveying the pain they feel for their brother's death. You get to see how loyal they are to one another and how close they are again when the last remaining Swede is willing to cut off his own arm after he used it to kill his brother while under the influence of Allison's rumor. It's another good way of conveying a ton of emotions purely through the character's actions, and it's done pretty well. That last Swede does manage to get revenge on the Handler for the murder of his brother when he gets to kill her in the finale. He then joins a bus containing the remnants of Klaus's cult. I like the Swedes, but I feel like some of the stuff they do is just goofy for the sake of being goofy in order to emulate some of the weirdness you had with Hazel and Chacha. Like how they play a game in which there's a high risk of them harming each other, which is obviously going to impede them from carrying out their jobs. The Thibideaus are what you get when you make a copy of a copy. They're clearly imitations of Hazel and Chacha with some of the random weirdness of the Swedes. But instead of the Commission, they work for the Keepers, and instead of funny masks, they have funny facial hair and wear the same clothes. They dance in unison out of nowhere, they talk funny, and they have alliterative, homophonic names.
Alright, so I'll put you down as a forfeit then.
Says who?
Walk away and you're out of the tournament.
I'm Dr. Jean Thibideaus, and this is my husband, Dr. Jean Thibideaus.
Also, they can come across as quirky. I like them too, but it's mainly because of their performances by the actors. For the most part, the Thibideaus just get the plot device, let it escape, and temporarily protect the location of the clans before they're both killed by Abigael Hargreeves. There's not much more to say about them. Aside from Sloan and Darth Ben, most of the Sparrows only get some bare bones character development before they're killed off, so I'll just list them off quickly. Marcus is number one and has a whole thing about wanting to maintain the Sparrows' image as competent heroes in the eyes of the public. Ben is number 2 and is perpetually stuck in his rebellious phase. Phase number 3, she's loyal to Ben to a point. She kind of reminds me of the future-telling girl in Once Upon a Time. Alfonso is number 4 and his pals are extremely inconsistent. Sloane is number 5 and is here to be Luther's forgotten love interest. Jamie is number 6 and Crystal is number 7 and reminds me of Marv. I wonder if anyone's going to get that reference. I don't want to talk about Harlan specifically with this segment. I mainly want to talk about his death and the problems they have with it, aside from what it means for Allison's character. I am not okay with Luther, Diego, and Klaus's willingness to just give up Harlan so the Sparrows can kill him in this scene.
We should have given them Harlan.
Luther.
The Sparrows said if we turned him over, we could end the fighting and then work together to save the world. He killed Jamie and Alfonso, not you. He's the reason we're in this mess, and he's our only way out of it.
If we're gonna have even an iota of a chance of getting out of this alive, we need access to the Googlets.
There's only 4 of them left. We can just overpower them.
Harlan is insignificant.
You told me once that no one is insignificant. They'll kill him.
So? We are talking about one person versus saving billions of lives, yeah?
Little Britain, you don't get a vote.
Lila lives in this universe too.
I don't give a shit about the Sparrows, but I'm not gonna let scary-ass Grandpa finish you off.
5 days ago, he was just a little kid.
You always wanted to be on the team. This is what it is. Saving the world means making the hard calls. I'll go get it.
From their perspective at this point, he's an innocent guy whose current situation is a direct result of them traveling to the 1960s and Viktor subsequently interfering with his life. Moreover, he saved their lives from the Sparrows by killing Jamie and Alfonso. I know the world is ending, but I don't believe that those 3 people would be willing to just let an innocent man get murdered for the sake of the greater good. And you know why I don't believe that? It's because of their past actions. Luther was willing to just let the entire planet get destroyed in 1963 because he didn't feel like attempting another save after he failed so monumentally the first time. He even went as far as apologizing to Vanya for forcibly restraining her after she almost killed Allison. Diego was willing to save JFK from getting assassinated and didn't care about how massive of an impact that would have on the timeline. He just wanted to save someone he believed was a good man. Klaus was willing to alter the events of the past for the sake of trying to save one person he loved, with complete disregard as to what that would do to the timeline. None of these 3 people have been presented as individuals who would be willing to make pragmatic choices for the sake of the greater good, so I don't believe for a second that any of them would be jumping at the opportunity to hand over a man that at this point they believe is innocent over to his death. I can buy that from 5, Lila, and even Allison at this point, but not from those 3 characters. Additionally, after Allison's murder, the other siblings don't seem to be concerned with the fact that she killed someone who saved their lives. And the reason for that is because he killed their moms.
I know. Harlan killed all of our mothers.
Is that true, Viktor? Harlan started all this?
Viktor, of course, says that this is an accident, and when 5 asks how he knows that, he says,
Because I knew him, and he was sweet and kind until I made him like us.
That's a fine response, but let me offer a few alternative ones. What can Viktor say to prove to his siblings that what Harlan did was an accident? I don't know. Maybe mention the fact that Harlan had no reason to give him that information. Maybe mention the fact that Harlan had zero known motive to do something like that and clearly gained nothing from it. Or maybe the fact that he was a guy with autism with the same powers that led to Vanya accidentally causing an apocalypse. Or maybe mention the fact that you'll know because you literally saw it in his damn memories. I don't like that since none of these points are ever brought up, it allows all the siblings to be content with the fact that their sister killed someone because they believe he intentionally killed their mothers. Luther, Diego, and Klaus are all acting out of character by being okay with Harlan's murder, thanks to them not asking the obvious questions. That's just odd and annoying. This is probably going to be a hot take, but I really dislike the farmland arc between Vanya, Sissy, and Carl, mainly because of the dissonance I feel between how the show expects me to view Carl versus how I actually view and interpret Carl's actions. From what I can gather, the show expects me to see Carl as a terrible, homophobic person, a bad father, and an abusive husband, but in all honesty, I see Carl as just a normal guy in the 1960s who ends up being a victim of terrible circumstances, most of which are the result of Vanya entering his life. Again, I know this is probably a hot take, so I'll explain my reasoning. When Vanya lands in 1963, she's taken in by a family consisting of Carl, his wife Sissy, and their son Harlan. Since Vanya has no memory of her past actions, Carl and Sissy allow her to stay with them and help her take care of Harlan as she looks for a job and tries to regain her memories. Along the way, it becomes clear that Carl and Sissy are in a loveless marriage. Sissy constantly rejects any of Carl's advances and doesn't like the fact that he frequently comes home drunk.
What time will you be home?
I don't know. Depends how hard they make me work to provide you with this wonderful life.
Fine. Just be quiet when you get back in. Carl needs a ride home from the bar. He just called from a payphone, drunk as a skunk.
That is how you congratulate the consummate conquering breadwinner.
Carl, on the other hand, is clearly still in love with Sissy, but recognizes that his love is no longer reciprocated and is upset by this.
Sissy mad at me?
I wouldn't exactly say she's happy.
She tell you that, or you just speculate? She still love me. You're lucky, you know that? You got a blank slate. The rest of us are stuck with who we are.
When it comes to Harlan, even though it's not directly stated, it's clear that he has some form of autism. Even though Sissy doesn't fully understand what's wrong with him, she tries her best to cope with the situation by letting him move at his own pace, trying to contain and comfort him whenever he has his episodes. Carl, on the other hand, isn't as involved in Harlan's life. Just like Sissy, he doesn't really understand what the problem is with Harlan, but in his case, he just wants his son to start talking to him instead of playing with his toys all the time.
If that boy says some bitch, I will buy him a BB gun. Hell, he says any damn thing, everybody gets a Cadillac.
As Sissy and Vanya continue to interact, they eventually fall in love with each other, and this leads to them having their first conversation about the complexity of the situation. Sissy explains that she has a life with her husband and a son that she can't just abandon, and that it would be dangerous for them to engage in a lesbian relationship in the 1960s. And Vanya proposes that Sissy and Harlan run away with her, away from Carl and the town, to a place she doesn't know yet, where they'll hopefully be safe.
What if we go somewhere? Away from here? Away from Carl? Somewhere we can be safe.
Where?
I don't know yet.
I just need you to trust me. I do.
This is where my issues with this storyline begin. Sissy's decision to leave with the kid and escape somewhere with Vanya is completely selfish. I understand that she doesn't love her husband anymore. I understand that she doesn't want to suppress who she is and stay in a loveless marriage for the rest of her life. I also understand that she can't just tell her husband about any of this because she has no reason to assume that his reaction to her coming out as a lesbian in 1963 is going to be positive, and I would be perfectly fine with her leaving him. But the problem is, there's a child now, and that's not just her child, it's Carl's as well. I know it's obvious that Carl doesn't really understand his son's episodes and just wants him to speak to him, which again, makes sense given the time period. And that Sissy seems to be more caring, gentle, and understanding regarding Harlan's episodes, so if you had to pick, she probably would be the better person to raise him. But none of that gives her the right to just separate Carl from his son. Carl hasn't been physically or emotionally abusive. He hasn't forced Sissy or his son to do anything. He's even expressed the fact that all he wants is for his wife to love him again. The worst thing he's done thus far is come home drunk, occasionally be drunk around the house, and try to embrace his wife when she doesn't want him to. But aside from that, he's just a normal dad in the 1960s who's stuck in a loveless marriage. The onus here lies with Vanya as well. She's being extremely selfish by not taking into account the complexity of the situation. At this point, she has no memories of her life or of anything in the 1960s. She has no job. The woman she's in love with also has no job and only has a can of some cash she's collected over the years.
There's a coffee can hidden under the kitchen sink. Every penny I save that Carl doesn't know about goes in there.
She has abilities that ended the world once and might do so again, and there's a child involved. What does she plan to do at this point? Just start a new life with a female partner in the 1960s with no job, no memories, unstable powers, and raise a son that's not hers after forcefully separating him from his dad? She ought to know better than this. Afterwards, Carl sees Vanya and Sissy making out in the car, so he confronts Vanya the next morning. He threatens to send his son off to a facility to deal with his episodes if Vanya doesn't leave his home and never come back.
It's Harlan you should be thinking about.
What do you mean?
I've been thinking of sending him off for a time to a facility better equipped to handle his time. Be good for him, get some special attention. Maybe I wouldn't have to do that with you gone.
Obviously, if he's being serious about this would be bad, as he shouldn't be holding his son as leverage to stop his wife from cheating on him. However, I'm pretty sure that this is just an empty threat, and the reason for that is because firstly, it would be much easier for him to just kick Vanya out of the house if she didn't agree to leave. Additionally, I don't believe that someone who has never been abusive in any manner towards his son and has never even threatened to institutionalize him is all of a sudden going to put him in a facility out of spite for being cheated on.
Carl's a fine man, a good man. Carl means well, works hard, loves his boy.
I almost know for sure that it was an empty threat, because if he really wanted to do that, he would have done it immediately after Vanya left, but he doesn't. He only attempts to do it as a completely justifiable last resort that I'll get to soon enough. Later on, when Five manages to find a way to get his siblings back to 2019, he informs Vanya of this, and Vanya decides to go back to the farm and try to take Sissy and Harlan with her. She tries to get Sissy to leave with her by saying,
You don't owe him anything! He threatened to send Harlan away to an institution. We need to go, and we need to go right now. No note, no goodbye. This is it.
Well, Vanya, first of all, she does owe him an explanation because you're attempting to kidnap his son. Also, Vanya, yes, he did threaten to institutionalize his son, only if you didn't leave them alone. Just a minor detail she must have forgotten to mention in all the commotion. Lastly, Vanya has no right to be separating this man from his son. Once again, he has not been abusive in any manner towards either his son or his wife. The worst thing he's done is be slightly neglectful to Harlan because he doesn't understand his condition. Vanya doesn't get to just barge into their lives and steal the man's wife and son for herself because she thinks she can help them better. She can't make that decision for them, and Sissy can't make that decision without Carl. Vanya is being incredibly selfish by putting Sissy in this position, and Sissy is being incredibly selfish for not involving Carl in a major decision relating to his son. Sissy selfishly agrees to Vanya's proposal, but along the way, Vanya is captured by Carl's brother, Jerry, a police officer who rightfully hands her into the FBI after seeing her kidnap a child and use her powers to knock out 2 of his men. After Vanya is captured, Sissy goes back to Carl with Harlan, and the show tries once again to make Harlan seem like a terrible person, even though his actions are completely rational and even somewhat tame given his time period. Even after catching his wife cheating on him with another woman and trying to kidnap his child, he doesn't yell at her, he doesn't beat her, he doesn't even ask her why she would do that to him. All he does is tell her that he thinks she should see a priest called Reverend Moore.
I think you should have a talk with Reverend Moore. Carl, we need to work through this, damn it.
Which is a very tame response given the time period. He also said that he wants them to move from the farm to a distant place.
Then we're gonna take us a trip. Somewhere far away from here. Harlan needs a family. Not a nanny.
This man has responded in the most reasonable ways possible. After finding out that the woman he took in started a relationship with his wife and tried to kidnap his son, he's had a reasonable response to his wife being a lesbian in 1963 by just telling her to see a priest and not trying to put her in conversion therapy or something. He's contacted the authorities and allowed them to arrest someone who was trying to kidnap his son, and he reiterates that his son needs a family to take care of him instead of a nanny because the most recent nanny that they got ended up being a homewrecker. He's done everything right for a man of his time, yet the show keeps trying to showcase him as a bad person by only framing his actions from Sissy's perspective. He's not a bad person at all. He's just a normal dude from the 1960s who's trying to deal with his wife being a lesbian and his son having autism in the best way he can think of at that time, and that continues with the later scene. When Ben pursues Vanya to stop her from causing waves of destruction, Harlan starts experiencing convulsions soon after, and as he comes out of an episode, his parents find him shaking with blue eyes as he says,
Vanya.
Carl then carries him and tries to put him in his car and take him to an institution. This is his last resort after seeing the state his son is in, and is completely understandable. He knows that Harlan has a unique condition that he can't quite understand that makes him not talk to him, so in the past he just chose to ignore his episodes and let Sissy deal with most of them. But in this case, he sees his son literally having a seizure with pale skin and blue eyes, uttering the name of the person whose appearance sparked an increase in his weird behavior and almost tore their family apart. Him responding to that by wanting to take his son to a facility that he believes can help him is a normal way to act. Unfortunately, the show is more concerned with showing Sissy as the one not being hurt by all of her husband's actions. So, as Carl tries to leave, she pulls out a shotgun and tells him not to do that. The show is trying so hard to paint her as the good, misunderstood wife and paint him as the stuck-in-his-ways chauvinistic father who just doesn't understand her or his son without realizing the context. It's literally 1963. How exactly is he supposed to respond after seeing his son borderline catatonic, with blue eyes, seeing the name of the person he used to leave him with for hours on end? A more appropriate response would be for Sissy to recommend taking him to a hospital instead of an institution, but instead, she just says,
Maybe you should watch how you talk to me for once.
What does she even mean by that? What do you mean for once? Aside from the occasional drunkenness, Carl has been a gentleman to her this entire time, even after he found out that she cheated on him and tried to kidnap his son.
Carl's a fine man, a good man.
Carl
Carl means well. Works hard. Loves his boy.
Baby, I got such a day planned for the three of us. First, we'll hit up the Egyptian room breakfast buffet, then watch some mutton busting, and then take it to Calvin's for a big old stag. I just want a kiss. Well, I'm sick and tired of having to fight for your goddamn attention. Are you my wife or not?
You want a beer, Carl?
No, ma'am.
The situation is complicated, but the show just wants you to root for the wife and hate the husband so hard for some reason. We get the final conversation between Carl and Sissy. Sissy admits that she loves Vanya, and Carl is saddened by the fact that he was loyal to his wife and in his eyes, a good father for all of these years, but his wife still cheated on him. He says,
I worked hard. I was faithful. I never blamed you for the boy. I stayed. You don't get to ask for more than that.
To which she responds with,
I'm asking, Carl. Just not from you.
Presumably she's talking about Vanya. Harlan gets out of the car and chooses to go to his mom, obviously because she's the one who mainly takes care of him, and the show finally gets what it's wanted this whole time. Carl tries to grab the shotgun from Sissy, but it accidentally fires towards Harlan, who then activates his powers that cause the bullet to be deflected back and kill Carl. This is clearly supposed to be a triumphant moment for Sissy as she finally gets rid of the one obstacle to her happiness in life. All I see it as is the death of a man who tried to make the best of what he could after being dealt a really bad hand in life. Carl died as he lived, as a normal, reasonable person in 1963, was betrayed by his selfish wife and a stranger that he graciously accepted into his home. He was just a tragic victim of terrible circumstances. Vanya tries once again to get Sissy to go with her to the future. Sissy refuses due to the fear of always being hunted by bad people as a result of her proximity to Vanya. She says she has a friend in California, so she'll go there with Harlan. They kiss goodbye. In the third season, we learn that Sissy's life pretty much went down the drain after Vanya left. She is put on the FBI's most wanted list for the murder of her husband and her alleged connection to the Kennedy assassination due to her ties with Vanya, one of the Kennedy Six. She moved from town to town due to this, as well as the remaining marigold in Harlan's body, which caused him to hurt the people around him as his powers would manifest whenever he would have one of his episodes. Eventually, Sissy got sick and died in a hospital in Oakland, California on October 1st, 1989 under a false name. Harlan had another episode following her death, which led to him accidentally killing the mothers of the Umbrella Academy before the Umbrellas were ever born, creating the so-called grandfather paradox, which led to the Kugel Blitz. Allison ultimately kills Harlan for doing this. That's all I had to say about the Farmland arc. Hopefully, someone understands my perspective on why I'm not a fan of how the characters' actions are portrayed in this arc. That was my analysis on all the characters I wanted to talk about from the Umbrella Academy. As you could tell from my explanations, I'm incredibly unhappy with how most of their stories got wrapped up. Most of the characters by the end were either assassinated, turned into jokes, given meaningless plot lines that went nowhere, never punished for their horrendous actions, or they just left behind a myriad of unanswered questions. I've already explained how the themes of each individual character were butchered by the end, so for my conclusion, I'd like to focus on the Umbrella Academy as a whole. The overarching theme for the 7 core members of the Umbrella Academy to me has always been family. Specifically, the idea that the siblings are always able to become their best selves when they come together as a family, and I believe that's exemplified through their actions. Luther, after having lost his way, is able to find new purpose in protecting his family. Diego is able to become an actual superhero and participate in saving the world through his adventures with the family. Allison, initially, is able to find motivation to keep building a life not founded on rumors through her genuine interactions with Luther. Klaus is able to push himself to achieve and maintain sobriety thanks to his interactions with Ghost Ben, Diego, and even Luther. 5 is only able to make progress in his missions to stop the apocalypse when he gets the help of his family. Ben is able to see his siblings grow up, save them, save the world, and have his final physical interaction with the world thanks to Klaus. And Vanya is able to find the acceptance she's craved for so long when her family finally embraces her. Each of the siblings are able to either achieve their goals, become better people, or both through their familial bonds. Unfortunately, despite a significant portion of the story focusing on the Umbrella's dislike of their father and how terribly he treated them, it's ironic that by the end, the siblings doomed the world by not listening to Reginald when he suggested to kill Ben early on so that the cleanse wouldn't spread. There's obviously way more I could extract from this, but this is my main takeaway, and even though this theme gets really muddy towards the end, it's a lovely idea and a message that I can appreciate. Unfortunately, the black man does not agree with this being the message, which is obviously why Diego and Luther never get to air their grievances and stand up to their actual father at any point. In an interview, when Steve Blackman, the showrunner, was asked if he knew what the ending would be, he stated, "I knew from the very beginning, when I first got the show, that I had this idea of how the ending would be,
love to have many, many more seasons of Umbrella Academy, but I do have an ending in my mind that I would like to end the season at eventually. And it may not, I mean, I'd want Gerard's blessing, Gabriel's blessing, but I think they're going to go further than we ever will be able to in terms of the TV show.
I wanted to explore the notion of, are you really a superhero if no one ever knows that you exist? What is the definition of superheroes? Are you truly a superhero if no one ever knows that you're the one who saved them? And I like the idea of, what would they be remembered as? What did it feel to them to never be remembered? What did it mean to the world? That's a really interesting idea, but I have no clue what show this man was watching. The Umbrella Academy is as much of a superhero show as The Flash is a show about Barry Allen being the fastest man alive. The most amount of superhero work we see the Umbrellas doing is when you have flashbacks to them as kids going on missions. As adults, across all 4 seasons, the Umbrellas kind of just live their lives in whatever situations they find themselves in, and they only come together to save the world out of either not wanting to die themselves or not wanting the people they value to die. I mean, when Luther tells them that the apocalypse is coming in the first season and that they all die from it, most of them choose to use their remaining time to pursue their own personal goals, like saying goodbye to their loved ones, getting over their addiction, or getting revenge. In the second season, when 5 tells them that the world is ending again, Luther just says that he doesn't want to be involved, and Diego tries to figure out the link between that and his own goal of stopping the JFK assassination. In the third season, when the world is literally collapsing around them, and they decide to put the choice of whether or not to follow Reginald's plan up to a vote, half of them agree to just let the world end and embrace death in the process. Diego and Allison rarely use their abilities, even in the most obvious of situations. So I don't know where Steve Blackman got the idea that a show where most of the people have to be convinced to save the world was mainly about superheroes. Blackman's sentiments regarding having a pre-planned ending remind me a lot of what happened with How I Met Your Mother's ending. Spoiler alert for the ending of How I Met Your Mother, by the way. Showrunners also had the ending planned from the very beginning. They filmed the final scene with Ted's kids during the early seasons in order to ensure continuity and prevent the child actors from looking too old by the end. However, by the time they got to that ending, most of the characters had evolved past the point of that conclusion making any sense. So instead of retroactively looking at that fact and changing the ending to fit the evolution of the characters, they chose to brute force their way to the ending by killing off a character and destroying a beloved relationship. That's what I feel like happened in this case. Blackman already had an idea in mind for the ending and just did it without any consideration of whether or not it made sense with the storylines that had been built up by that point. He continues saying, "So I wanted an ending where I didn't want them to die, because they don't technically die. Yeah, they do, but go on. They will cease to exist in a way that no one will ever know that they ever were in any timeline, in any place. So there will be no memory of these people. The only memory exists in the family that survived. But the world will never know all the sacrifices that the Umbrella Academy made for them over many, many years, many, many timelines. That they were the anomaly in the universe that had to be taken away. They were the thing that Hargreeves released and started. And they were the reason the world was not the right way it should be. I wanted to subvert the expectation that the hero has to win in the end, or the hero has to lose in the end. I thought this was a slightly different way to go. I hope the fans like it. Okay, first of all, calm down, Rian Johnson. I've had enough of my expectations being subverted. Secondly, the heroes do win in the end. They achieve the ultimate goal, which is wiping out all the other alternate timelines and managing to save their families. They just also end up having to die in the process. If a firefighter walks into a building and saves 5 people, but ends up dying due to CO2 poisoning in the process, would you say that he didn't win? If Iron Man had died after blowing up the Chitauri ship, do you say that he didn't win? No! The only difference between those actions and the Umbrella's actions is that the Umbrellas won't be remembered. But that's not what makes any of these people heroes. Heroes aren't heroes because people remember their actions. They're heroes because of the sacrifices that they're willing to make for the greater good, regardless of the consequences to themselves. As long as the universe is fixed, the Umbrella Academy are heroes for forfeiting their lives to ensure that, whether they're remembered for that or not. Blackman even contradicts his own narrative when he later says, "I always saw this show as a dysfunctional family show." So did everyone else, man. So why would you write a dysfunctional family show and then make the takeaway message be what the meaning is of being a superhero? Why? The family thing was obvious, even to the actors. I mean, listen to what each of them had to say about the conclusion when asked about what they admire most about the characters and their journey till the end. Emmy Rava Lampman, I probably butchered that, but okay, it's Allison's actress, says, at the end of the day, she loves this ridiculous family so much. David Castaneda, Diego's actor, says, his hammer always stumbles upon the learning lesson, even if he doesn't know what it is. At the end of season 4, you see him appreciate family. Tom Hopper, Luther's actor, says, I just admire his loyalty. He's always the one who's trying to keep the family together and get the family back together. And for whatever reason, whether it's saving the world or just the family reunion. Rito Arya, the Demons actress, says, I feel like everyone needs the experience of playing a superhero in their life, even if it's not on TV. Do it in the mirror. Do your mirror work. You'll feel great. Notice how the unknown who mentioned superheroes is the one person who's playing someone that isn't a part of the Umbrella Academy. The ending of the show is so stupid that even Blackman has no idea what it means. When asked if the 8 marigold flowers we see in the post-credit scenes are remnants of the Umbrella family, Blackman said, not necessarily. You can assume many things from that. We can assume that some essence of marigold still exists somewhere in the world. It may do nothing ever again. And it could just be flowers, or it could be what's left of them, because there happens to be 8 flowers, and a couple of them kind of turn into each other. But I'm leaving that to the audience to decide what it really means. Does that mean that there could be more of the Umbrella Academy? Or is that tiny bit of the essence does go on? Jesus Christ! I hate this man. Why the heck would there be any remaining marigold? The whole point of the cleanse was to get rid of it all. If there's any inactive remnants of it, why would those exist? What would that even mean? Why the heck would it just be 8 random marigold flowers that just so happened to grow next to each other and share no connection to the 8 people who died with marigold inside their bodies? It's obviously supposed to be the Umbrella family. That's the only thing any rational audience member is going to take away from that. My gosh, I get the inclination that this man was trying so hard to make sure no one ever forget him out. He never let the actors read the scripts ahead of time so he could get their on-site immediate reactions to his nonsense. He doesn't just want to state the obvious meaning of the final scene in the finale, and he managed to subvert everyone's expectations by writing a conclusion that no one in their right minds would have ever been able to predict. The last question I want to cover relates to Allison and Luther. When Blackman was asked, is there romantic closure for Luther and Allison, or do you think that they just moved on with their respective partners? He said, theirs was only really puppy love. It wasn't real grown-up love between them. We have the episode in season 1 called The Day That Wasn't, where they had a brief kiss. But I think had they really wanted to, I don't think it would have gone anywhere. I think they're wonderful friends, and they love each other. Oh yeah, they're wonderful friends. I too sexually assault my friends. It happens all the time. And they love each other that way, but they were never destined to be together. This one's probably going to be down to personal opinion and interpretation, but I didn't take this to be the case. I always thought the two of them were kind of like Fitzsimmons from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., in that they'd always loved each other for a very long time, but the universe kept coming up with situations that kept them apart. But again, that's going to be down to the individual and how they saw it. I'll wrap up by saying, I hate the ending of this show. It's so bad. It's so bad that it almost makes me resent the show as a whole. However, I do find comfort in the fact that, in spite of all the other factors, like the episode reduction from 10 to 6, the bad VFX, and the rushed nature of the conclusion, there's ultimately just one person I can blame for how stupid this conclusion was, and that person is the Blackman himself. Because when Steve Blackman was asked how he hopes the fans will feel after the finale, he said, I would love for them to still love the family and not feel let down that we ended it the way we did, because no one forced me to end it that way. I felt this was the right ending, and I hope the fans agree with me that this makes sense in the whole scope of the show, that this had to be the ending. They make the ultimate sacrifice to save everybody, and that really is a superhero thing. Well, Blackman, I don't agree with you, but thanks for giving me someone I can point my finger at when I get asked why the ending of this show was so terrible. I appreciate that. So that was my first video covering all the characters I want to talk about in Umbrella Academy. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and if you didn't, hopefully you still got something worthwhile out of it. Thank you for listening up until this point. My throat hurts right now, and I hope you consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. This is only part 1 in a series I'm doing on this show. Check out the other parts if you're interested in me talking about the other elements of the show that I didn't cover in this video. Once again, sorry for the audio and the editing mistakes, but it's all I can manage at the moment. Thanks again for watching the video, and well, bye.
There are some among us